So hold our heads up high and beat the drum to what we love. Risk the fall, or we have felt it all come crashing down from far above. Stars are rising, countless worlds colliding, only one will take it all. Can we bring to fall the giants? Can we make the final call? We are the ones to ignite the darkened skies, the champions.
and continue to stream in.
There is lots of strong and talented rosters
Featherman's in trouble, and he's down!
who can be really strong contenders.
Steelback continues to destroy Fnatic!
So it's gonna be really hard.
Perks has come up massive this game,
It gives confidence to the team to play on stage.
and he's distorted his way and G2's way to a big victory!
We're gonna get better and better for sure.
Steelback got replaced by Reckless, Fox got relegated. I had my reasons to leave you all.
Not a single tower has gone down for Origin in this game.
We just got stumped.
And Origin take the win over Unicorns of Love.
We know how to control our emotions.
That's easy to learn from the stumps.
This does nothing that Elements can do. Unicorns of Love come up big and take the win against Elements. And Gamers 2 take the game over Fnatic.
They will be a really strong team.
Hello and welcome to the European LCS, beaming out to the far corners of the globe from Berlin, Germany. The pressure is ramping up as we close the book on week 3 of the spring split. As you can see, everybody is very excited. Just a moment ago, they were waiting outside. Luckily, it's not that cold anymore here in Berlin before they get into the studio. And there's a Fnatic fan on a picture with Vitality. What a traitor. Nah, we're friends of everything here in the European LCS, of course, as they had an AMA before the show as well. And there's Elements running. And Steve, we don't have to motivate it even more because it's all Steve all around. Hello, I'm Evie Shogazapurtra, anchoring the analyst desk, where I'm joined by James Tress O'Leary and the one, the only, Martin Deficio Lunga.
I'm glad there's only one. I don't think we could deal with a second, to be honest.
I think we could use a second one.
Or three or four. Yesterday, we saw some of the ties breaking up across the board, and at the end of the day, G2, the UOL, and H2K shared the top spot. So, my question for you guys, who is the most convincing of those #1 teams?
I think, well, G2
H2K.
in, yeah, okay. H2K overall, G2 in all games except one. So yeah, H2K is the right answer there, Patricio. You've taken it. But I think it's time to kind of shred our expectations coming into the split and finally, you know, say, hey, G2, they have been looking good. They deserve the top of the table, as do H2K. I feel like those are our 1-2.
Yes.
With a couple of other teams in the mix that are fighting for that spot.
Oh yeah, I mean, Unicorns of Love is up there. I think still Vitality, despite losing yesterday, they had a very tricky composition. And of course, the level 1 ruined quite a lot for them. But I still think Vitality is one of the top teams we have in Europe. Fnatic, however, is no longer top 4.
Well, their opponents today, Splice, are looking pretty good. Yesterday's matchup was all Senkok's all the time, and everything went right for Splice in that game. That's a second win, and the second one that's been off the back of Senkok's. This is massive plays coming out from him, so they have the potential here, but we need them to be bringing this out in more games now.
I like the fact that we still see the players and Yamato Cannon, you know, go out and say, yes, we win games, but we still have so many things we need to work on. There are some issues in terms of overall strategy from this team. But we're starting to see more and more from some of the players we expected to do well, and that's a big one for Splice.
We'll have to see if they can be a contender for the top of the table, and that brings us to today's matches, which kick off in just a few minutes as Origin line up against Elements, and later on it is our game of the week between two of the teams tied for first, the Unicorns of Love and G2 Esports. And then later on we'll be joined by the one and only Mithy from OG. So throughout the day we want to get your questions for Origin support. Tweet your inquiries at LOL Esports with the hashtag AskMithy, and we'll find out what you want to know from him when he sits in on the desk here in a little bit. And speaking of Mithy, it is time to dive into our first matchup between Origin and Elements. We've said it time and time again so far, for Origin, the communication is right.
It's not right, and there are other things that are going wrong for them as well. Alongside, you know, where everybody is on the map, well, this goes on with that. So as yesterday we saw this really weird play. It was a very minor one, but I think it highlights a lot of the issues. So as Unquin just goes mid against like a TF team, and it's just like, I don't know what you expect from this kind of situation. So as knows that's not the right play, but I was just watching that thinking like, this is summing up Origin a little bit to me in these first 3 weeks.
It's
like
too much solo queue.
No, but why is that play being made? And And it's just these little plays that are slowing them down and really messing up what Origin are trying to do.
But again, that's the big problem, right? There doesn't seem to be really a game plan in the start of the game for Origin. And then you see these random plays like Source dying there or someone will overextend. Too many issues for Origin in the early game that needs to be fixed.
In the end, though, in the end game, Sven was fantastic, and they still have that. But as you mentioned, the players themselves are also realizing that it's not 100% good yet. We have a tweet here from Amazing yesterday who said, "I feel like I don't deserve the win. I played extremely bad mid-game awareness on my part. I didn't shot call anything." And when we look through the other members' timelines, for instance, Sven, for instance, Mythy, they had the same kind of sentiments, feeling that both the team and them personally aren't up to par yet. So that... connected with the fact that they did get a win and they realized, or they are critical of themselves, that could be a sign of a turning point.
It is. I mean, that's the important thing, right? The team realized we have a lot of things to work on, but they still managed to win some games. So you start moving towards top 6 and playoffs. If you start suddenly saying, oh, we're just doing great, we're winning games, it doesn't matter, then you will get really, really, really surprised once you hit playoffs and all the teams are peaking more. So I like the fact they're still trying to adapt. We still see very late game focused team compositions from this team here. And I feel like we so often in the early game see Origin rely more on the other team making mistakes than Origin forcing them to make a mistake or Origin making a good play. It's often the other team who's getting in the lead, and then if they don't manage to close it out, Origin goes late game and they can perform well. But again, some of the teams who've shown they can play more aggressive, Origin have struggled.
Well, let's take a look at their matchup then today. It is Up versus Elements. They had a very rough game versus the Unicorns of Love yesterday. There are some weaknesses there that OG could exploit.
There are first one from yesterday's game is the lack of aggression that we saw out of Elements. They played the Janna Lulu, and we're just like, well, we can't do anything past 20 minutes. We can't push. That's one issue if Elements stick to that game plan. The other issue I feel for Elements is unfortunately their mid laner. Ica against Paravival, I think, is a heavy set matchup. Well, I would say that. I still think Paravival is the one that'll come out ahead, but Ica, when you look at his stats, his laning phase has been pretty underwhelming. He's been behind in a lot of these matchups and is straight up just not performing as good as I guess we've kind of expected, but this is his first time really in the LCS. I do think Paravival is a difficult matchup for him.
Yeah, I would say Ica is one of their players we had almost the lowest expectations for when it comes to mid laners in Europe coming into the split. We didn't really know what to expect. He got, obviously he got replaced on G2 and so on by Perks. Elements is just a team who's winning every game in late game team fights, but that's where Origin are still a very good team. So unless Elements can change it up and be more aggressive in the early game, I don't think they can beat Origin. But then again, so much comes down to what we get to see for the game plan for both teams, because maybe Origin want to change things up well and can properly play early game. We have to see.
We will see what both teams come up with, and they are set on stage, so we're going to kick it to the caster desk for a look at the lineups. And as we head inside the battle arena, Mr. Rawls tells us where he ranks his team in the European LCS.
I would say right now we're in the middle of the pack. We're better than all the lower teams. But I think we are still going to have a struggle against the top teams. We can see that from scrims. Our objective control is not good enough to be able to beat the top teams, and that's something we need to fix.
Objective control, tough to fix. We'll figure out if Rawls can do it. I'm Trevor Quickshot Henry alongside Mitch Croppo Forceballs, and we're going to bring you the first of 5 matches on the card today. Starting off on the blue side for game number 1, it is Origin. Let's run through the roster for you. Soaz, Amazing, Power of Evil, Sven, Mythy, and their coach, Hazel. And they've got to clean up some of the gameplay that we've seen for the last couple of weeks, Croppo.
That was very quick roster run through. You seem very hyped.
It's in the name.
Wow, really? Freak. Anyways, on the other side, we have Elements. In the top lane there is Steve. I'm just going to take my time a little more. I should have done it. Who's in the top lane, guys?
Yeah.
And then like, don't explore Steve. And then, yeah, Gilius, AK, Mr. Rawls, Sproutle, and Div. But the main man, still that top laner, Steve, right there.
Well, we heard from Mr. Rawls. He was saying how he feels Elements are a solid middle-of-the-pack team, above those below them. Didn't actually quote who he felt was below them. Yesterday, we actually had a quote from Nif, saying that he felt Sproutle could do very well in a few years. They don't have a few years because pressure is on. If you lose multiple games back to back to back, and especially when you start looking at the roster going forward, Elements, they have to pick things up if they want to challenge the top of the table teams.
Yeah, Elements have a really tough roster or matches, list of matches coming up ahead of them. They kind of played poorly yesterday. Right now they're playing against Origin. This will be a big test to see if they can actually stay with the middle of the pack, because Origin right now is a middle of the pack team. They are not a top tier team, and yeah, this is either where Elements confirms that they're middle of the pack, or yeah, some dreams will be shattered.
Wow. So as half laughing, half crying as he first bans the Quinn, which you saw him wield yesterday. Tom Kench taken off the table. Reminder, we are on 6.1 with Kindred disabled. Elise gone as well. So a lot of these power picks that we are seeing, maybe Quinn, the week 3 addition to that roster, at least as far as Origin is concerned.
Yeah, but remember,
We've seen her a few times.
Yeah, Kindred's disabled, so there's more emphasis on the jungle picks. Maybe they want to shut down Gilius. Say they go for an early Lee Sin on the side of Amazing to put actually some more pressure forward, and then Gilius is stuck on a inferior jungle pick, maybe like Nidalee. That's something that Origin can abuse. Elements have shown that if they don't have a lot of engage, they have a lot of trouble playing the game. Yesterday they dropped the composition with Lulu and Janna, mass disengage. Spratel was level 5 when the enemy Victor was level 10 or 11 or 12.
Yeah.
So they were definitely suffering.
Real difficulty. For the side of Origin, the Kalista yesterday was definitely the Lucian yesterday was a big impactful champion for Sven when he had that Lulu available, and both are available. They've made it through picks and bans. LeBlanc was the last one from Origin, and Gangplank taken away by Elements.
So let's see what Elements goes for. Spratel's best champion so far has been Alistar, and he has been subpar on the other support. So you could actually see a steal here from Origin, because Elements themselves, talking to them a little bit before the game, they said they fell into the Lulu trap. So the broken champion is open, you feel like you have to pick it, but then you don't really know how to play it, play to the strengths. So we could actually see Elements forgo Lulu here, but then leave it up to Origin, the team that won with it yesterday, building composition. So Elements find themselves in a little bit of a precarious position.
Well, let's see what they decide to do with it, because for Spratel, if he's not played that Alistar, he's only played Thresh. The Corki can go mid, can go ADC. We've seen that a number of times, and of course Rek'Sai leaving maybe Lee Sin for Amazing, if he wants to go that route. Graves is up as well.
But we're likely going to see the Lulu Lucian here. Really, really strong composition on its own. Like, these 3 picks together are a core of a winning team for Origin, especially for the style that they like to play. One of the stronger elements of their play back in the later stages of summer. Even at Worlds, we saw some really good performances from Niels then, Sven now. We saw it yesterday.
Is that locked in? That is. So Zilean is locked in. Spratel, formerly Promiscu, one of the few that is very outspoken. I think he actually has some competitive games on he's Zilean under his belt.
He's also one of the best Zilean off-rollers. So when you meet him in solo queue, and your 2 solo queue support mains, and one of them happens to be very bad on off-rolls, we're just going to leave in the middle which fictitious person that we're talking about here. Promiscu, former, or Spratel now, is actually kind enough to play Zilean in any other role. So he can go Zilean top, Zilean mid. He's a good Zilean player. With the changed Zilean, it's actually very interesting the setups you can do with him. If you have some other hard CC, you just need somebody to lock people down, double bomb them, and chain stun comes out.
Well, luckily Victor's got some CC, Rek'Sai's got some CC, and they'll be dealing with that Lee Sin jungle for Amazing. And we're going to expect Soaz to take that Poppy up top. We're seeing Poppy top become the standard as we continue to watch more and more games throughout the 2016 season.
It is beautiful, though, to see a well-played Poppy top, because there are certain combos you can do that the average Poppy player doesn't even see. Like, I've been watching a lot of Poppy top lately where people just use the W to speed up, then the one-tap R to really knock people up, to get in position to then knock them into the wall, as opposed to having to use flash, etc. So there's a lot of outplay potential if you know the champion better than your opponent.
Well, we'll find out how well Soaz knows Poppy. He'll be going up against Steve's Fiora, which I believe is a 1-1 win-loss ratio win. Steve has been handling that champion. He's trying to play more of a carry role here in 2016. But there's actually a lot of poke on the side of EL with that Victor, the Corki, the Zilean bombs, the zoning that can come down as well.
Yeah, they've gathered themselves a typical 4-1 composition where Steve wants to be in the side lane, really putting pressure. Hopefully gets that matchup snowballed and starts pressuring his Soaz. So he has definitely the edge and maybe the quicker jump with the teleport out of vision. Whereas the remaining 4 members of Elements, they have 1 tank, then they have an AD carry that can poke very well, they have a poke mid that can blow people up if they are out of position, and then you have some utility kind of disengaged support that can either save you if you can jump down with the ultimate or speed people up when they get caught to run out. So they have a really good 4-1 composition, whereas Origin as a whole, yeah, they just want to teamfight and send in Sven. Just let him carry.
Well, send in Sven. It worked yesterday when Power of Evil was buffing him up all day long. It allowed Origin to pick up that victory. Will they do it again? You guys at home have to start logging your votes. Jump on Twitter with the hashtag OGWin if you think they can have their first undefeated week in 2016.
Yeah, Origin this time, though, they will have to dodge the Victor E if they want to win this game.
And of course, for Elements, I feel like they've got an interesting team comp, but there's a lot of opportunity. There is power spikes. They've got a good mixture of damage and frontline and zone control.
I mean,
now we just need to use those tools.
It can crumble if SOAS falls behind. Like, if that matchup starts going downhill, then the pressure can really go on Elements' side. But if SOAS and Amazing can get some ganks off, keep Steve down, then the remaining part from Origin's roster should be really straightforward to play. And we've seen how well Sven plays overall. Once his team is really supporting him with those shields, with the wild growth, he's not afraid to just dash in and deal some damage because he relies on his teammates to carry him through the fights.
Now, what about the side of Elements? Because they've got a lot of poke. They've got the ability to have that 4-1 if they can get themselves set up.
Yep.
But it does require quite a lot of planning, quite a lot of team play. And that's something that Elements, in terms of their bigger picture strategic decisions, have shown a lack of experience. Just quick update, Mythy is just going to be reconnecting to the game, and we'll get on the Rift shortly.
So what Elements does have playing in their favor is that if they get a little bit behind in the tempo, they can always have Victor clear waves in mid from very far. That's one of the reasons I do like Victor mid, especially into a pick like Lulu. We saw it yesterday where Victor was picked into the Lulu and actually just outpushed it, outpressured it eventually. If you get sieged upon by the 4 members, you can clear those waves from afar, being 2 screens away.
Yeah.
And it's really hard for Origin then to force, which means they have to split up. And if a Lulu composition has to split up, it loses a lot of its value.
Yeah, I like the wave clear as options elsewhere as well, with Rolls, with Sprattle. But it is a lot of magic focus, likely counterbalanced by the fact that Gilius will be bringing some AD from the jungle. And Steve, if he can get ahead, if he can get into a carry position on that Fiora, can wreck kids' faces.
Definitely a good point there, being very magic damage face. So again, if the SOAS Amazing matchup can keep Steve down, then the remaining part of Origin can itemize in the direction of exclusively magic resistance, and then suddenly Elements will have a hard time stopping them.
So we'll find out what Elements decide to do. As mentioned, Mythy is just reconnecting to the game, guys. Picks and Bans was jumping in. And you know, for Origin, they come into this matchup 2-3 on the split so far. Elements 3-2. The expectations could not have been further apart, and the results are telling a different story. Now, for Elements, the real test is looking forward. We touched on it earlier, their schedule. They've played weaker opponents to get their 3-2 record. Now they've got to play stronger opponents from a mechanical standpoint, and in theory, a strategic standpoint.
Yeah.
We see if they're going to be up to the challenge.
I think that's what's going to happen for a number of teams here in European LCS, where we initially in week 1 and 2, some expectations got shattered, and we Jesus Christ. And then we had like, for example, Rocket, you know, certain people came in underestimating them.
Yeah.
They smashed the first game. Everybody was like, "You're wrong."
Wow.
Or the assumption is wrong, and suddenly they find themselves at the bottom of the tables. Elements too. A lot of people weren't calling them the greatest.
Mythy has reconnected. You need not worry, ladies and gentlemen.
This is a blast from the past, guys. Don't worry. He's actually back in the game. We're just showing you how they run out of the base, because we think it's really important that you guys see all angles of that.
Yes, you most certainly do need to. So we're jumping onto the Rift. Week 3, day 2. It is Origin versus Elements. And take a look at how these lanes match up. Also take note, Power of Evil is running Flash Teleport today.
Yes.
On his Lulu, as opposed to the Flash Cleanse from yesterday. Changing comp, obviously.
If I see one more Lulu with Ignite, I will
be very unhappy.
Be very unhappy. I think that's the best way to put it. Obviously, at max you get 1 kill, maybe 2, but the power you have in the late game, by being able to put your Lulu briefly in a side lane to set up some side pushes, clear some map pressure, definitely worth it. Preemptive lane swap here from Origin. They're spreading out at different starts. They are covered for delayed invades that stop them, so everything is kind of covered. We are seeing a delayed invade here from Rawless and Sprattle though.
So let's find out what Sprattle and Rawls can actually do, if they're going to interrupt anybody. Amazing and SOAS actually pieced out. I think they were spotted.
So they were definitely spotted, and they do the smart thing. They go to the camp farthest away, knowing that Sprattle will likely check where they are, and then they can still decide whether they go back to the red buff or not.
Well, Sprattle's not done. What do you got? Time bomb. Let's see.
TikTok says on top.
Blow up, and Amazing will still get the kill. So Sprattle just poking away, getting information. And the lane swap will leave Sven up top alone. Solo XP, solo farm. We saw this yesterday as well.
Yeah, Steve a little bit behind the curve. He's joining the... Oh, Mythy can steal. Mythy can steal.
Mythy can steal.
He got it!
Oh, he gets it! Mythy's got the red buff. Now he's under threat. There's a Vital exposed. A flash engage. SOAS has come to help out. First blood secured by Poppy. And SOAS They continue to chase down. Miffy has got level 2 available and the red buff, but I think Steve's going to make it out alive.
Yeah, cooldown on Pulverize level 1 extremely long, but yeah, Miffy pathing in there, doing the same thing that Sprattle did. So crucial mistake from Gilius. You should expect the support to come and have a peek at what you're doing in the jungle. Especially if you are doing the same on the other side of the map. You should always respect your opponents enough that they will at least make the same decisions that you are doing. Yeah. Steve was not ready for the lane stop, whether it's Element's vision level 1 or communication or planning that went wrong. So he went into lane, left the lane, and went back to join the double jungle. But Elements as a team did not account for Mythy being missing, and he times it beautifully. Walks up at 110 HP, combos to immobilize the jungler, and then just one little auto attack, steals the buff.
Exceptionally well played by Mythy. Already giving Origin a gigantic advantage, especially when you consider how pivotal that Poppy into Fiora matchup is, to try and delay Fiora's inevitable split push. Now there's a 3-man stack on this bottom tower. Yep. Mythy and Amazing will get some support from Soa shortly, and it appears they've thwarted it for the time being. Steve's also TPing up top.
So yeah, they send TP top, and then Sven laning help against Steve here. He should be able to bully him hard. He has a 2-level advantage, and if you look at Origin, the member they want to get ahead the most obviously is Sven here. So good adaptation. They catch that wave in the bottom. Because teams are right now 3-man pushing towers instead of 4-man, it's actually easy to defend 2v3 there and then have the third one coming in backup. So Origin do a good move here, solidify their lead. Soaz will eventually fall behind in experience of Steve, but he has a little bit of a buffer and they can actually all in. If Miffy connects to stun here.
Oh, this is a scary 2v2 if your Elements. Amount of damage and CC between Poppy and Alistair combined.
Yep, you can get knocked around really easy.
Don't stand near walls. Captain Obvious speaking. Well, Soaz is going to continue to farm up. Got himself a small advantage over his opposite number Steve and has teleport available. And when you contrast Sven, 31 CS to Mr. Rolls 27. We also did catch the Keystone Masteries a second ago. Mythy doesn't get the Pulverize. The pin does land against Sprattle. That's a 2-man knockup from Mythy. The damage isn't done yet. They cannot dash away, but Sprattle gets the summoner heal from Raz. Now Raz continues to auto-attack away. Soaz is in trouble, but the minion wave saves them.
And you see the little bit of inexperience of playing against a Zillion. If you don't one-shot him into the wall immediately, walk away, because you will know double bomb will come out, and suddenly they lose the back end of that trade so hard, as opposed to just walking away when they've already won the trade. So a little bit of hesitation there. They will learn during the game. Zillion is one of those picks that you meet very infrequently in solo queue. And in competitive, there's a lot of options you can do with him that you really don't see in solo queue either, because nobody really coordinates well with the pick. But I do love the potential that double bombs have.
Let's see what potential the teleport's bringing. Soaz was definitely spotted because he's bringing a present on his head, and Gilius is caught between 3 members of Origin. He's going to tunnel under the wall. Soaz is looking to prevent any further movements. Gilius down to 200 hit points. Kill secured by Sven, and the rest of Elements nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, in trying to support Steve here, but does not take into account that there's teleport to match that, and Elements are falling apart right now.
Soaz making a statement in the first 5 minutes of the game, following Mythy's call into the jungle, and teleporting for what looked to be such an easy tower dive. It wasn't even a tower dive because he ran away from the tower.
Tried to tunnel out.
Yeah, not going to work out. So Origin 1-0-1. A kill on Soaz, a kill for Sven. Now Power of Evil's under a little bit of trouble. The double bomb falls short, and therefore Power Evil walks away.
Yeah, just to help him push in. Eika's out of mana, so he just wants his support to walk up, force the wave in so he can base. Eika is running Deathfire, so definitely want to poke a little more with that Victor. He's doing even right now in the mid lane against Power of Evil, but honestly, OG's preemptive decision making, being ahead of the play, is really what's putting them ahead in this game.
I see them continue this pressure. They've got themselves some kills. They've got a good item advantage. I'm going to start knocking over those towers, because Elements still have got a lot of wave clear, so...
Oh yeah, by all means, once these outer turrets fall, Elements can do the stall game, play with wave clear, and then use the package to make creative openings right now. But we see Origin playing around Sven in the top lane, facilitating the farm, making sure that he stays thoroughly ahead of his lane opponent, and that is the downside of this very often.
Oh, unfortunate for Soaz. He's going to at least put that steadfast presence down, so Raz is not going to be able to jump in.
Soaz is often the member that does get left behind when Origin plays this style. And we've seen varying degrees of success in him staying alive. The numbers disadvantage. Here he runs into Julius.
So let's take a look. 200 hit points left. Soaz continues to try run away. Flash is available and holds onto it. Does not need it. Gonna rely on that corrupting potion as well.
So here we see Elements mirroring what Origin did on the top side, trying to get a numbers advantage and dive the top laner. But Soaz a little more healthy, a little more careful, and quicker backup too available. Especially as he just got more experience due to the way the early game played out. Now Miffy's healing him up. Soaz obviously has that shield very often available. Potentially seeing a dive though, but do you really want to dive a Poppy Alistar? That is
scary.
Very, very scary.
And we did see Amazing hanging out in the river as well. He's actually backed away for the time being, and a teleport's been channeled. Steve gonna try fend off this top lane tower, but he's 2 levels down under Sven, and Sven's got a BF sword.
Yeah, so he just wants to farm here, but the only person you should be comparing Steve to right now is Soaz, and they are actually even in levels, even in CS, because in the later parts of the game, it's either gonna be Power of Evil or Soaz that will have to hold Steve, because it's you want to match teleport with teleport. And so far, Elements still have a way back into this game if Origin do the same thing they've done in most of their games, which is sloppy mid-game mistakes. Victor can very easily punish that because he can keep wave clearing the mid over and over. Eventually, a rotational mistake or overreach from Origin will get punished by a side lane turret from Elements, and the game will be even again.
Elements are going to be hoping to make that game even. We've crested 8 minutes, which means Rals is going to have access to the package for any sort of surprise ganks. Good Thunderlords hit onto Soaz.
Package does not get stopped by Poppy W, I'm pretty sure. You become untargetable, so you don't get stopped by any flays, any hooks until you land. So I'm thinking to see if Soaz is aware of that.
Well, he can get in, but then he can't get out if that Poppy W's on. Let's see how Mr. Rals makes use of that ability, and just how Elements want to bounce back. They got themselves a couple of wards into the bottom quadrant of the map. So Amazing, you can see the ward top left corner of your screen is just about a timeout. So Elements had some information that is slowly going to wear out. And we'll see who's going to get ahead in the vision game. Still lots of yellow trinkets as we're still fairly early on.
Also, to get Steve back into the game, we need to track if Sprattle's going to use his passive to give him a little bit of that XP nudge. So the passive stores experience in a bustle and then can carry it over to an ally. Zillion's coming for the defense. Teleport from behind. Looking at dive. No Zillion ultimate available.
There is not yet. Sprattle does have flash. It's going to be a 4v3. The culling is chunking across. Steadfast presses to hold Sprattle in place. He's the first victim. Now they turn their focus to Gilius. Sven continues to chunk him down. It's a 2-for-1 as Amazing's gone down. Miffy fell as well. It's got a little messy. Supports and junglers have both died in the exchange, and that turret was very helpful.
So yeah, AK roams down. He beats the... Or he arrives pretty much at the same time as Power of Evil. Something went wrong in that dive. 2 for 2. And Steve is farming on the top lane. So this is a failed play from Origin. Elements are happy with this.
Yeah, got to see on the bottom half of the fight exactly what happened, but Elements got their first kills of the game.
Alright, things Elements do well here is Gilius will move forward. He basically doesn't want to allow Miffy to get double combo and at least be able to cancel him. Gets a double knockup the second the tower starts damaging. So Miffy will die. He just gets angry about the fact that he will die and pulverizes the floor. So Gilius' zoning overall allowed Elements to stall Miffy. He didn't get a double combo off, and they were simply too weak to execute that dive this long. Took too much tower damage. So good stalling from Elements, and Origin will no longer be able to do that play because next time they attempt it, Zillion ulti will be in place.
Yeah, Miffy didn't have access to his either, hence the tower damage.
Yep.
Dropping him would actually look very quickly, but it would at level 5 as a support. A lot of fans in favor of Origin. No real surprise there. And they've still got a good foundation, I think, to set themselves up for the rest of this game. What I do like as well is Origin have been very proactive. All of the teleports, all the aggressive plays, despite some maybe mishandling situations. It is good to see them trying to get ahead early.
We are approaching a level 9 Poppy though, and at that point, you can do some pretty interesting combos where you can literally chain CC somebody into death. So you can open with Q from Soaz to slow him, then get in position to knock him into the wall, ulti again, and then Q again, and that should be enough to kill somebody. I think we saw Hanser do it against Huni, I believe in the North American LCS, where he just straight up killed him 100-0 in the Poppy Fiora matchup. So riposte being used properly is fundamental in the later parts of this matchup.
And he took 0 points of damage because of just perfectly timing that CC chain you just described. I expect Soaz would be capable of those mechanical feats. Soaz has got a good history of introducing a champion to his pool for the first time and looking exceptionally good on that champion. Look at the top half of the map because there is some support coming in behind Soaz. Grand challenge has been issued. Soaz is trying to get away. He knocks Steve up into the air. The hammer shock was used to, I believe, slow Gilius. And Soaz may have even been able to turn that one around. Now Power of Evil, he fancies a shot at Ica. He's going to get the Glitzer Lance out in the gravity field towards that engage.
Yeah, Steve showing his inexperience in the matchup. At the very end of the Poppy W, he actually dashes in, lunges forward, gets it cancelled. Soaz escapes the chase.
This opens the opportunity for Dragon. Remember, Gilius showed top, so lower threat of him being here. And Origin just playing with the tempo, playing the map.
Yeah, but look what's going on though. Origin were vastly outplaying Elements in the earlier parts of the game, being one step ahead. Right now they're poking at the end, but bot lane has double wave clear, enough to clear those waves in time. Mid lane has Victor. You will never be able to group on a Victor, so a play a lot of these Lulu compositions very often want to make is like, so they group with the jungle in the bot lane, take tier 1, then they rotate into the mid lane and try and zone and poke out the mid laner. But Victor is pretty much immune to that unless you want to dive him. So Elements, they can stay in the game. So again, we need to look at how the matchup between Steve and Soaz evolves.
So far, Steve has found his way back in. Only 200 or 300 gold behind Soaz thanks to the CS numbers he's been able to pick up. But Soaz wants to, or rather Amazing wants to change that. There's a dash, there's no stun, and Soaz tried that heroic charge against the wall. Steve continues to chase forward in the river. The junglers will show face, and the action's not kept to the top lane. A two-man pulverize from Mithy to save the tower and the threat for Sven, but he's low on mana, so no further engage. And all of a sudden, Elements are pushing Origin back in 2 of the 3 lanes.
Yeah, the momentum kind of swinging, so we'll need to see Amazing find an opening. 0-1 and 2 are not least in right now. Gilius got back into the game. He got counter jungled very early on, but he's now a level ahead of Amazing. Let's not forget how this game started. Mithy pathed into the red jungle. Took advantage of Elements not covering the brushes. Always do your jungle camps in the brushes if you can. Stole the red buff, but right now Amazing level 8, Gilius level 9. Bot lane's equaled out. Amazing coming around though.
Chrono Shift's available. Sprottle, if he finishes, has cancelled, so there's going to be some fighting power. In the middle lane, Ica's in trouble. He gets caught by the Ghost, throws the Chaos Storm back in reply. Wild Growth held. Now the next target will be Gilius. Mithy does not find the Headbutt Pulverize again, I should point out. Still not able to consistently land it, but they've got control of the buff.
So, talked a lot to Mithy about the failed combos, and there's a couple scenarios where if gap closes get initiated while you're mid-combo, it may actually become impossible for you to correctly land a combo, but I don't think we saw a single instance of tunnel being initiated, so that one...
That one's on Mithy.
I'm sorry, man, but that one was you screwing up.
Well, I like seeing Mithy's picked up those distortion boots already, nice and early.
Yeah.
Again, another signal that he wants to look to engage and do it frequently.
Different approach to item builds, though, here from Alistars in Europe compared to the LCK. Or, if you want to turn it around, different approach in LCK compared to the rest of the worlds. If you watch a lot of LCK matches, all the Alistars are pretty much going Moby Boots into Ruby Crystal, into then finish Sidestone. So they're still sticking to the mobility boots approach to Alistar. We saw Mata do it in the LPL too, so still in the middle about it. I am a big fan of the Swiftness boots, especially against this composition, where you want to be able to run through the Zillion if he ever slows you.
Yeah, that time walk gets really powerful at later levels.
And it's actually something that's not quite as visible. You know, a stun, okay, the guy stopped moving, but having to interpret slows both with and against your team is something that requires practice. So I do hope Elements have practiced the Zillion. Niv did tell me before the game that it could come out today, so likely assume that they practiced it and this isn't just like looking at the champion list. Hang on, Soaz.
Let's take a look. There's support coming from Amazing. The Grand Challenge is out. Soaz is able to get Steve out of mana. The challenge does get proc, but the heal does not matter. And an easy 2-on-1.
Yeah, and this is why I love Iceborne Gauntlet on Poppy, because you no longer need walls to kill people. Gilius should be fine here. Support's coming in from Sprottle at the bottom, with Serral's on the top of your screen. But yeah, so he ease in, then slows with Q, then slows with the Iceborne Gauntlet proc, and it's so hard for Steve to escape there.
Little Lance does tag Ica, and Sven's gonna linger over the wall. Look to secure Rift Scuttler. No, it's not a Rift Scuttler, it's a Rift Herald.
Probably was the Rift Scuttler in it
I know,
a long time ago, and then he ate the wrong
I can't
fish.
get it up my head.
Yeah.
I keep calling it the Rift Scuttler.
Pollution of Summer's Rift River has spawned this foul creature. So kids recycle. Or your scuttlers become heralds and you confuse Trevor.
Yeah. One day I'll learn the correct thing. But Sven has quietly been building up power. Essence Reaver completed. Rapid Fire Cannon completed. Soaz gonna pin Gilius against the wall. There's no ultimate available, but Gilius can't tunnel out. Iceborne's gonna keep him slow. Steve's coming for backup. There is a no teleport from Power of Evil, and Gilius is forced to flash away. Now Soaz is trying to get out. Keeper's Verdict still not available. Soaz gets the shield, the stun against the wall as well, and Soaz may get out alive. Hammer Shot comes down, but he will get killed by Steve, biting off more than he can chew and face palming in the player cam.
That's not Steve, that's a crowd.
Soaz did a moment ago.
Maybe phase 2.
Flash forward and headbutts Gilius backwards. Amazing gets the kill. It's not over yet, gentlemen, because now Steve is in trouble. Mythy's gonna look for the combo. Sonic Wave will fall short, and Steve gets away.
I love that little moment of hesitation where he's like, should I combo? And then amazing Q's over. You know what? I don't want to fail another one. Let's just Q flash, knock him backwards, secure the kill from Mythy right there. I think he was in range for the combo. But yeah, we see how deceptively strong that Q ability from Poppy is right now. On rank 5, it's on a 4 seconds cooldown. And it takes 6% of the max health on the second proc. So it just does so much damage of your max HP, so you get whittled down really easy by that. You saw Gilius too, he was clearing that ward and suddenly he found himself at 35% HP, had to flash out. It took both flashes to eventually take down Soaz, and he bought enough time for Origin to come in and seal the deal there. So we're seeing a little more even mid-game. Elements fighting back here and there, and Steve is still in the game.
Yeah, 127 CS, 306. That Soaz has picked up a full culling. Actually, the full culling almost eaten by Ica. Wild Growth still available for Power Reveal. Let's see if Ica's willing to stick around. Hex Drinker picked up by Sven. No real surprise considering the amount of magic damage that Elements are putting on the Rift. And Mythy and Amazing maybe trying to push forward to threaten a dive under the tower for the time being. Not really because of the wave clear from Ica.
Yeah, Elements keeping their flanks warded, keeping enough members in mid lane if Ica's not there, making sure this mid lane tower stays alive. That is what they need to do. That is their #1 goal. And then meanwhile, they send Steve to every side lane. He keeps soaking experience, soaking minions, getting stronger because he needs to win that battle eventually, 1v1 against Soaz.
Soaz was able to get a lot of time in that top lane. He shoved the entire wave into the inner turret. And also should point out that Origin have got themselves a 3,000 gold lead with that additional tower and dragon and kills, so slowly extending it from what they picked up at the 5-minute mark.
Oh, this could be a mistake. Aka's pathing in for the dragon here. This is first dragon for Elements. Mid lane is exposed. There is no minion wave though, but if Origin can just keep them at bay, and then they can rotate back to the mid lane. They're looking for a fight though.
Origin want more than keeping them at bay. They want the fight! Wild Growth has been used to keep Mythy alive, and the boot back is sent into Gilius' face. Defensive flashes as Soaz, his zone rolls away. They've got Sprattle. Chrono Shift was not used. Next target should be Ica. He was caught by the Sonic Wave, and Amazing takes him down. Steve manages to get a kill on Sven and procs the grand challenge. It's a 3-for-1 in favor of Origin.
Yeah, no hesitation on the side of Origin. Sloppy in some regards, but they still come out with 3 kills against 1. Mythy goes in, gets the Wild Growth on top of him to chain the knockups together. Soaz teleports in. So Mr. Wall was at the brink of getting stunned into the wall there, but managed to Valkyrie out. But overall, Origin did not want to sit back and trade Dragon for mid. They wanted both.
Just calm and collected. You saw those player cams after the fight. Origin, cool as cucumbers, I think is the term. I managed to make it out.
Cucumbers?
Yeah, I don't
Cool?
really know. I think so. You have to keep them in the fridge or something. Power of Evil shoving the wave under the tower here. That mid lane down to a third. Wild Growth and Flash are available for Power of Evil. He's going to bait them in as deep as he can. There's the Wild Growth. That's the slow as well. Steve is in a little bit of trouble. Mythy finds the combination, and Steve is running away. Chrono Shift will bring him back to life, but here comes Sven. The culling's available for him. The parry comes out, and the shutdown as Sven gets the kill. Full channel on the culling. You can dodge, dip, duck, and dive, but you cannot get away from Sven. Sprattle follows shortly.
Yeah, Origin, as cool as an egg that you also keep in the fridge. Get 2 more kills here. Mythy this time, good combo, follow-up. Multi-bomb wasn't efficient enough. Sven picks up 2 kills, and now it's looking grim. Mid-tower falls. Both engages here. Let's watch that again. This is the initial fight, so Mythy gets double bombed. Dragon gets started, so some teams may choose to just rotate mid here. Miffy gets sent in with ultra speed from the Winzy. Has to combo, because otherwise he would got stunned by the magic field from Zikter. That's good. Good kick by Amazing on 3. Look at Mr. Rawls here. Barely dodges the Soa stun into the wall, but then everybody's dropping. Spratzel forgets or doesn't use the ultimate on himself. Amazing flashes to get in range for the second part of the Q. Good. Steve picks up 1 kill, but at this point the fight is lost. So overall, really good fight from Origin there. Mithy had to go in for the combo. Did not want to ultimate outside of or out of the gravity field. Really just wanted to get the combo and hit 2 people. Wild Growth. And that's what Origin's looking for. We talked about it in Champs League. Group up, preferably. If Soas can flank, even better. You know, a team fight with Poppy coming from the back is the ideal scenario. Getting a multi-kick there obviously helps too.
And still, like, impressive play from Origin. We're 23 minutes in, and they are non-stop in Element's face. They're continually forcing fights where they can. Sven, 5-1-3 already.
I mean, it's highlighting some of the errors in both these teams. So Origin, yes, they're going for these plays. Some of them still need polishing, though. They had some really good opening moments, but then they had a little bit of a moment where they were struggling when Elements had the gold gap closed down to maybe 1,100, 1,500. And the Victor wave clear was kicking in. But then you saw the problem with Elements is that they're not very good at setting up their own plays.
Yeah.
They're playing very reactive, you know, so as doing with Steve and Gilius coming in, Gilius cleaning a ward on his own without the backup. Yes, the backup was eventually there, but it wasn't organized. Amazing now goes in, gets knocked up, looking for the kick.
Good damage onto Gilius. Another Sonic Wave hits. Just contrast that to week 1. Amazing, where he missed a number of Sonic Waves, already feeling more comfortable on the stage. And for Elements, too eager. You know, that mid lane dive that cost them their middle turret, that cost them 2 more kills, was chasing Power of Evil on low mana.
Yep.
Let's see, Amazing. Does he want this fight? There's support from Soaz coming from mid lane. Challenging for the red buff, a double time bomb. We'll get 2 stuns from Amazing and Mithy. Red buff will be secured by Rawls as it flies over.
I mean, Origin will have to be careful here. They're starting the Baron. Let's see if Elements has any blue trinkets available to use, or if they even realize this is happening. They find out right now, 6,400 HP.
It's gonna be a little close here. Calling the risky Baron for Origin. Steve is coming up through the river. Elements are not grouped yet, and Soaz is trying to zone, looking for a stun. Here's the engage. Steve gets tagged. The stun against the wall from Soaz onto Gilius. Keeper's verdict was not fired, but the culling was. Elements are trying to stay alive, and Spratzel takes a gigantic crit, and he's forced to run away.
Yeah, and again, this is highlighting the issue with both these teams. Origin trying to force a Baron, which is in itself okay. We're gonna see Poppy ulti to disengage the wave clear.
Oh,
either Victor steps out of range, or he gets hit. Either way, that tower falls, so that's a good ultimate by Soaz overall.
Definition of zoning ultimate.
Zoning ultimates, literally. Either it hits you, or the dodge itself activates the purpose of the ultimate. Great. But Elements, they stopped the Baron, they had Origin chunked, but Steve, he stuck around to clear that ward. That baited in Gilius, he got it over the wall. So they're not realizing when to step forward, when to step backwards at the exact time. And even a 2-second difference can cost you games at this level. So we still need to see that refined from Elements.
Might even cost a Baron off screen. Spratzel is just killed easily. Gilius is now going to move in. 2,500 hit points. Amazing is going to go for the smite threat, but the knockback deny from Soaz. Ike is trying to kill Sven in the back line. Flash and heals
Baron.
The Culling's trying to go back as Amazing continues to tank up the Baron. All of a sudden, Sven is down. Elements have found the team fight they were looking for. Soaz will follow. He's flashed over the wall, but the Gatling gun secures a kill. And just like that, Elements are back in the game.
Yeah, this is a sequel from last week. Do you want to build a throw mine yet again here from Origin? You're doing Baron? You want to keep the jungle out? Good. 1 guy going over. Fucking love it. It's 2 guys going over. I shouldn't have said that. 2 guys going over. Maybe not so great. Your entire team going over and your jungler staying in the pit? That
makes
is
sense.
A little bit of a mistake. Amazing panics. Fail flashes into the wall. And then the Wild Growth comes out.
Well, Crepo, it's not over yet. Baron is going lower. 1,500 hit points will get secured here. And Gilius, Chrono Shift not needed. The goal difference is still big, 6,000. But Baron plus Baron minions can at least close that deficit. And Origin have to buy time.
No, now Elements are definitely able to get back into the game. So let's see what's being used here on Spratzel. But probably kick into, kick CC, Chase CC, he can't ultimate himself. This is good. But right now, Elements is in range to contest, so the goal is to keep Gilius away. There's no kick available, so it's all on Mithy. Sven goes over to help, and I think that's the crucial mistake. Look at this. Just keep your eyes on Amazing right now. We have seen this fight before, but just look at what Amazing's doing. He's like, guys, can I help? No. Flash. Wildgrowth gets used. Meanwhile, Soas is over the wall. Complete, chaos. Miscommunication again. Soas wastes his flash too, and suddenly Elements pick up the Baron. Now they have a Victor that can clear waves wherever. They have the ability to side lane push with Baron buffs. You see Spratl funneling some XP over, and suddenly this gold gap could become smaller.
Yeah, Elements also got their first dragon, so at 27 minutes into the game, that's 6%. Again, clawing back that gold difference, in at least statistics-wise. Now, how do Elements use this Baron? Baron power plays. How much more gold do they earn than Origin while the buff is active? We can see Gilius pushing with Void Rush available. Teleport is going to be available soon for Steve. And Origin's first port of call is to thwart Gilius down bottom.
So in Champions Select, we talked about how Elements is running a 4-1 composition, and generally you want to start a slow push in one lane, send your solo laner to the other one, and have 4 members together. But they actually adapt and make this into a 1-3-1 because their jungler with Baron buff can actually serve as a mobile split pusher too. They should be careful in the mid lane then, but with the speed up from Spratl, they have enough disengage and poke.
Oh, the Pulverize does not find a target though. Mithy was moving forward with that headbutt. Gilius is still fighting Amazing down bottom, and Elements, they got the top outer turret and they've got the middle.
Yeah, if you spread out a team fight, protect the AD carry Lulu composition, you can whittle them down, poke them away. That's what you want to do. And Elements here using Gilius to lock down Amazing, another form of engaging the bottom lane, while Steve with the Baron buff should be able to beat Soas in the top lane. That's really good shot calling here from Elements overall. They create a 1-3-1 out of their 4-1 composition because they have the Baron buff.
Congratulations to Elements for catching the mistakes that Origin presented. Gilius, he's still sticking around, and Mithy's going to be the first Origin member to come help Amazing out. Try clear these waves. Gilius is now under some threat. Sven gets autos, and the rest of Elements are grouped up. TP is available for Steve, so as we'll have his in just a few seconds. A double stun onto Sven.
Yeah.
But they held the tower, so 2 outer turrets have already fallen.
Yeah, there's about 2,000 extra gold in the pockets of Elements right now compared to Origin, so they're all basing trying to spend that. Again, it doesn't matter what your gold difference is, if you haven't spent the gold, it doesn't really matter. But they used the pressure to get back into the game. We saw Origin not use a 6,000 gold lead earlier in the game to get an efficient Baron. They may struggle to get an efficient Baron now, which means this game could go on for a while.
If you're an Elements fan, that's probably what you're looking for. Get Victor and Fiora into an even better situation and hope that Spratl can actually use Chrono Shift, because the Zilean, I think the zoning of those double time bombs has been very evident this game, but I've not felt the presence in team fights with that Chrono Shift as much.
No, what it did very well though is once you're moving in, if this doesn't make it into a fight here.
Gigantic crits there from Sven. Oh, that's my word of the day. I'll try and cut back on it. There we go. Culling onto Ica. A defensive package use back from Rawls.
It's a red
the rest
carpet.
of us moving in.
Is this indicating that you want your teammate to walk over this, go home?
Let's take a look. Steve, he gets a good chunk under Soas. Soas does not want this fight. He's flashed over the wall. Steve does not follow the bait. And instead, if he sticks around, there are members of Origin to group around.
Yeah, so the way that Origin wants to close out, ideally, if they are significantly ahead, is push both waves in top and mid, get some vision in between, and set up Fog of War for that Baron. The problem is right now, Steve is pulling ahead of Soas, and in the mid lane, yes, there was some gigantic crits, but if they don't result into a kill, you can't get the waves deep enough for the deep vision. However, Eagle gets chunked.
Wow, Mr. Rawls and Thunderlords, the bomb is not going to be enough. Wow, face of the mountain, and all of the shields come out.
But flash from Mithy. He had to flash to keep Power Reveal alive. Power Reveal had to flash out of the bombs. Right now, Spratl will offer a lot of zone in teamfights. Mr. Rawls gets sped up.
And Sven just sidesteps everything. This time round, the Chrono Shift was on point, and Mr. Rawls comes back to life. Steve is teleported in. He's not put down the challenge yet. The culling almost snipes Mr. Rawls. Summoning heal. No, that wasn't. It was Mikhail's heal. Has been used to keep him up, and now Amazing. Look for the Sonic Wave. It's got an easy target. He's followed it with the Resonating, and Steve fired the riposte. No additional kickback. Gilius wants the tower at the cost of so many summoner spells. Tower number 4 has fallen. Chaos Storm's been dropped. Sven has found Ica, and that's the wave clear down. Elements did everything right. but now it's falling apart. Inhibitor turret has fallen. Gilius starts to recall, and the Origin members will get the first inhibitor of the game.
Unrelenting pressure in the middle here from Origin. No intention to go back at all. Ica oversteps, they lose the wave clear, they may lose their base.
Let's take a look. Origin are setting it up, and they've booted Mr. Rolls away. Steve is down as well. Now with the defensive play from Elements, they have to stay alive. Gilius gets interrupted and knocked up. That's another member down. 20 seconds before Ica's wave clear comes into play. Origin, they're sticking around. The minions are funneling into the base, and they're keeping the siege up for now.
Elements can hold. They need the next minion wave to reduce the resistances of this tower. Spratel's here. Ultimate's available. They need to go in. Buy some time. Get those minions down.
8 seconds for Ica. The knockback from Soaz. Steve has got Chrono Shift. He's buying time. Ica has respawned, and Steve is now dropped. A defensive flash from Spratel. A stun against Rolls. Soaz and Amazing are able to double team him and get the kill. A knock away from Ica. The ghosts are being used. Origin are looking to finish it off, but not before they've killed Ica. The fountain dive from Amazing to simply send a message, and Origin go 2-0.
And what an explosive end to that game. And we see with the induction of the longer death timers what's possible. Somebody does get cut out just a little bit. And again, Elements refusing to yield that first tower, refusing to yield that inhibitor, cost them the Nexus in the long run. Not planning ahead enough. Maybe just give it up, because the risk you take by overextending and going for a trade, as opposed to functioning and focusing purely on wave clear, ends up costing them a lot right there. We talked about it in champs, like how Victor from 2 screens away can at least whittle down the wave. Well, he can, but then make sure you're 2 screens away.
Yep, got to stay 2 screens away from a Lulu-empowered Lucian.
I mean, it ain't easy.
It's a tough task. It is a tough task, and unfortunately today, Ica and Elements weren't up to it. But I think some credit to Elements for punishing Origin on the mistakes they put forward. But for Origin, I still like the aggressive plays. I still like the forward thinking. But unfortunately for them, still very clear mistakes as well.
Yeah. They did some things right, they did something wrong, and then more importantly, they rushed some decisions. So they skipped a couple of steps. And you can do that against weaker teams that don't fight back, but to set up an efficient Baron in this meta, you really want to take the 4 steps where you push in the waves, get the vision in between, push them up again, and then use vision denial. And you really need to whittle down and wait out these blue trinkets. Origin skipped a couple of those steps. Yeah, they had control over Baron, but they didn't have control over the entire jungle, which meant that it was very easy for Elements to walk in, drop a blue trinket, and then stop the Baron. And then suddenly you find yourself chunked to half HP. Luckily for Origin, then after that, Elements didn't retreat quick enough. They could get the control again. But then the throws started happening again, where one guy goes over the wall, even induced some swearing from certain casters that may get fired. Then 2 guys went over the wall, 3 guys went over the wall. Amazing was like, team? Hello? Baron's at 3,000 health, can somebody help me? And then he panic flashes into the wall. Wildgrowth gets used. Soaz is then stuck alone across the wall. He's looking, team, I'm alone here, help me. So everybody wanted some help, but nobody was helping each other.
I'm looking forward to the tweets from the Origin members to describe today's game, because they are very vocal on Twitter. And, you know, yesterday, I think Amazing was saying it didn't even feel like we deserved the win because of the mistakes we made. Today, I feel that's less of a case, and I think the heat of the moment, that aggressive gameplay, got into everybody's head. Hence the reason everyone's going over the wall. And Amazing's like, no, let's be calm and collected and go back in the pit. But anyways, let's hope we find out some of the answers to those questions as Pulse is on stage to take a look at that win.
Thanks, guys. I'm stood with Soaz and Amazing after their win. And first off, Soaz, that early game play set your team up for success. How did that one come about?
The level 1 was kind of risky somehow, but the Mythic called that he could invade the red buff, and we were arguing if they actually finished the red or not. And in the end, he still invaded, and the red was like 150 HP or something like, and he stole it. And then they agreed to try to kill him after he got the red buff, and that's pretty much why we got really far up. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, well, it started really well for you, but over to you, Amazing. The Baron misplay we had there, you did come back into the game after that one, but what happened around that area?
Why do you ask me about that? It wasn't my call, so I cannot go too deep into the thinking process there, but we thought we could fight them while taking the Nash, and too many people went over the Nash pit, so I was kind of stuck there trying to flash over the wall in order to shield, and didn't manage to flash, actually. So that happened. You can watch that. And no, it was just a strategic misplay. We overvalued our damage and thought we could do too much at the same time.
Okay, a team misplay then. But over to you, so as in the top lane, specifically want to talk about Poppy because we're seeing it more in the top lane now. What is making Poppy so good right now?
I think she's really good either in 1v1 or 2 versus 2. In 1v1, you can set up a lot for your jungler. If you're a jungler that can do good ganks on top or have good pathing or stuff like this, you can easily, like, even if you don't stun the target necessarily, you can just like E him and then ultimate and then Q, and it's like your jungle can come in like the next 3 or 4 seconds and then you get a kill. So she's really good at farming as well, good at team fighting. She can zone out when you try to push to it. For example, just starting your R and not necessarily like doing it, just waiting for it until the rally end and then using it. So she's overall a really good champion.
Yeah, and it's looked like it in your play as well. And final question here, amazing. You guys have been very vocal on social media about your performances over the last couple of weeks. So coming into this week, there were some misplays like the Baron misplay. So have you guys made enough progress or is there more to go?
I mean, we have an easier schedule now. To be fair, we should have won the Vitality game. We threw it kind of with our misplays down mid lane. So I'm not quite sure. We have like this high expectation of ourselves where we want to be. Like we have a picture up there, so it kind of like confirms where we want to be. But so it's kind of hard to meet those expectations if you lose to teams that you may not consider as strong as you should be. And this is what happened, happens in scrims at least. Didn't happen on stage because like we lost to teams that were better than us at that point. So I'm not too worried about that. But there's this expectation that we have. We haven't matched it yet. So I'm confident we will match it, but we haven't matched it yet.
Yeah, that's true. But you guys are on the up and up. Congratulations on this win, and thank you for taking the time to talk to me. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk to take a look at the game.
Thank you very much, Pulse. Very insightful interview there from Amazing and Soaz. And we are also tracking the progress of Origin. And the 2 key things that we had an eye on here was, are they proactive? Will they be proactive? And how is their communication and shot calling in those important moments? And I want to go ahead and call up the first replay. It is a tower dive that happened pretty early in the game. How proactive was it, and how well was the execution?
So I like how proactive it is. The only issue is technically for Origin to pull off this dive, they need Power Weevils to roam as well before the dive even starts. And if you just roll the clip, we're going to notice how Mythi's level 5, and that's why it's such a risky dive against so many members from Elements and the CC they have. You can see Power Weevil on your minimap. He's running, but he's not running fast enough. So the dive starts kind of on and off, and Power Weevil's not there with his ulti. He was the guy supposed to save the guy tanking the towers, in this case Mythi. He comes in very late, and that's why it's a 2-for-2 trade, and obviously not that great for Origin, but the call, in my opinion, is the correct one in this situation. Steve has no TP, make that 5 versus 3, move bot lane, take tower, speed up the game. I like that. We just need Power Weevil to move a little bit quicker, so this is like a call for the team, not him specifically.
Yeah, and as you said, just a little bit messy. The fact that Mythi was level 5, he actually got level 6 off the second kill, so he was very, very close. Just a couple of things didn't line up for them in that kind of fight, but I'm happy to see them doing that, especially the way they orchestrated the early part of the laning phase and trying to get Sven ahead, because they know for Origin, that's what the team needs to do. At this point in time, Sven seems to be the primary carry, and everybody else has to funnel at least the rest of the 4 into Sven and make sure he can carry.
It's very funny how that move at level 1 from Mythi, where he steals the red buff, just kind of snowballs into multiple plays the next few minutes, because then suddenly he had a level advantage and red buff, so he could go bot lane and 2v2 with Poppy. Alistar Poppy is a very scary 2v2, because one knock up into the wall and you die against double red buff in the early game. So they could push bot lane, and of course Lucian were pushing top lane against Fiora, so actually there were 2 lanes pushing down, and that also allowed Origin to set up the dive top and not lose anything and kill Steve, or kill Gilius, I think it was on the tower. So it was very fun how one red buff steal snowballed like the next 3-4 minutes into multiple aggressive plays.
And it was especially obvious because on the other side, Spraddle had tried to disrupt the first jungle clear out of Amazing, but he ended up helping them, so nothing could be snowballed there. When the guys talked about it, when asked, they said we were arguing, and then comes, of course, a second moment in the game where the decision-making was not there, the execution was there, or how was it around Baron?
I mean, again, I like the play.
This is the red buff, actually.
Well, no, that's the Baron, but it's Spraddle, who's now a red buff, who goes down, he gets killed, and then Origin will start the Baron. So, like, this is the correct play, in my opinion. You just need to keep Sven at the Baron. Like, it's not about killing Gilius, it's about knocking him away from the Baron itself.
They're basically doing the okey-kokey around this. Like, one goes in, one goes out, one goes in. And at this point, like, Origin, as you said, all they got to do here is take the Baron and deny the attempt at a steal or take the fight. Everybody's kind of shifting positions and takes half of their health off the Baron. And from there, it's like, this seems like, and honestly, we heard Amazing say it, we were trying to do too much.
Yes, exactly.
And that feels like what Origin have been doing in a lot of their games is like, hey, look, we got a little bit of a lead. We're used to being ahead. Let's play like we're fully ahead. And Origin just need to maybe calm it a little bit and just play smart because we know they can do it. They just get a little bit antsy.
They had the game under control.
Yeah.
Until that misplay, basically. And then in the end, they managed to pull it back anyway.
To wrap it up, Elements, I did see a glimmer of hope, I think, whenever the Baron happened. After that, they were conscious of split pushing. They sent Rek'Sai bottom, they sent Fiora top, but it didn't keep it up, and OG managed to engage on them and finish out the game. And in the end, it was too little too late because so much happened in the early game. So how does that bode for them?
I think Element's mid-game is too weak. I think they're making some mistakes where either they get too aggressive and want to take a team fight for absolutely no reason, or they're just too passive, funny enough. Like, we go either or with Elements, and they're just making the wrong decisions in the mid-game, and that's why they fall so far behind.
Something to review for them going into next week. It's time to step away as we gear up for Game 2 between Team Vitality and Giants. Our coverage of the European LCS continues right after this.
You know, they say cheer for Origin, and then there is cheer for Element. Didn't expect that one.
Yeah, same. Mythy can steal. He gets it! Mythy's got the red buff. Now he's under threat. There's a Vital exposed, a flash engage. Soaz has come to help out. First blood secured by Poppy.
Let's walk now. I'm flanking. We go here. We go. Me too, I'm flanking too, by the way. Go on, Victor.
Origin want more than keeping them at bay. They want the fight! Wild Growth has been used to keep Mythy alive, and the boot back is sent into Gilius's face. Full channel on the culling. You can dodge, dip, duck, and dive, but you cannot get away from Sven. Sven has found Ica, and that's the wave clear down. Elements did everything right, but now it's falling apart. And Origin go 2-0.
Welcome back to the EU LCS. Before we head over to our next match, I just want to talk about some strategies we see here in the EU LCS and across the world as well. The strategy I want to talk about today is called split pushing. This is something we see very often. It's in your solo queue games, it's in the professional games, and I want to look at two specific strategies we see very often within split pushing. We have the 1-3-1 and we have the 4-1 setup. Two different split pushes, and we're going to look at both of them today. The first one is from Fnatic versus Origin. This is the 1-3-1 setup, where the goal is for your team to have split pushing pressure in every single lane on the map. So you have top lane with FEPEVEN, mid lane with Reckless, and down the bottom lane, outside of your screen, we will have Gamsu pushing as well on an Olaf. You want to make sure that you always push up your waves, and then you want to move into the enemy jungle and you want to fight over vision. You want to deny the enemy vision, you want to take over yourself and place your own wards so you can safely move between the enemy jungle and threaten to dive the enemy tower. So that is the overall goal when you are split pushing. So let's roll the clip and see how Fnatic is setting up this 1-3-1, because that's really the key thing. Notice how they're pushing the two lanes and Noxzag is waiting for Spooky Ghost and the rest of his team before he safely walks into the jungle of Origin, clear out a few pink wards and starts setting up his own vision. By pushing these lanes here, he gets vision of where Origin is sitting and wave clearing. That is very important to get this information. Look now at Origin. They can't really see anything. They're losing the wards in the jungle. They know there are people in there, but they don't really know what's going to happen. Are they going to dive top? Are they going to dive mid lane? It's all about creating that illusion that you can dive wherever you want to. And now for Fnatic here, it's all about setting up that ward line. You can see coming down here from top side, they're going to place the wards on bottom side, and then you keep every single lane pushed up while you're very safe. And you're basically holding hands and just keep moving further and further towards the enemy base. Now, it's basically just a matter of time before Fnatic can set up a dive because they have enough vision, they have the control in the jungle and on the lanes. They're seeing 3 members from Origin in the mid lane, so they know someone is going to show up top to wave clear and he's going to be the target. So in this case, it is Soa's 3 versus 1. You see the rest of Origin on your map, so it's a safe play by Fnatic here. They get an easy kill, and Origin is now forced to try and run up and defend, and they start splitting up on the map, and it's very easy for Fnatic to go in and take some damage or get some damage on more towers. So basically the 1-3-1 is about splitting up the enemy, make sure your side lane can get the one-on-one duel, and then control the enemy jungle so you can set up tower dives. Now that's the very difficult one to execute. We're going to look at an easier one, which is the 4-1 strategy. And this is the Unicorns of Love versus Splice, where they're executing it very, very well. So we can roll the clip. Because one of the things about 4-1 is that you only play on 2 lanes of champions. The third lane, this is the one you're looking at now by Visichachi here, that's the lane you want to have slow pushing with minions. So he's just going to clear the wave and then he's going to back away. Jumping down to the bottom side of the map, we see the Zed. This is the Unicorns of Love split pusher in the 4-1. He's the 1. The 4 members, those are the guys you see here in the mid lane. Their job is to push in mid lane and then walk into the jungle of Splice on the bottom side of the map and clear away the vision like we saw Fnatic do. Meanwhile, Zed is just going to continue sitting bot lane because nobody can duel him 1v1. And because of that threat, Unicorns of Love will know once someone shows up, they can just go and kill the guy. So we just see slowly the setup, 4-man pushing mid, 1 guy pushing bot lane, minions slow pushing top, and look here at the vision control from Unicorns of Love. There's 1 pink ward left in the jungle, that is going to get cleared out. And then you can see how they have denied vision in the bushes, forcing Splice to take this long route around if they ever want to defend this bot lane tower. Because of that, Splice knows, well, we can't really move there. We have to just sit mid lane and try and defend because we will always be slower, we will always be reactive. And League of Legends is about being proactive. And that is what Unicorns of Love will do here. Notice their setup, ward here, ward in this bush, ward in mid lane here. Everything is spotted by the Unicorns of Love. They can see everything happening. And because you have Tahm Kench, who has such a fantastic ulti to use in this 4-1 setup, as soon as Ryze, down in the bottom here, he shows himself, well, Unicorns have pushed 2 lanes, they have control of the jungle. It's just a matter of time before they set up an easy play and they can go and kill the poor Ryze, who's left alone 3v1 in that bottom lane. It is a very low-risk play because you have 2 winning lanes and vision control, and you can just punish teams so hard. Because if they do not strike against you before you set up the split push, it is too difficult to stop it at this time. So we see 2 different split pushes, 1-3-1 and a 4-1 here by Unicorns of Love. Both are very effective once you start getting ahead in the games, and both teams here executed them really, really well. Now, let's head over to Quickshot and Crepo because we have Vitality and Giants coming up.
Thank you very much to Fishio. Great explanation. We'll have to see which teams can pull off the split push to pick up more wins. Let's take a look at the match on the cards. On the blue side, it is Vitality with Cabochard in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Nukeduck in the mid, Hyun in the AD carry, and Kasing the support. Bouncing back from a loss to H2K yesterday, their opponents will be the Giants, a slightly different opponent that they should be favored to win.
Yeah, definitely Giants looking for some progression here in the top lane. Atom in the jungle, new to the lineup, Betongjokke, of course still Xpepi in the mid lane, formerly Pepinero, Audrey and Godfred in the bot lane. Yeah, things are not looking too great for Giants. Audrey did step up compared to last year. He's still not quite at the top level AD carry mark relatively to his peers, but overall he's playing better. Giants, they're making some moves. Like yesterday, we saw the first instance for me where Giants was actually planning a move. They actually went to defend their blue buff, sent their bot lane from bot to top, surprised their opponent, got the blue buff, got a couple of kills, and that was like, yeah, Giants strategy.
Yeah.
But then that was it.
Yeah.
So they're still in the building phase right now, but the average level required to win games in the LCS consistently is just so damn high right now. That's the problem. And Vitality, they're also in the building phase, but their level where they start is just way, way higher.
Yeah, yesterday, you can take a look at their Vitality team composition. Lulu, MF, Rek'Sai, Morg, Olaf. It did not go particularly well. They had a good start to the game, and then it kind of fell apart.
Yeah, but if you rewatch that last fight, though, if they just had a little bit more damage, they would have killed Selfie's Lissandra, and suddenly, I think the game could have been ended on Vitality side. They could have aced H2K, and the game could have they could have gained like 3 towers and Baron control and done a whole lot of damage. So that interesting early game turned into a pretty much an ARAM in the last 20 minutes. Then suddenly H2K win the fight convincingly, but it was all thanks due to that one moment where Selfie self-ults himself on Lissandra at under 200 HP.
Yeah, managed to get away. So for Vitality, you know, I still feel that draft was not the greatest. They had moments that are good, and the Vitality players are showing up. These are guys that are looking like they are a very real threat to the top of this table. They've already banned away Tamken Shen and Corki. Poppy and Lulu follow from Giants, so no real surprises in the picks and bans thus far.
I did like their draft yesterday. I actually gotta disagree there, actually. I did love it because if it wasn't for the level 1, and I think if they played it just slightly better, they had really, really good, interesting openings in that game. But that's yesterday. We're gonna focus on today. You listen to the bans. Oh, look, Gangplank's open, and they don't pick Bard. Who would have known?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Cabochard is the first person to play AP top Gangplank last year.
Is he not the first person to play Gangplank?
Before all of the changes? Yes, there was Soaz. No, it wasn't Soaz. I will check my notes and get back to you. But for the time being, it was, in fact, Odawamne.
Yeah. Okay.
Yesterday, being played by H2K. Now Cabochard's got it. Actually, H2K said that they expected Vitality to leave GP open because both Nukeduck and Cabochard play the champion. The cost of securing the GP is at Kalista over to Audrey.
Yeah, but the Morgana early lock-in, I completely disagree with. That is not a power pick you need to rush, and there are plenty of strong picks available right now that you could want to take. Even the likes of Alistar are there. I think Morgana has its place as a niche counter pick right now. I don't think she's strong enough as a generic pick. Yes, there are some lane morgs that you can play. You can play top lane Morgana if you really want to go for the push. But if that's a style you're looking for, you may as well play top lane Graves. So I need to see what Giants will do with his morg. Do agree on the Kalista pickup though. Incredibly strong champion overall.
Yeah, we've seen Kalista tearing people apart in the EU LCS. So for Vitality, we're anticipating this Kalista bottom, the Morgana mid maybe support more likely. And for Vitality, they're going to lock in some safe picks. Yeah, that Graves, you can see that in the jungle. We can still see that top. We can still see GP middle if Vitality want to play it that way. But Kasing on his big playmaking Thresh.
Yeah, I like Thresh into Morg slightly more than Alistar because you have at least a range attack to yourself, so you don't really get punished by the double range versus melee matchup. And it becomes a skill matchup, mostly due to the fact that the level 3 hook breaks Black Shield, and then you have a lot of outplay potential. What I like the most about this rotation is just the Graves. Super strong jungle available, forces Giants to pretty much pick up Lee Sin as the only remaining strong jungle, if I'm not miscounting. Remember, Kindred is banned. And for a team that's already struggling, trying to create plays with Lee Sin, he's a little rough.
A little more difficult. Luckily for Xpepi, he has carried games in the past on Ahri. And we've got The lane's locked in, leaving the counter pick top for Atom is what we're anticipating, and we'll reveal where this gangplank will be going shortly.
I mean, Nukeduck. So there's an option. There's two things you can do here. You can go for the GP to Ahri matchup, or you can just put the gangplank top, expect that it gets countered, and try and babysit it with jungler, and just pick LeBlanc mid here. And Nukeduck should be able to beat Xpepi in that matchup. We've seen the Ahri LeBlanc matchup play out several times in the favor of LeBlanc. That is one approach they can take. Just see what they do end up choosing now.
Well, if this cannon gets locked in, we know that's going to be Nukeduck on GP middle.
Yeah.
Cabochard's a big fan of that cannon. Used it on yesterday's game. No, couple games ago, actually.
Yep. We saw it yesterday as well. We saw the potential elements got wrecked.
It was into Fiora, wasn't it, as well?
Yeah, by a 5-man cannon ulti. But right there, no tanks on the side of Vitality, so they can get snowballed on, and Giants have the means to snowball. They have 4 champions that excel at picking people off, dueling them in small skirmishes, 1v1, 2v2, 3v3, with the Kalista ultimate, making your support into an engaged tool. They will have to be careful though, because the amount of damage coming out of Vitality, similar to what H2K did yesterday. Well, you take out 1 damage dealer.
There's 4 more to back them up.
4 more to come up, and then maybe a support. So, yeah, a lot of damage here. Kasing already hovering the exhaust, or Nukeduck hovering the exhaust already. Hopefully, Kasing goes for an ignite, so we see some spectacle in that lane.
What does Atom want to run? Lissandra, we've been seeing her more and more. I quite like the Lissandra pick for the simplicity of following in with her ultimate, but that's going to be Lissandra into Cannon, Ahri into GP, and for Giants, it's all about pick. All they're looking to do is assassinate one person, but the problem is, if you blow everything just to kill one guy, and there's enough AoE from everyone in Vitality, I think you're still hard-pressed to finish a team fight.
At the same time, though, if you split up and you just get some picks, it'll come to the junglers right now, because anytime a jungler shows up in a lane, and the other guy's not there, and you get a numbers advantage, any of these matchup, any of these combinations you create will have enough damage to kill their lane opponent. If Lissandra and Lee Sin show up and Kennen misuses E a little bit, he's dead. But if Graves and Kennen show up and there's one stun on the Lissandra, she just gets blown to smithereens. So much damage, which make things very complicated to play, but we will also get an explosive, fast-paced game in which teams very often lose the sense for the bigger picture. That may play into Giants' hand.
Well, we see if the coaches have led their teams well. Shawns and Lozark shaking hands and stepping off stage. The chance for explosive team fights this game.
Or
with
fights.
Everybody.
Team fights.
Touche. Skirmishes, let's use that word. Be much more accurate. Let's see, who do you guys think is actually going to have the advantage here? Hashtag Vitality win, VIT win, or hashtag GIA win. If you think the Giants will actually pick up their first win of the 2016 season. The odds are stacked against them because they have to prove that they can grow rapidly and learn from some of the mistakes that they've been making through some of the rest of their games.
Yeah, and I wonder if we'll see a lane swap here from Giants, because it is a skill matchup, but given the strength of Hjarn and Kasing as a duo, and the fact that they have this slight advantage in the matchup already.
Dark Binding, Crepo. Who is going to be the target? Godfred is going to look for one, and it's found Cabochard. Their engagement happens. They've caught Baton Yoka. He's already down. First blood to Nukeduck on Gangplank. Now Godfred's trying to run away. There are 5 members of Vitality chasing him. Forced to flash defensively. And that Giants caught out.
That is just sad. I mean, they're face-checking you, and you're walking out of the rush. That is a big mistake from Giants here. Just giving a kill away to Vitality. Can't really say more about that. They only have single target damage, so they really need to isolate one target from Vitality and blow it up. But then you really need to wait for a face check. You need somebody to get close to that brush so you can blow him up and then disengage. Crucial mistake here from level 1 already. Let's see how the lanes pan out. No deep wards on the side of Giants, and no lane wards on the side of Vitality, so it's pure guesswork at this point.
Crap, I've got an interesting stat for you. Godfred just dealt 130 damage that fight. That is a...
I know what's coming.
Yep, you do. Yesterday, Godfred took 28 minutes and 30 seconds to deal a single point of damage to enemy champions, playing Alistair.
Yeah.
That is how badly the game went for Giants and for Godfred. He totaled 268 damage by the end of the game. He's already hit 50% of that before the minute mark.
Silver linings, right?
Silver linings, silver linings.
Godfred moving in onto Nuktuk. Nuktuk has a wave coming, so he can juke into the minion wave, so gets bound.
Doc finding hits, Pepe's going forward. Nuktuk's trying to get away, holding onto that exhaust. It may not matter. Ignite ticks him, but the tower shot!
Oh,
Holy!
No!
Whoa!
Nuktuk's like, okay, that just happened.
Yeah, come on, we need a replay of that.
So I want to, yeah.
I am at a loss for words.
That's okay, I'll take over. Godfred moving to jungle. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. So, all right, Kasing and Hjarnan in top lane right now, so they don't have anybody against him. Let's see this again. So, good roam. They get nuked before he gets to the minions. That's good. Is Godfred running Thunderlords here? Let's see. That's one Thunderlord's proc. I haven't seen the second one. So I think right now, Ignite gets applied. If Pepe doesn't flash, Nuktuk dies. That's how bad it is. If Pepe Nero or X-Pepe does not flash, the second Ignite, which was likely from Godfred, will get that kill. But because he flashes in, gets exhausted, honestly, that clutch exhaust was really solid. Finish the point later, let's look at the masteries. So we had double Thunderlord's procs there, indeed. So that was the maximum damage we could get. Again, that Ignite runs out, he dies. He's gone. But the fact that Pepe jumps in, dies, triggers dangerous game or the level up, suddenly means that Nuktuk survives, and that swings the entire chain of events.
3 minutes in and Gangplank has got 2 kills. There's going to be a tower trade as both teams are pushing respective lanes. And we can see Batong Yoka, he's left the tower to start clearing out the jungle. Shook doing the same up top. Left a ring of wards behind.
And Kabashard is already in place to catch that bounced wave. He's probably just going to push it back though. That's something we've seen in the evolution of lane swaps. Freezing is just not worth it anymore. You may as well push it out a little more, because if Giants choose to freeze the top lane, the map pressure that will be generated on the side of Vitality will just be enough. Need to see this. So they're sending their dual lane top. And Godfred may peel off, because that's the way Giants like to play their lane swaps. Have the 1v1 with Audrey. But if Vitality have done their research, Audrey holding 1v1 with the lane pushing against him will actually make him lose that matchup.
So Hjarnan's moved his way down, and as you've mentioned, Audrey up top. Take a look at all the pink wards in the inventory. Kasing's already placed one just above the red buff area, the bottom quadrant of the map. Let's see how this vision's going to play out, because the map is already open. Teleport for Cabo, teleport for Atom.
So usually in these scenarios, the top laner is slightly under-leveled, 80 carries ahead, but because of the way the early game played out, they're on equal levels. And Cabo has the slight push, so he has control, at least, of the trades, and which means he can freely CS, so he will scale ahead of Atom, who now has to be careful of the dive. Remember, Kabashard still has teleport available. This is why this is considered a risky play by many. And you really need to get your members under the tower quickly enough, because otherwise the teleport comes in.
Well, Shook is going to look for this fight. Atom is still sticking around. He's trying to wave clear, and he's in trouble. The death sentence has found him. The flay will get interrupted by the black shield, but Ignite is ticking down. That was a flash forward for Atom to try find a route, I assume, for the teleports, and it ends up giving another kill to Vitality.
Yeah, Giants a little confused right there. He went up and at him, but he should have backed off. He was safe, I believe. I don't think the Ignite would have killed him. Anyways, Atom drops, teleport comes in. We saw Kabashard waiting in the base for the ideal moment. Kasing connected the hook. I believe Black Shield got applied late. So misplays galore for Giants so far.
And another tower will fall here in favor of Vitality. Nearly 3,000 gold in the lead.
And Kabashard takes it again, man. No one man should take all those towers.
Hey, listen, the rest of the team's got kills. Give him the towers, man. You got Nuktuk on 2, Hjarnan on 1. See what he can do with the gold.
That was another hip-hop reference that Trevor did not get. I love sneaking them in. Anyways, Nuktuk is ahead in the matchup here.
Style of music, I'm afraid.
Not your forte.
Yeah.
Godfred is going for try number 3, 4. Finds the pink ward. Nuktuk's level 6. He has a level advantage right now, so that's the hard part. If you return to a lane that you failed game before, well, yeah, the guy's going to be out-leveling, and he can maybe even 1v2 you, and if then somebody steps in, the game is over. But at this point, Giants can't afford to not take those risks, I feel.
Well, Vitality have got all the cards to play, and Nuktuk's actually used Cannon Barrage.
Yeah.
I have to take a look where that is. I think that was in the top lane on Audrey.
He used it top to make sure that Audrey could no longer freeze, so he forced the wave in there. And Audrey right now, you see, he's on half HP, so he's been freezing the lane. So Giants, not only did they mess up the early game, because with the way they like to play and get back into it, they're playing the map 4v5. Kabashard is level 5. Atom is on a long lane, level 3. Audrey needs to push that lane out, join his team, because he's the only member that can go equal against his opposite member on the other team.
It'll be a long time before he can stand toe-to-toe, though. For Giants.
I mean, what is Atom gonna do? This lane should be frozen. Just pan over.
It looks...
It's not frozen, but it takes a while before those minions push back, and by that time, they will be back up.
Well, Vitality, they came out the gate swinging, and they've used every advantage possible. Award will reveal both Godfred and Batong Yoka, so Cabo can start backing away. He's almost got access to that slicing maelstrom, and that will give him a lot of power in those multi-man fights. But look at Nukeduck. Chains the barrels.
And you can only do that because you're already ahead in the matchup. If this matchup is even in the early game, it becomes a lot harder because a missed barrel will mean a really good counter rate from Pepinero, potentially an all-in. But right now, Nukeduck is so far ahead in this matchup. He gets the early Sheen too, which means more poke on every blast. And Pepe is playing from behind. He has double Doran's Amp Tome. He's playing catch-up. Giants is playing catch-up everywhere. And we talked about it in Champ Select. Explosive matchup. Whoever falls behind will get absolutely slaughtered. Look at Hjarnan slowing down this wave. It's pushing towards Vitality, so it's a freeze.
Look at all the vision in that top quadrant. 1, 2, 3, 4. I can count 7 wards available from the river to the jungle. 8 more. It's just information galore here for Vitality. Death Sentence finds Godfred. He's in trouble. We'll get pulled backwards by Audrey's fake call. Godfred opts to go back in. Atom is teleported forward, and Shook rides the lantern to safety, but it's Godfred's Ignite that picks up the kill.
Yeah, this is why Kalista is such a power pick. Fate's Call. They did not realize that Audrey hit level 6, and Godfred can finally play that super aggro style forward because he knows he has Fate's Call to pull him back. Miscalculation. Shook ends up dropping. No ultimate used. And right now, they need to capitalize. Giants need to use their numbers advantage and dive the top lane.
Let's see if they can. No minions to work with, unfortunately. I'll take a couple of autos and doesn't really care much for Audrey's auto trades.
Shook's gonna face check his own jungle right now, but it could also spell a collapse from Vitality. Let's see how this plays out.
And there might be a gank here onto Nukeduck. He's going to be the target. That's a flash kick. Nukeduck is getting chunked down, and Pepe's going to use Spur Rush to pick up the kill.
What a fantastic play. Nukeduck was holding his flash until the Lee Sin came close enough, and then he wants to flash to change direction, so the kick ends up saving it. So what Batong Yoka does there, he waits for that exact moment, but then he flashes in range himself, surprises Nukeduck, and then the chain CC comes out. So it really can't... You can't overstate how important that flash from Batong Yoka was, because otherwise Nukeduck would have just flashed to safety, used his exhaust on the incoming damage too, and suddenly that play could have turned around. So really smart flash from Batong Yoka.
So more of these glimpses of positive play from Giants, despite being so far down, despite being so far back, they've not given up yet. They find themselves a kill by punishing Shook earlier. Maybe a little bit lucky on their regard as Godfred was in range of Audrey, and a confident tower dive in the middle lane. So Pepe gets the kill. I'm taking a look at his gold. Still about 600 gold behind Nukeduck. Thanks to GP being GP, Cannon Barrage comes down. One more parlay will not be enough, and Pepe manages to walk away.
And this is the second largest gold lead at 10 minutes that we've seen in European LCS this season. The other one was Unicorns against Fnatic. So Vitality, the better team on paper, with an excruciatingly large gold lead already. So things are looking rough. Giants will need more of these plays where they surprise Vitality.
Gold lead will get melted just a little bit here once this tower goes down. Hjarnan wants to try and defend. Make It Rain comes out. That's a very good double up.
That flay is so close because if she actually gets flayed there, she has no more time to proc the E afterwards. So you can actually cancel this under E if you flay on the perfect frame.
Yeah, Glacial Path at max range.
Yeah.
So Atom gets away alive. The tower stands with a sliver of health, down to about 500.
Teleport advantage though for Vitality. Let's not forget, very important. Nukeduck.
Let's look for the charm. It goes wide again. Pepe missed a few. Orb of Deception comes out, and Nukeduck using that movement speed of the boots and the phage just to keep himself alive. Kissing, swing and a miss. They happen.
Goes wide. Atom is catching up in the bottom lane right here, which means pressure on the remaining parts of the map from Vitality onto Giants. Establishing deep vision, something Kissing was really good at. The vision game in general from Kissing has been fantastic. 4-man siege in the mid lane now.
Yeah, the wave clear is there, of course, from Pepe and Orb of Deception. A little bit of a juke from Batong Yoka. Tried to psych out the Vitality roster. Atom's waiting in the wings, so the Claw can come over the wall. And remember, there's no real tough front line here for Vitality.
And
either win through killing you or, well, that's it. That's all they do.
Yeah. All members in the mid lane right here. Different RM scenario though. This time there's plenty of engage on both sides and a lot of damage.
Oh, the AoE is so scary from Vitality here. If you layer everything together.
Yeah, but the pick potential on Giants is not to be underestimated either. One bind into Charm, into the Kalista passive from both autos is enough to take somebody down to like 30% already. At that point, Atom can go in self-ult in the team fight too. Remember, later in the game, Atom can go into the backline and self-ult to buy time into Zonias. That is 5 seconds where you keep the entire enemy team busy, and then you WQ as you come out, and suddenly all those super AoE targets, yeah, they get melted too.
Let's see if Atom can get a chance to do that. Hasn't got his Road of Ages completed yet. 59 CS to the 85 of Cabo. Cabo's actually got around 900 gold more than his opponent, and we've not seen him. But Cabo's just been farming quietly, safely in those side lanes.
Kennen is a ninja after all.
When we do eventually see him, he'll be wailing down with thunder. Almost got that hourglass as well.
Yep, and definitely after 20 minutes, when you get the free home guards, it's actually on curve for Kennen. Whereas like champions like Hecarim and Ram's jungle with teleport, it exists.
I know, I love the scale. Kennen, Hecarim, Rammus jungle with teleport.
I've seen the dark pits of solo queue. Those champions, they want boots 2 and home guards early, so they did get punished by the changes to home guards. But Kennen, he doesn't really care. He wants Zonias finished, and usually, especially in the lane swap, that takes a while. So he's on curve for that 20-minute home guards.
I like that. Golf claps for the tower going down as Giants 2 finally knock over their top outer turret. Yannicka Singh, somewhat unrelenting. They've been sticking around this mid lane, playing wave clear duty while Nuketex are farming. He's got that Trinity Force. So the first of 3 big items for Gangplank.
Yup.
He's just gonna look to...
But it's quick though. 14 minutes Strive Force and boots too. That's gonna be a rough run.
That's a partially fed Gangplank, man.
Partially?
Yeah.
What's your definition of a fed Gangplank?
I don't know.
What have you seen in solo queue?
I feel like 3 kills becomes like really fed.
Yeah.
2 I think is like, oh, I don't want to use okay because that's also not fair.
Decently fed?
Decently,
Nourished?
Yes. Nourished. Nourished is
hitting
a good
his
one.
macros?
He's nourished.
Gangplank is hitting his macros.
Might have to stick with that one. Actually, Nuketex is also very close to getting his first upgrade on that Cannon Barrage as well. 450 odd Serpents.
Hang on, Pepe's getting poked out here.
Good Black Shield this time around.
Flash.
Defensive flash, but Godfrey wants to get lobbed in. He's found Kasing. The box is going to get put down in the Cannon Barrage for disengage. Atom has committed a teleport for this. He's followed the claw in, and Shook is the target. They've got themselves a kill, but here comes a slicing Maelstrom, and there's 4 members of Giants. They're forced to flash away. They've traded support for Jungler, and the death sentence finds Batong Yoka. He's looking for Nuketex. There's another exhaust. It saved Nuketek's life, and Batong's looking for the Sonic Wave. He will not find the shot, and Giants are backing away.
Honestly, good fight from the Giants here. Let's see what Batong Yoka can do at the end. His spatial awareness is actually fantastic. Some of the little decisions that he makes in his fights.
The shield manages to stay alive. He's gone back in, and the lantern. Wow, another kill for Hyun and Vitality.
As I say that, he makes a little bit of a mistake, but I like the way he's playing. He's not afraid to... How do you put this? He forces people to react with his movements. Let's watch this again. So again, no hesitation here. Kasing eats the charm. He has the flash. Good. Instant Morgana ulti. Or Morgana throw in rather. Kasing has the box. Smokescreen is really annoying here for the Giants. That's why they can't catch Kasing. Watch Atom. He goes in. Single target change on Shook. Everybody's going for it. And watch what Yoka does right now. He uses Nuketex as an escape vessel almost, and Cabo Shark's ulti completely whiffs. Yeah. All the flashers are still available, and just keep your eyes on him right now. He's gonna zone Nuketex, gets him low, forces the exhaust, and right here we see this little dance. That's what I like about Lee Sin players, that are confident, that can stick around for a while to look for the outplay, then back off. Eventually he goes back in. He turns around right here because he knows Cabo's coming, so his spatial awareness in these fights is very great. Gets out with a sliver of health right here. And then it's debatable whether he makes the mistake right now. No, he had to go. Otherwise, Tiana would get the hit. So he played that fight pretty much perfect.
So Giants again mechanically showing they're not so far behind, despite being down in gold, despite being put on the back foot to play from behind for so long. And Cabo's first big ultimate, look, it got 4 flashes. You can't understate that. but it didn't find the impact that Vitality were looking for.
Rise
is in trouble. The flare will not matter. Oh, bullet time goes out. Self-cast on the tomb. Atom should still go down, though. Easy kill from Parlay, and you can hear the gold falling. Another tower in favor of Vitality.
Yeah, Atom surprised himself there. Invited a little bit too many members to a surprise party right there. Ended up following. Nobody was close from Giants to follow up. That could have been a good setup if they communicated that bait.
Yeah.
But we don't know whether Giants could have actually made it in time or whether Adam was overplaying there.
And of course, because Giants then respond to that top pressure, they're out of position to defend middle. And Nukeduck and the rest of Vitality pick up their 4th tower. So that gold lead that was 2,000, 3,000 is now 6,000.
Yep.
And Vitality continue to dictate the tempo, despite some good, team fights maybe, or skirmishes from Giants. It's just feeling like it's too little.
We've seen Shards of Brilliance in some of these unique picks, but overall the map play is still going to Vitality. They're in control. Giants sneak a dragon here, that's good. And we now need to see how good their vision control is, because the #1 step to making picks is obviously seeing where the enemies are, because it's really hard to hit blind skill shots. So you prefer to see your enemies, and then you want to deny their vision. You don't want to be seen, because then obviously you will get juked. They're waiting for a pick right here. Let's see if Shook makes the mistake. Clears the camp immediately. They see it.
Godfred, gonna look for this Dark Bunny. He's still only level 6. Well, it's gonna pull in Godfred, and Kassing's in place as well.
Either he's really respecting Shook as like a clutch player, like a forgiven player, where something comes out of the brush and you want to panic backwards, juke into it. Shook probably wasn't even watching his screen right there. The good old blind dodge. That's when you hit the highlight reel and people are like, oh my god, fantastic.
And of course, that's because we're assuming that Godfred was aiming for the juke. Is that the assumption?
I mean, like, how else do you explain that binding? No, it's rough, yeah.
That's what I'm asking you.
Yeah, so I don't think he aimed for juke, I think he missed. I don't think you should ever aim for juke blind on a brush. So
The next question is there a difference? If you aim for juke or you miss and they still miss, is there a difference? That's a debate for another day. Cannon Barrage comes
there's a
down.
big difference.
Okay, and Vitality.
Which is it's great when people ask you afterwards. It's like, yeah, aim for juke. I never miss. This guy is just too bad to eat my skill shots. If he was a better player, he would have gotten hit by that.
I love
I say it every time.
I absolutely love that. If he did what he was meant to do,
yeah, if he was a good player, I would have hit him.
Well, unfortunately, it didn't work out. So red buff does get bored.
Audrey is a good player.
Audrey gets caught out.
Hits him.
Audrey dancing around that red buff.
But look at the pink wards. That's what I like when I watch Vitality. You look away, look back to the inventory, 3 more pink wards. Kassing places crazy amount of pink wards. His teammates are catching up. And they move them.
Yeah.
We were tracking the indicators of death. We'll go into this a little later after this siege plays out here.
Don't know if there's anything Giants can do. They simply, no way, unless they throw themselves at Vitality. Wind up on the death sentence. Pepe jukes this one. Kassing was
not aiming for dodge.
Not aiming for dodge. We'll make this a mini game.
He thought he was in Fog of War. Yeah.
We should make that one of the Twitter questions one day. Was this play?
Yeah, did he aim for dodge or not?
Yeah.
But then you can take it a step further, you know that he knows, that I know,
I hate that. It's one of those, I think it was in Zoolander. You know I knew, you knew I knew. I'm getting a bit confused here. But Vitality, look at this. The map is theirs. Vision, absolutely in control. They're going to siege, set themselves up down on the bottom. Somehow Atom died. Well done. Yep. Now Vitality in a 5v4. They're going for the tower. A 2-man flay, and the death sentence finds Pepe. A double kill for Cabochard. And Vitality are going to look to take this inner turret.
Yeah, all inner turrets down. The last one remaining. 2 members down on the side of Giants. Unrelenting pressure right now here from Vitality. And to touch a little bit back on that pink ward point, Kassing places something like 13, 14 pink wards. Godfred places 6 on average in a game. So more than double the amount of pink wards on the side of Vitality. And we track the cause of death for a lot of these wards. And a lot of them is just Kassing moving them. Let's see what happens here. Cabochard waiting. You always wait until he's about to base, because he's in the shop right now. He's like, do I take the pretty purple one? Do I go for the blue item? No, I'm dead. Okay, why is my swing gray?
Is that how you shop in League of Legends?
Yes.
Ooh,
that's why pretty.
It'll match my shirt and tie today.
Exactly. But no, you always wait for them to be near base, because then people always assume they're safe. Always watch your character until you're in the base.
You saw gigantic smiles on Sean's face as well just before the replay popped up. And you were talking of those pink wards. 13 of them for Kasing. He's currently pulling a James Bond. Right place, right time. He's had good lanterns. He's had good death sentences. And I like seeing Kasing when he's on form.
Yeah.
He really is a great playmaking support.
He understands every aspect of support play. You have certain players that excel at certain aspects. Say like you think about Bunny Fufu. Not necessarily this season, but like last year when he first came onto the scene, he was like the Thresh player.
Yeah.
And he understood every single aim for dodge, predict, that's it. But he was still struggling because he came from Challenger into the shot calling, and he's still kind of struggling. But if you look at Kasing, he's a more well-rounded player. He is very vocal in terms of shot calling. Don't know what happened with TSM. Can't really judge if that was the case where it worked or not, but he definitely leads his team in terms of shot calling component. He can play a multitude of champions. He plays a really good vision game, but he has the mechanics to back it up.
Yeah.
Which is why he's one of the most respected players in the support role in Europe.
Yeah, definitely the case. And right now, Vitality, they got themselves a 1-3-1. They got themselves 10,000 gold in the lead. Cabochard is just going to lightning rush away.
And here we see an extension of the segment that Deficio did. This is a 1-3-1 being put up where you push in the lanes and you reveal the opponents. They have to clear the waves. They are in vision. You can now use the time to do whatever you want. Is that retreating, denying vision, baiting a Baron, killing Godfred if he face checks?
Well,
any of the above.
Godfred, teleport's going to come in from Cabochard, and that slicing Maelstrom slices through Giants.
And there is nothing Giants could have done because they got split pushed in. They could not beat any of the individual matchups. Cabochard was careful enough to not get caught. He disengaged when two members came towards him. At that point, Giants were locked into their base. Vitality had this knowledge. They returned, denied the vision, and then collapsed with leftover wards in the enemy jungle. Right now, they are looking to take Baron.
Well, we'll see if they can. Down to 700, will secure it. Remember, there's no real tank, so they're low. But Atom gets interrupted! Kasing found the death sentence, and Atom could do nothing!
Atom was waiting. He was looking at the pit right there. He wanted to go in, but he did not keep track of the hook. He could have jumped in over it, in theory, in a subpar position. So either way, that hook was great. Either it forces Atom to jump in early, or not at all. And he got chain CC to death.
Vitality are just putting on such a great show. Good hits onto Audrey. He's forced to flash. The spooky ghosts come out and Nukeduck eats an orange, and it's okay. But Giants will be able to get away.
Yep, next orange he eats, it'll be a KO, I think, for Giants. The early game did help, but they're showing some really good individual mechanical plays. Aside from good strategy here, Vitality, and yes, they are besting the lowest placed team in the league, but they're doing it in a manner that is convincing. That does bode well for their progression.
I've had a thought. That whole I knew you knew, I knew you knew.
Yeah.
Death Note did it the worst. Season 2.
Never watched it.
Oh.
Spoilers, by the way. Thank
you. The whole premise is like detectives. No spoilers, but it's about detectives and two like super detectives that pit their minds against one another.
I thought it was about a book.
It is, but there's a whole complexity to it.
Right.
And the premise is he knew you knew or he knew you knew.
I know there's a fight here, Trevor.
I do too! And Atom has rooted all of Vitality! There's no tanks! Giannis flashed away! He's got a triple kill with bullet time! Now Giannis looking for more! That's not gonna be a quadra as Shook finds the kill secure and the double to end it. This will be the base. Giants have been ace, and Vitality are waiting for the Baron empowered minions to push forward. The Nexus will be the next target, and what looked so good for the Giants did not matter because they were so far behind. The Nexus turret goes down, and Vitality, they just put on a fantastic showing to close this game out.
Yeah, it takes them longer to kill those Nexus towers than it does winning that fight with the explosive Misfortune ultimate. The Nexus goes down, Giants lose, Vitality take the game. Hey man, we predicted explosions. I think the last fight indicated very well what can happen if... Imagine if these teams are even and one of those fights breaks loose. Have fun play-by-play casting that one. Just like, explosion, guy dies.
I want to take a look what the goal difference was going into the fight, because coulda, shoulda, woulda, and unfortunately for Giants, they were simply too far behind. 12,000 gold roughly as that fight began, and despite what was a perfect engage from Atom, they just didn't have the damage to follow it up.
But just look at the kill participation on Kasing. 15 assists, 0-0-15 in a game in which Giants died 17 times. So there were only 2 kills in which Kasing was not involved. Nukeduck was involved in 12, the next member there, so Vitality really playing to their team fight strengths. And Giants, they found some picks. They did go with zero hesitation.
Yeah.
Sadly, level 1, they should have hesitated a little more, should have waited. But of course, it's very easy to see with Fog of War advantage and with hindsight. That's why I prefer being here these days.
Exceptional play from Vitality, showing why they are considered one of the best. And, you know, I mentioned this yesterday, how when you look at teams after wins and losses, it's figuring out what was good, what was bad, and then working around it. And for Vitality, this is very clear. They beat a team that is struggling. They did it very convincingly, and they've sent a strong message.
The problem that I have is with Giants, it is also clear. Every single game they play, they have some really fundamental moments where they mess up. But they keep making those mistakes. And every game, it might be slightly different. But right now, they put themselves at such a big disadvantage with certain decisions they make. Either it's a draft, it's a gameplay mistake, and they're lacking the progression. What I did like, though, was Batongyoka. And I think he was a shining bright light for them.
And I think that's a good point to bring up, because these were the first 2 games for Batongyoka with the Giants team. They've had maybe a week, a little bit longer to practice at best. We saw some proactive plays yesterday, the blue buff steal that you were talking about a lot earlier. We saw like a decent engagement from Atom eventually. It was too late and it was too little, I'm afraid. But Giants somehow need to take the very small building blocks that they have demonstrated this weekend and see if they can get a foundation to start beating some of the teams around them at the bottom of the table.
Yep.
We'll see if they can. We're going to head to the analyst desk to take a word. Vitality's man in the mid lane. Yarr, he's a pirate.
Thank you, guys. I'm here with Nukdog coming off his win. First off, Nukdog, talking about that game, it was a very convincing win from you guys. You just kind of broke Giants apart. Tell me just what happened in that game from your perspective.
You hold it or me? Yeah. All right. So, so we just got good level 1, and then I think we had a better swap, and then we were pretty ahead on our top laner. I was a bit ahead, and yeah, we just rotated and took turrets. Pretty straightforward.
Pretty straightforward win, but Gangplank coming into the mid lane as well. We've only seen 2 Gangplanks so far. How is it like practicing and preparing for a champion when you may think it's going to be banned out every week?
I was playing a lot of Gangplank. Like, between worlds, he got a nerf, right? So he wasn't banned at all in solo queue during that time, so I played him like all the time. So I actually had a good amount of practice with him before he started getting perma-banned again, which like during the season. So practicing him was fine, yeah.
Okay, well, that makes a lot of sense. Your mechanics are very strong on stage. Final question here. You're going to go up against Unicorns and G2 in the next 2 weeks, both 4-1 currently. What are you thinking about those matchups and those teams as you go to face them?
I think they're both pretty good. I think G2 won a lot of games, but I think they play pretty much the same way every game. And same for Unicorns. So if we can exploit that, I think we should be able to win.
Okay, predictability there. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to me, and congratulations on the win. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to take a look at the game.
Thank you so much. That microphone, it's not easy, I know by experience.
You know what else isn't easy? Apparently watching post-game interviews. It was said yesterday by Vander, Nukdog plays Gangplank. We saw Cabo play Gangplank. Why was it left open? Why?
Because Giants tend to have very strange pick and ban phases where you also first rotation Morgana. Anyhow, I want to jump straight into a replay where I actually think Giants lose the game at basically like we're talking 5 minutes into the game. So this is the lane swap we see happen, and we can just start rolling it, because what's very important to notice is how Capushot, he decides that because in the bottom lane, normally AD carry and support will recall once they take tower, he wants to fast push the wave in just to optimize his own farm. So we can just speed it up. Once this happens, Giants need to send Adam top, not Adri. You need your weakest member with teleport to get the wave towards him, because what happens now is because Adam is bot lane with TP, Vitality can set up a play where Capushot can teleport in and join, and meanwhile Adri is sitting top lane with no global at all. So Adam is left alone to die. He doesn't get extra farm either. Once Capushot pushes the wave, you just put your AD carry and you just tell him you just run bot lane. I know it sucks for him, but he runs all the way bot. You top lane and recalls, he goes up there and he freezes the wave and he catches it, because the enemy team cannot then dive bot lane because you have your jungler, AD carry and support, and teleport to stop it. Giants again make a mistake in lane swaps, and from here just completely snowballed.
So this is a recurring theme all the time when we talk about the mistakes or the good things that teams do in lane swaps, but what, in your opinion, is it easy to fix things like this, and what factors come into play? Because we always sit and point it out, but it must be something incredibly hard to keep that under control as these teams keep making those week after week after week.
I mean, it feels like the kind of thing that you just watch any VOD from any region and look, this is how they're doing the lane swap, this is what is working well. Like, just take a little bit less time on in-game and just watch VODs and just break it down piece by piece, time and time again. Pause it, rewind, pause it, just discuss everything.
Because so often the lane swap are the same and the same and the same. Like you see the trends every single time. To me, it feels like either Giants are not going back and rewatching their mistakes and just kind of saying, oh, we lost, you know what about next game? Or the problem is that they know this outside of the game, but once you sit in-game and it's very difficult to make the calls, nobody's then good enough to make that shot call saying like, oh, wait, swap it around now because they just pushed, we need to do this. And then it goes wrong every single time. So it's either an in-game problem where the shot calling is not, good enough, or it's because you kind of ignore the mistakes and just be like, next game, I'm not too sure.
Very interesting topic that we can talk a little bit more about with Mithy, actually, as he'll be joining us later on the desk as well. And up next on the LCS stage is our game of the week between the Unicorns of Love and G2 Esports. Before we go, a reminder that the European Challenger Series is back in full swing, and Week 2 begins on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Central European Time, 9 a.m. Pacific, with Huma versus SK Gaming. 6 games, Stress.
Some pretty sweet games in here, and I think one to watch is the Millennium versus Mao's series. You've seen a bit of Joko here on the LCS with the Unicorns of Love, but here's a taste of what the rest of his team can do. Masterwork, the support, had a standout game this week with his plays, Massive Thresh Express. But, we've got to take a break here for the LCS. We'll be back in just a minute.
When you go close to a wall, you try to flash over it.
What?
Stop.
Stop what? I think, when they say stuff like this is the times when you start to think
I was a little bit rushed.
they are below you,
I can't wait to get a new jungler.
Pepe's going forward. Nukeduck's trying to get away, holding onto that exhaust. It may not matter. Ignite ticks him, but the tower shot!
That was fine.
Holy!
Are we 3?
Graves.
Nice.
Give me.
Do you want to be here
Ari
then?
ulti. She has no ulti left. Ari no ulti left.
Help him here.
There, and then
Coming.
Do it slow. Go only. Help him.
And Atom has rooted all of Vitality! There's no tags! Giannis flashed away! He's got a triple kill with bullet time!
The Nexus goes down. Giants lose. Vitality take the game.
Kiki seems to do really well on top lane. I was like, oh my god, he's actually doing well. He's almost as good as Chuchi. It didn't fit to me. He was playing jungler in our team, and I didn't even know that he can play top lane, and he's a really good player, so he can adapt to any role, I guess, and learn fast.
Welcome back. Before we get to our game of the week here in Europe, we wanted to highlight a Down Under duel taking place next Tuesday at 8 a.m. Central European Time between the Oceanic Premier League's Legacy and Allianz. For those of you tuning in from NA, that is Monday night, so mark your calendars. And as we turn towards the matchup at hand between the UOL and G2 Esports, I'd like to welcome Origin's Mithy to the analyst desk, probably in high spirits. Nice 2-0 on the week.
Thanks.
Yeah, and good play as well. We'll have a lot of time to talk about Origin as a team later. For now, though, we have to dial in on our game of the week here, G2 over UOL. And the question here for me on my mind is G2 is now at the top of the tables. We had certain expectations for them coming into this one. But Mithy, do you feel like they have the elements in their team and in their play to remain there?
Yeah, I do. I didn't expect them to be first, and not the way they have just dominated, but I definitely, after playing against them in scrims and so on, I think they can stay at the top. It's mostly just about how they keep adapting and if they can like keep getting their teamwork flowing like it is right now, because I think they're really good.
I like the fact we're seeing new things as well coming in from G2, except for maybe the pick and ban phase last week with Udyr and Zed and so on. That was pretty terrible. But the one yesterday, finally a team is playing Corki mid in Europe. I mean, it's such a good pick if you're an aggressive early game team and you know that you want to try and snowball the mid game. Perkz had a fantastic game on it. And honestly, once you get ahead with Corki mid, you can just start really so quickly start moving around the map and poking down, sieging down towers, and they did it perfectly. I mean, Fnatic didn't know what hit them.
You actually just played against the Corki mid as well with your team. What are kind of the dangers when it doesn't get rolling?
I think Corki mid is just broken. I mean, my team isn't like 100% on the same page as I am, but I personally think this champ is really good because you have to keep in mind that it's not like before. He has like nearly like 75% or more magic damage, so he's actually can possibly be a mid laner. And then he also has the fact that like he does a lot of damage, has a 1 item power spike, and has poke. Like level 11, you get level 11 really fast when you're in mid lane, and you can afford to go hybrid pen runes, for example. So you actually do a lot of damage, and then add the package on top of that. I think it's a complete package. Yeah.
Add in Thunderlord. Add in the fact that death time is in the mid game is longer, so a champion like Corki, who is so strong with his overall damage, if he takes down just one target, you can really use it. Add in the fact you get more gold from taking towers. I mean, everything about Corki mid is very good right now, as long as you don't fall behind in lane. But he's so safe as well in the laning phase because you can just Valk away from almost every single gank.
I think he's probably one of the safest mid laners right now.
I like you, Mythy. I like you.
Yeah, thanks.
We'll see if it comes out in this pick and ban phase when we talk about mid laners and pressure and getting lanes rolling. That's something that happened very well for the side of the Unicorns of Love with Diamond, and actually also with Joko yesterday with that substitute. What's your impression of them overall? It almost seems like Diamond wasn't there, but they kept the same game plan and it's working for them.
Well, I actually have no idea who this Joko guy is. I really don't know, but what I have noticed from Unicorns of Love, and something that I also didn't expect, is their bot lane Steelback and Hylissang. I think their Steelback has impressed me a lot this year, and not only that, but adding a Kalista ult to a godlike Thresh player like Hylissang just does wonders.
So Steelback last year, you obviously played against him, I assume in scrims back in spring. What do you think has really changed for him? Like, what has he gotten a lot better at now compared to last year?
Well, a lot of European supports, up and coming, are very, very talented mechanically. See Kazing, see Hylissang, for example. The main thing with these players is the fact that they need experience, because the support role is a lot about knowing where to be, what to do, and just like how to like just make that key play that just changes the game and not get caught. And I think that with time, these things just come easier to everyone. So Hylissang is just had experience, you know, and experience makes you better. I think that's basically what's happened with him.
We'll see in this game, Hylissang is up against another up-and-comer who has been impressing us, Hybrid, so that'll be a very interesting matchup to track. The teams are locked in, so let's take it away, gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Shocks. I'm Devin Power Tennis Young, and I'm hopping on the cast desk with James Trust O'Leary. And because this game is too big for two casters, we still got Crepo, of course. But let's take a look at this highlight matchup here in Europe. We have the Unicorns of Love sitting up on the blue side. That means we've got Chachi in the top lane, Joko in for Diamond Prox in the jungle. That is Fox in the mid lane, Steelback the AD carry, the support Hillsang, and Coach Sheepy.
And meanwhile, their opponents, it is G2 Esports on the red side with Kikis in the top lane, Trick in the jungle, Perks that mid laner with Emperor in AD carry, Hybrid alongside him in support, and Youngbug rounding it out as the coach.
I like their jackets. That's my contribution.
It's a good start.
Yeah. No, I'm a big fan of the G2 jackets.
We're off to a good one today.
Hopefully, they can take it home. G2, so far, they've impressed, they've surprised. If you look back at what they were building once they qualified into LCS, barely made it in against SK, then dropped off the grid, didn't hear from them, and suddenly they bring in Trick and Emperor, and there were some question marks, but boy, these guys have delivered.
Well, that was always going to be the question, right? Is how is that communication? How can these players live up on more than just a mechanical level? And seemingly, G2 have managed to bridge that and put these players seamlessly into their roster.
All right, now we set up for picks and bans. Starting off on the board, much of what we expect. The Lissandra's off the table, the GP as well, and that's a Zed ban there. Fox won't be getting it himself this time.
Yeah, because Fox is likely so used to playing Zed, he played a majority on the red side. Probably doesn't feel comfortable blind picking against a mid laner of Perks' caliber, and probably knows how explosive that Zed can be if he is picked on the fifth pick. So he's actually respecting Zed as a champion, not wanting to give it to Perks, even though it's one of his most played.
Yeah, I like the rest of the bans to round it out as well. Tahm Kench, still one of the big picks. Don't want Kikis to get that. He played 2 games on Tahm Kench and really put his authority on the game, making plays with G2. Ryze to round it out as well. Chachi played a whole lot of Ryze last split, so no reason to let him have that either on this one.
Yeah, Kalista's taken off the board for Steelback. That's good because Steelback Hillsang did very well with that lane. We could see just a generic power pick coming out here on the first pick for Unicorns of Love. Lulu is open, and then I wonder what they're going to do on the side of G2 support-wise. I feel like we could see an early Alistar picked up because Thresh doesn't... Hybrid's a good player, but I feel he serves more of a disengaged CC quasi-tank role on the side of G2.
Definitely. We saw his Braum yesterday. The one thing I'm looking at now is this is one of the games we've got with Elise available ever since the bans, and no jungle priority just yet for G2. They've locked in the Corki and the Lucian. No having to guess around where that Corki is going. That's Corki mid lane with that Lucian going to the
Yeah, I like it. This is a really smart job because they ban out the best AD carry, then they take the best AD carry mid laner, and then they take whatever's left of the best AD carry that gets enabled by Lulu too. So who are you now going to pick on the side of Unicorns to get enabled by that Lulu pick? You almost have to go for Misfortune, maybe Caitlyn, if you want to go back to traditional Unicorns of Love style of Jinx, but they're putting pressure with the early rotation in the pick and bans, and I think that's good from G2.
The other option would be the Ezreal that was hovered over very briefly, although that does now require extra time in the game if they do opt for it. They can just wait for their AD carry and maybe look to pick up a couple more of those stronger picks that they're looking for at this point.
Yeah, Ezreal definitely not as successful for Steelback on the Unicorns this split so far, so definitely he'll have to reach deeper in his champion pool to find out what he wants to play. However, wanted to worry about it on that rotation as they lock in the Fiora and the Alistar, so we get a better idea of where that Lulu is headed. Should be in Fox's hands.
Yeah, I don't think they'll go for the Ezreal because enabling a poke kite AD carry with a Lulu, it feels like a little bit against the strategy if that's all you do. If you get a Fiora in there though, then you can go for the Ezreal later on because then at least you can send the Fiora forward. Worst case, late game if Ezreal gets fed, he's untouchable. We've seen that over in LCK though, if you get to the late game. But against this composition that G2 is drafting and how they've been playing with explosive mid games, it may be a little too risky on the side of Unicorns.
I do have the Fiora pickup here. Chachi, if he can get going, can present enough of a threat here up in the top lane against Kikis. Kikis played the Fiora yesterday. It was a little bit rough. We haven't seen him playing up against somebody that is looking to get ahead and snowball a game. So that top lane matchup has been the big question for G2. And now this one with Chachi on Fiora could be a difficult one.
Yeah, but we see what G2 is already planning right here. They are building the ultimate siege composition. Corki, Lucian, they poke with Culling, they poke with Rockets, they poke with Spears from Nidalee, they get attack speed steroids, then they take down a tower. If at any position you're trying to wave clear, Poppy Ultimate will knock you back 3 screens and then you just take down the tower. They're likely looking for the finish on the Braum. G2 is so confident in their poke composition that they don't leave their last pick for a counter pick. Everybody knows already that this is likely going to be the Braum for disengage because they already hovered it and they did a similar thing yesterday. But they're so confident in their strength here, and now Unicorns of Love are scraping to get as much wave clear as they can.
Well, I'm expecting them to go jungle Rek'Sai here. That's pretty much what Joko is completely standard on. He played it in Challenger a lot. It provides secondary engage alongside the Alistar here. And if they have the Ezreal getting into the game with the slow, that might present an opportunity to create a flank play with the Rek'Sai or the Alistar. It is a difficult one and will rely on good vision control around this heavy poke composition from G2.
Yep, and that Ezreal is also locked in for Steelback, so he's fallen back into a comfortable position, but as the same is true for Joko, they weren't really going to contest that Rek'Sai, and we expect that to go very tanky. And the last lock-in, of course, the Braum.
Just as we expected, Braum insta-lock, no hesitation. So G2, well, while Unicorns preemptively ban out Zed because they fear the potential counter pick on the last pick for red side, Gamers 2 or G2, they just lock in the Braum as a support. Yeah, maybe a counter pick because Alistar was locked in early, but they don't use the counter pick advantage at all. They just go for a full-out poke siege composition with a big spike in the mid game. And honestly, the Unicorns will need to find some creative openings because otherwise they will struggle in the mid game. If this game goes even, they will just lose all their towers eventually because I don't think they have the power and the wave clear strength to hold their towers alive.
Yeah, they can't just sit there and just try and wave clear. This isn't quite the same as the Victors we've seen where you just stay in mid lane and hold it for all time. This time they have to make things work. If they fall behind, this is going to be a tough one to get back into for the Unicorns.
It absolutely will, as the coaches shake hands walking off the stage. But with all of that, the comps are locked, everybody. The Rift is ready, and it is time for UOL and G2 to face off head-to-head.
Steelback's caught up, but Baron's been secured. Gumsu's almost soloed. Steelback's starting to stay alive.
They do play really good on stage.
Another triple kill for Steelback.
In every team, almost, we have one unicorn, which we want really to beat him and show him that we're the better team.
The magic is still real.
If we prepare enough, we can win against anyone.
I just want them to win, but of course not against us.
All right, everybody, as the hush settles in, don't forget to tell us who you think is going to take this game away. At LL Esports is the place. Hashtag UOL win and hashtag G2 win, as these two teams are looking to claim the top spot here in Europe. Onto the Rift, starting now.
As we can see, G2 grouping themselves up, getting that top side vision. This is a bit of a departure from what we have seen from other teams, looking for just kind of spreading out to try and get the early wards to spot the lane swap in the top side of River. They've not left them yet, and getting real deep wards now into the Unicorns side. So really wanting to spot out what the early game play is.
Yeah. I wish the Unicorns did the same approach as they took against Fnatic, where they hit their bot lane early, deep in the lane, because G2 likely just won the lane swap, not for the particular matchups. Poppy into Fiora, skill matchup with jungle influence. Bot lane, both of these matchups are fine farming. But if you go to the bigger picture, a lane swap means longer lanes, accelerated game, towers already down. If side lane turrets are down, it is way easier to force a rotation into the mid lane and get that final tier 1 tower down. So I believe that G2 is looking for the lane swap here.
And we've seen how much trouble teams have had trying to get that tier 1 tower with the Corki there. He has so much lane presence and the ability to just clear out everything that's pushed into him very quickly. So it's going to be a tough one here if G2 can manage to hold that turret.
Interesting decision though. They didn't spot any enemies and they path back into their Gromp blind. That is incredibly risky from G2 overall. Yes, they have control over one side of the map, but then they relinquish that and just face check into their jungle. They don't get punished though. Unicorns not taking a camp on their own. Experience advantage on the bot lane. It does look like we do get a 2-2.
We do get those standard lanes, and as you mentioned, G2 were not punished for the risky decision-making. Steelback and Hillsang were a little more interested in starting the farm up, and Hilly's going to go ahead and try to push Hybrid and Emperor away.
Yeah, he's starting W, and man, this is the trading potential now of Lucian and Braum.
Already low.
I mean, at this point, remember, they're going to level up. If they got all experience to level up after 2 range creep, maybe they missed the melee. But good chance that Emperor levels up right here. No, he did miss 1 melee creep, so he needs 1 more. But at that point, look here, level 2. And Steelback and Hillsang right now, they need those 3 melee creeps. 2 more. They're getting poked out and zoned.
That exhaust already. Look at the top lane, though. Chachi is taking a lot of damage from Kikis. The big hammer coming in handy.
Well, this is something similar we've seen in this matchup. Kikis, once he's got the buckler available early on, he's able to take a little bit more control of these trades just from having that shield. But Chachi did have to burn that teleport to get up to this top lane to make sure he was keeping up with Kikis when it comes to experience.
Yeah, and due to the way the level 1 played out, as we see Hillsong frantically trying to knock people around with W level 1, due to the way the level 1 played out, Fiora actually started double jungle on the bot side of the map because they expected the forced lane swap by G2. Therefore, Fiora had to teleport into the top lane. Kikis was already in that lane, reaps the benefits, gets the push, gets the trading, and now has teleport advantage available too. So winning top lane, winning bot lane, and the strongest mid-game spike mid laner in Corki in the mid lane for G2, off to a good start.
I'm wondering where this now snowballs into, or at least trickles down. If Joko can manage to sustain himself up and look to maybe go top lane, there is, however, a ward from Poppy. There was an opening where Nidalee bot side, where Rek'Sai could have looked to come top. Kikis recognizes that and has warded it out, so he shouldn't die in this situation.
Take a look at Joko starting off quite easily early enough. Always goes that very tanky Rek'Sai. We don't expect him to necessarily be having a lot of damage, but they don't need it since they've got a lot of artificial tankiness on the side of Unicorns as well.
Yeah, Joko, if he does go for the top lane gank, he relies on closing the gap and then going for the knockup. But obviously, Kikis has steadfast presence available,
is true.
which cancels the tunnel entirely. So we'll need to see how that plays out.
I think in that situation, especially this early on, that is one of the things that obviously Poppy has to her credit. The later this laning phase goes on, Chachi's Q is actually on a fairly low cooldown, so is one that you can continue to jump back in, but I feel like that matchup is a tough one for Poppy, but bottom lane.
Miscommunication. Hybrid is peeling aggressively with shield after Emperor is already backed out of the trade after using his gap closer aggressively. So they're not in sync right there, so we didn't see a hop from Hybrid on Emperor. Trading out of sync.
And this is something we saw week 1 with Hybrid and Emperor, where Hybrid was basically flash exhaust going in on Braum, and then Emperor was just farming off at the side. There was that miscommunication and potentially that language barrier, but seemingly G2 have crossed that bridge and seems to be an okay situation for the most of the game, but that was another example where it just starts creeping in.
You never know when that is going to be the tipping point. Let's take a look at the top lane matchup since Chachi and Kikis have been trading a lot back and forth. Kikis showed yesterday that he could play something that is not a tank, even if that Fiora was mostly used for the split push and farming down bottom side. He's definitely holding his own against Chachi this time around.
He did show some weakness in that matchup, got solo killed by the Malphite, played the rest of the game well, but in the laning phase, has to work out a little bit on that solo laning. This time though, he did get a good start. But despite good starts in both top lane and bot lane, the CS has pretty much evened out in both scenarios. Obviously, Ezreal is a good champion to play from behind, can safely farm. Hillsong with some points in heal can definitely keep his AD carry alive. So far, not a big advantage from G2. But again, we're waiting for that mid game where they will group on these towers, initiate the group siege plays.
And that's where safely farming for an Ezreal doesn't really count for too much, because he can't wave clear as well as a lot of other AD carries, but it's top lane that the action could come out. Joko is looking for that tunnel in on Rek'Sai. You said it already. Steadfast presence is there to deter this gank if he looks to go in. He could flash unburrow and maybe spot Kikis before this actually goes. Here he goes.
There's the riposte.
That was
a little hammer shock though.
So what Chachi is trying to do there is force Kikis into making him believe that he's winning the trade and use Steadfast Presence offensively, but there's no synergy yet between Joko and his top laner Vizichachi there, because you want to wait for Steadfast Presence to be out and then engage with the Rek'Sai, but a little bit of panic there.
Yeah, that was really awkwardly timed. The Steadfast Presence was already there, and then he burrows in. It's like, that's just kind of unfortunate at that point. And Kikis gets himself a pink ward from it as well. But Joko, not to be deterred, has gone straight into the enemy jungle. They know that Nidalee was on the bottom side, so he's just looking to take as much as he can from being top side and try and slow down Trick.
They will certainly need all the help he can get. G2 have managed to secure themselves 500 gold in the leads, mostly off of that farm differential, but all the little things help as Hybrid and Emperor will back and go ahead and pick up their first items. Already had forced Steel back and Hilly to do the same. Back to the mid lane though. Perks on this Corki once again. He had a very solid performance yesterday on this champion. Obviously, you don't pick Lulu to really pressure that mid lane, but all the same, I feel like UOL are going to need to keep that in the back of their heads this game.
Now, Perks on Corki yesterday was fantastic. And multiple times did he simply show dominance over Spirit, and he used the new Corki package very aggressively.
And honestly, that's kind of down Perks' alley, these poke champions. Last year, he played a whole lot of Jace, Vizichachi, and Kikis. Or Vizichachi and Kikis, yeah, in top lane.
Yep, Chachi is barely able to escape from that one. It really looked dire for a minute when Kikis was able to spend the ult.
Yeah, and the way we saw that engage take place there is you E forward, instant ulti for the knockup, to then gain distance. That's the way Poppies really want to play. And incorporate that just suspension to really get advantage in the lane. But then later on, it takes another dimension. When you're sieging, you can actually go for the full channel. You force people to walk backwards. Either they get hit by the Poppy ulti, or they stand out of range. Regardless, you have zone for turrets. And if not, he's already winning the matchup there in the top lane. So Kiki's good performance right now. But behind Emperor and Hybrid is
teleport,
Joko.
pair of teleports. This is about to get messy. In comes... Looks like it's Kikis, but he's going to find Joko. That wild growth is forced. Hybrid too low. Do we not have a first blood yet? No, we don't. Hilly is tanking it up. There's the true shot barrage, and steal back to Kirsten onto Hybrid. Emperor's going to answer back. Kikis so low, but he gets the pick on Joko, and now it's just Emperor trying to 1v2, but he stepped too far forward, and a little help from Pix, and a flash will mean another kill. This one for Fox.
But this is a 3v4 from G2, and when their strategy relies entirely around taking macro decisions and getting towers down, G2 opt in for a 3v4 when they could have disengaged. Yes, we had some fantastic outplays there, but in the end, they still trade unevenly, whereas if they backed off, they should have just taken mid lane tower for free.
Yeah.
So we see a little bit of that greed coming out.
That engage as well, when you look at it, Hylissang held onto his flash for so long. There could have been a potential flash earlier in on this fight.
So what? Just basic logistics. You're 2v2 right now, the jungler comes in, you're 3v2, you see the teleport, and yours comes in. You're 4 versus 3. At this point, when you get the kill on Joko, imagine if they just back out right here. Look in the mid lane. Perks has complete control over that mid lane. You can even send you a jungler top to hold, but just bad logistics management and Emperor believing in the outplay. But in the end, you go 3 for 2 on that play, and that is, in my opinion, still a misplay. Good execution of the 4v3, but it's the wrong play to take.
And I actually think that Kikis could have easily cancelled his teleport as well, because the teleport is enough to make Unicorns start backing away, because you have to respect whoever's turning up. Yes, they knew they still had the numbers advantage because of their own teleport, but for G2, that was never a fight they were going to take if it's 3v4.
It only works if you tell your team in time, though. Otherwise, they believe that you're coming in. And so Perks here looking for another package.
Big jump on over. He finds Fox, who will hit him with the Phos Bomb, but not enough to take more than a bite out of his health bar. And he gets the Valk right back on up. So another solid move, but this time Fox was able to dodge away from most of the damage.
Man, you get so antsy when you've got the package.
Oh!
Man, Steelback.
I forgot about Italy. Trick gets knocked back and away, but Steelback is way too low to handle this one.
This is the way G2 wants to play. Initial spear, one skill shot connects, and then you zone them off. Meanwhile, in the top lane,
there's a grand
Kiki
challenge.
straight against Chachi.
Looking for those vitals. Kikis a little bit lower as Chachi moves in around, lunges, gets the healing belt up. Kikis doesn't have his ultimate available, already spent it, and Joko's around the side. He knocks them back in, but they won't have enough damage to 1v2 this. Kikis is in a whole lot of trouble, and he will finally fall to Chachi.
He was just taking time, though, at that point, and it allows G2 to take bot tower, now get an engaged mid,
Big
and
rocket!
they get the kill.
There's Perk's first kill of the game. This is going to be a dragon over to G2 as well. They start to move on forward at the cost of Kikis' life.
Yeah, so G2 is playing composition where they can win the game essentially without taking any kills. What they want to do is exactly that, poke and then disincentivize people from actually defending their turrets. Make them give it up for free. That's the way they want to play, and you see what they're doing. One spear from Trick. This siege right here, Hylissang can't commit because one guy, Fox is in the grave right now because of the outplay from Perks, but overall, exactly what we were thinking about in Champ Select is happening. Tower lead, 3-0 for G2.
And so much of it is because of that teleport down to the bottom lane from Fox. Yes, it got the Unicorns of Love the couple of kills in that fight, but look at the vision control bot side that G2 have established just from having that mid tower down and now the bot tower. It allowed them to take mid, put the vision, get bottom tower, and now set up picks around the bottom jungle. And that's only what G2 want to do. There's no reason for them to get dragged into more fights by UOL unless they hit those spears and already have them half health.
Exactly, but the goal difference is not the worth of those 3-kill towers, though. That is something we have to keep in mind, which means Unicorns of Love are playing a more efficient farm and skirmish game. And eventually, if the map slows down and the game itself slows down, the map generally doesn't slow or speed up, it's a map, but...
Oh, Trick. He was wishing things slowed down for just a second. True shotted, but Joko Gets the kill on him.
So if things like these keep happening, where random little pickoffs get the Unicorns back in the game, they will eventually take those towers back and use that gold lead that they got from the pickoffs, and then G2 is in trouble.
Well, this is Unicorns reacting to what G2 are attempting to do next. They're saying, okay, well, our outer top tower is the only thing you can take realistically, so we're going to move everybody topside, take the Rift Herald, put the Vision out, and then pick somebody off as the first members of G2 are coming up to the top side. That's what they've done, and if they can continue to do it, they should be able to hold on for a little bit longer and get these skirmishes. Problem is, it's only Steel back up here, and he doesn't realistically have the wave clear to do this alone, so he has to back away.
Yeah, he doesn't want to give up on that Rift Herald buff that he was able to secure. They will have a little extra. Joko is sending out the Void Rush, but he's only able to come halfway up the river. Hopefully that scares G2 off. With the help of Hilly, it looks like it does, but still, a lot of vision, a lot of focus for G2 on this top side, as it is the obvious thing for them to take. And the top laners have been relegated to the bottom, but Joko, meanwhile, he's coming around for a sneaky side mission. Emperor and Hybrid might be caught here. Spooky Ghost, he's got the knockup. In goes the Wild Growth. Triple knockups on that, and Fox gets Emperor. Hybrid exhausted, flashes the wall, but Shachi is hot on his tail. The Grand Challenge is out. The True Shot comes in. Hybrid's health is no more, and Shachi gets a kill.
Joko is unfazed playing on this stage. He ults to the top side, goes into the Rift Herald pit, tunnels to where he knows he's clear on a ward, and sets up for a flash unburrow on 2 players from Gamers 2. Very impressive out of his Rek'Sai, and we said that's what he's comfortable playing, and it doesn't look like the stage is doing anything to him.
Yeah, the more impressive part is that he altered the pathing. So he showed up at a direction, as we see Kikis here knock Shachi into the wall.
Too much terrain.
Still down.
Shachi shut down. That's courtesy of Kikis and a little help.
So this is the reaction play from G2 on that play from Unicorns. They're overreaching here in the top though. Emperor has the backup from Hybrid. They should be fine. They may be able to outplay this. No mana on Steelback.
Yeah, Joko still has a pretty hefty health bar, but Steelback is tanking all the tower shots. Has to burn Summoner Heal to get away. Now Hilly is the target. Hybrid and Emperor have chased him off.
So this play in its entirety spans 2.5 minutes. It starts with the play in the top lane where Joko alters the pathing, forces them to go back into top lane, trying to escape. Teleport from Shachi comes in, they pick it up. G2 react, albeit a little slowly, with a rotation towards the bot lane, and they just siege. They take down another turret. That is their preferential style of play. They need to translate this later on into vision control and Baron baits, but they're about to hit their mid-game power spike. Remember, they're not even at full strength yet.
No, they're definitely not at that high power level, but Perkz has definitely started getting going, and in the last few minutes he picked up that Trinity Force. Hilly's all alone to defend this top tower, and Emperor should have no problem taking out, but Shachi comes out of the blue. Nonetheless, one more shot will do it. They get themselves tower number 5. G2, some more gold in their pockets, and they're sticking around the top side.
Yeah, they are. Although Poppy, Kikis, and Hybrid are coming down through the jungle just to try and maybe secure a little bit more of this vision. There's only one tower that isn't a base tower still remaining, and they're going to clear out everything here to make sure there's no kind of flank attempts that are going to come from either the Rek'Sai or any kind of plays from the rest of the Unicorn.
Dangerous setup here. Ezreal's farming on his own in the bottom lane, and there's not enough wave clear available. Kikis using the ultimate to disengage right here. Doesn't do too much, but look at the tower melting straight away. Unicorns are ready to play the vision game. We see 4 pink wards in their inventory, but what if they're just in vision already taking down your tower? What are you gonna do? We need Steelback to join this fight.
Yeah, Steelback is still only mid lane. He's sticking around and doesn't look to be coming top anytime soon, but that's because G2 are backing away. They got good damage down onto that turret with just 1 wave of minions. Perkz does get clipped there, but there's no real follow-up. Kikis is there to deflect anything.
Yeah, Unicorns have banked so heavily on this later game power spike, and G2, on the other hand, have their mid-game now, and they are taking it to them. If they can defend this tower here with Perkz, Kikis, and Trick all in the area, they can keep Unicorns from pushing, and then they can push themselves right back, and you saw how fast they were able to shred everything.
Yeah, you see the power of repetitive poke in terms of wave clear. That's why the Unicorns need to find an opening where they flank and dive, but they're having difficulties doing that, mostly because G2 is putting up the pressure on every lane. Right now we get the package on Perkz too. You see another aggressive play.
But the opening is potentially in the bottom lane. Emperor was down there. The Unicorns were moving down towards it, but I think it's the package that signaled them to back away. Perkz had recalled, and I think right up until you hear that siren go off, there is that chance that you can look for a play on mid tower or bottom tower, but you can cross so much distance so quickly right there that G2 had accounted for that.
You gotta respect
sending
the package.
to bottom. Yeah, you have to. As soon as that siren goes off, you know something's going down.
Especially on somebody like Perkz. 1-on-1 in this game, but still, as he showed yesterday, he can surely shine on non-assassin champions as well. I was really curious to see how he'd face off against Fox, but Fox himself has gone the more utility role, and his Lulu has actually been quite solid this game as well.
Yeah, he's done wave clear, but in team fights, obviously the Unicorns shine. They definitely, once the fight starts and everybody is within, say, battle range, obviously the Unicorns' composition will thrive because that's what they're built to do. Fiora is a great duelist, either 1v1, but accelerated by Lulu works too. But G2, they actually just don't want to fight. They want to poke you, make it so that if you do opt into a fight, it's almost a guaranteed loss. So complete contrast in team compositions here.
UOL going for the consolation prize here. The Rift Scuttler, or Rift Herald for Dragon trade that we see teams kind of take because it's available and they got nothing else. But they're doing this very slowly, and the rest of G2 were on their way. A little bit of indecision from Unicorns of Love. Doesn't actually net them that Herald.
Yeah.
I mean, now it's up for G2 if they can take it in the next minute and a half. That actually makes their siege significantly stronger, just from that extra auto-attack speed on the minion.
Yeah, there's extra auto-attack speed. The biggest part of the buff is really the movement speed. That allows your poke champions to actually get in positions that you're not used to them getting in position for. Like the little extra sidestep that the literally gains in that distance, you know, that may be enough to get in position for a good spear. The minions itself, they're not tankier, so they actually get ruined by wave clear a lot. But hey man, all bits help in the siege comp.
And it's really going to work for Unicorns as a stalling tool, but not if they don't take it. G2, sensing the moment of opportunity in the contested vision zone, will go ahead and secure it themselves. Fox was coming in for a check, but that's immediately going to prompt a culling out of Emperor. There it's taken. Took a little longer than I thought. Perkz will be able to pick it up. And G2 still look like they're committed to this topside push.
Yeah, if the Unicorns can hang on like they're doing right now until, say, minute 26, 27, then they're in the game. But Kiki's right now,
it's a
seeing
duel.
how this matchup plays out here.
No challenge just yet.
Hang on, we see Hylissang rolling to the bottom lane, no vision. Kikis has to respect.
He's gonna run into the cow. Oh, knocks him against the wall to start things up, and Kikis gets knocked over it, but right into Fox.
Unicorns.
Here is he gonna send the hammer out? It knocks a couple away, then he turns on to Steel
well
back.
played.
Perkz is coming in, and he picks up Steel back right off the back of that one. Joko can't take this for long. A double kill to Perkz. Hylissang, unbreakable will, but how unbreakable is he? Gotta flash away.
And Perkz above of your screen right there, chasing Fox, and what a beautiful team fight here from G2. Creative use of the Poppy ultimate, and then knocked back into the wall, completely surprising Unicorns. Fox drops down, G2 kill, another one. They're in control of this game.
And this is the thing, as soon as you can get them split off, going through these small corridors, this is where these siege and poke kind of champions work best. There's so little room to maneuver, and you have the numbers advantage. You can just continue to keep things going. And G2, they came from Challenger. The other team that came from Challenger, Splice, looking on in the bottom of your screen, looking at G2 potentially taking the spot at the top of the table.
Hang on. This is risky. This is very risky because they're playing a poke composition, trapped in a little cage here against a team fight comp. This may be the throw that the Unicorns are looking for.
Hilly knocks Emperor over, but he comes right back on in. Everyone's low in the Baron pit, but Hilly, he might be the first to fall. No, he's not. Actually, he is. It's going to be Trick that gets taken down. The Baron's low, but they've got no smite. Hybrid's out of there, and Unicorns turn around. Can they pick this Baron up? I think so. But no smite there. It's going over. It goes to Fox. The Unicorns with a big pickup.
That is the move that could turn this game on its head for the Unicorns. Now somehow G2 have to try and siege into the Baron buff. Great use from Kickers of that ult.
Yeah, just let's watch this again. So he gets one escape path out of the way. Lulok's out. He knocks him into the wall right there. Chases the Joko, forcing Healy Flash. Fox eventually gets picked off in the top of your screen. Chachi eventually dies too, but then they make the crucial mistake. They go for the spot on 20-minute Baron, which means death timers, they're not as long as you're used to in the late game. And remember, you're playing a poke comp. That means repetitive poke, but that's slow on Baron, and you're playing into a teamfight comp. Thank you, Observers, for speeding that up.
And look at this. Rek'Sai was up with the ultimate. Fiora's about to come up, and you know her teleport's available. You're keeping track of that timer, so even if the start of this fight goes well, you're gonna get cleaned up by the rest of the Unicorns of Love. Joko dying here was the maybe one saving grace from G2, but this Baron is so incredibly low. Emperor.
No vision.
No.
Did he have vision?
He had 2 wards in there, but was just a second too late running towards the wall to flash in.
Yeah.
All said and done, though. We're even on kills. But Unicorns are the ones with the Baron in their pockets, and they have a chance to keep this game going as G2's power will wane.
And we've talked about this before in different games. Baron is both the strongest tool for a poke and siege composition, but also the hardest counter. Because their strength lies into clearing those minions easily with what? A magic-based poke. Rockets, spears. Yes, the Cullen can tear through a minion wave, but then you can't use it as poke to get people off the turrets. Right now, the Unicorns, they won't be sieged upon, and they can actually siege or go for plays on G2 here, because G2 can't wave clear the wave anymore.
Yep, Kikis has to spend his Keeper's Verdict. It just knocks Joko, or rather, Hylissang way out of the way. Meanwhile, another tower falls, so Unicorns extend their total to 3. That's only half a G2, but they have an outer that should be easy peasy. And they're gonna knock it down, but Kikis and Trick are coming for him. Buckler's out, Trick's there. Don't think they have enough damage. True Shot Barrage is in. Perks, he can't get enough done either, and that tower's done.
The one thing G2 have to be careful of here is getting baited into a fight. If they try and fight while this Baron buff is still on, Unicorns can potentially just straight up end the game. G2 have to focus on not hemorrhaging enough towers that it becomes critical damage to their base, and as long as they keep their inhibitor towers up, they should be fine. Once Baron is gone, grab the package and look to siege again. The problem is the gold gap between these two teams is going to close with every play that the Unicorns are doing, and Unicorns are getting stronger from that time.
Yep. Still got the Empowered Recall on. Unicorns still pushing up in the mid side for the moment, but that Dragon's about to come up, and G2 do not want to give the first over to Unicorns.
Yeah, Gamers 2 rebranded to G2. Apparently stands for Greedy 2. Completely threw away that game.
Ouch.
I guess the G's got to stand for something.
Yeah. Last Ocelot. No, maybe you're right.
It's not a G6 this game. They're not flying as high as they might have expected. Very close in the gold game, but that Baron empowerment has just evaporated. Unicorns trying to fight out for this Dragon. Would be their first, but it's taken by G2. That is number 3. And with the movement speed, they hightail it out of there.
Yeah, much better spacing. You see, it's very hard for the Unicorns to engage because they actually only have one instance of hard engage, which is Flash Knockup from the Alistar. To an extent, Flash Knockup and Borrow from Joko, so they need to look for a flank. So as long as G2 has the Unicorns in their sights, they can just poke away, disengage, whittle them down, and then opt in for the fight on their ground.
Now the Baron's off, Perks has a big moment. Once he recalls, picks up the package, he's carrying about 1,500 gold right now. He is so strong. With a Trinity Force, Infinity Edge, and an attack speed item on its way, with the package, that would be G2's time to maybe pick somebody off on their own. I still don't think they want the 5v5 fight here, so they're going to wait on that until they have the right opportunity.
G2 is looking to repeat what's been working for them.
Yeah.
Push in the lanes, use the Poppy Fiora matchup to at least go even, then use the remaining part of the map to win the 4v4 poke, get vision in between the lanes, and then either force a mistake or rotate on and siege a tower. That's the way they want to play. They want to do the same thing the entire game in, game out. Right now, we see Kikis facing off against Chachi.
Throws the buckler, but there's the grand challenge. He looks around the side, can't quite find enough finals, but there he goes. Chachi with a big kill as Trick comes in for round 2. He's got some help from Emperor. Teleport, though, is coming out, and it looks like Fox is going to tank it up or give it to Chachi, but he's got to flash away, and Perks gets a godlike kill. Fox is out, Joko's out, knock him up with the Brahmo. Fox is down, and Emperor gets the kill as Joko, exhausted, gets stunned, taken out. It's going to be a double for Emperor. 3 for 1. G2
is playing a fantastic Braum. Yesterday he did it, today he does it again. Really jumps in, gets a 2-man ultimate, stacks on the third person, and G2 can obviously chase people down. They win that fight 3-4-1 in total, and right now, yeah, familiar sight. They're setting up for a siege.
I mean, for the Unicorns, Chachi had already soaked 3 people up to the top lane. I'm a little confused at why you'd try and continue that fight. You know G2 are fairly far ahead, and as soon as Perks shows up, there's very little, resistance that the Unicorns can use to stand up to that. This is an inhibitor tower going down for G2.
Hang on though, if they greed for the inhib, we have a flank from Hylissang. That could be the opening they're looking for. Look at how he's waiting for his team members to spawn, and now he wants to hurt the cattle.
TP, and they've also got Joko coming around, but Hilly's already there in the back a little bit early. G2 are locked up, but there's not enough damage. Perks picks up a big kill. Grand Challenge is out. Trick is bailing out of the situation. Everyone's low as a shutdown comes in for Steelback. Kikis is knocked into the entire team. A double kill for Steelback now as Perks is on the retreat. The Spooky Ghost chased him down. He gets a shutdown on Steelback. Looks for Fox. He's turned into a minion, but there we go. Backing away. The repost is in. Trick is there. Back in the fight. Outplayed by Chachi. Perks and Chachi dueling it out. This game is nuts, boys!
What a long team fight, and Perks managed to stay alive for so long. He was untouched for most of that fight and tried his best in the last little second to micro his way around. Got a good few kills just from his movements through the jungle in that team fight, but ultimately ended up falling. Chachi is so strong right now.
Yeah, and we've seen the Unicorns overreach at times like we saw there in the top lane, but their bigger picture strategy right now has been a lot better. Look what Hylissang is doing. They know, the Unicorns understand that this Inhib is going down. He is just cutting off the escape route right now. He wants to keep them busy as long as he can. Goes for the W into Q flash to keep everybody busy. Ultimate's not available or late, likely not available, but he stalls time. Joko gets a 3 or 4 man knockup right now. And this fight, if this spear doesn't connect on Steelback right there, could have been an ace, a straight up ace. But keep your eyes on Perkz right here. His ability to read when to turn is actually what separates him from many other mid laners here. He's not afraid to go aggressive in a defensive fight.
Yeah, it's just impressive. He even dodges out on the riposte and just everything here from Perkz. If Chachi wasn't quite as fed as he was, I think Perkz can deal with that. The problem is, Chachi already has himself 3 items with that Sterix gauge as well, so he's incredibly difficult to chunk through.
But again, this was a fight. We see Joko disengage. That was started by a flanking. Hang on, Hybrid's getting caught.
I don't think we're gonna have to disengage.
Really
He's knocked over.
Fail combo. Again, this was a fight that started with a flank, where members from Unicorns pincered G2. Every fight that we've seen taken by G2 so far, where the Unicorns are all in front of G2, has been significantly lost due to the poke and the trickle damage that G2's poke composition is bringing to the table.
Right. But you can't poke 2 sides, so Unicorns have been able to turn the tables, as it were. G2 still in the lead of the gold, or rather now again in the lead of the gold. That graph is probably going to be off the scales, back and forth. Perkz jumps in over to Joko, but he tunnels his way to freedom.
It's a bold move.
Kikis is going pretty deep too. They want to siege this top side down while they've still got power. 29 minutes on the clock here, and the stakes are getting high.
Yeah, I think he was hoping Joko was just moving forward so he'd clip him and manage to get that extra time just to put damage down. But Joko has his ultimate available. Even if that had happened, he'd be able to get close to the pit, although they have cleared out most of the tunnels that were in the river.
G2 trying to make use
You've seen this before.
Unicorn's lack of power.
There's a ward in the back of this pit, though, and in comes the rest of the Unicorns. It's already gone.
Knocked away. Excellent use of the Keeper's Verdict, and now Chachi is caught in the midst of the team. Shut down, courtesy of Perkz. G2, knowing they have the Baron and a man up, are marching down the line.
Chachi was damned if he did, damned if he didn't. That riposte would have slowed him too much to have blocked that stun. He was dead in that situation, and now G2, with the Baron buff, it's the big help for the Siege comps.
That's just the way Gamers 2 approaches this entire game. They poke you out of an area, deny you the vision, and then when you walk in, you have to get past a Braum and a Poppy ultimate. And that is excruciatingly hard unless you have TP wards from behind. And this time, the Unicorns couldn't get in from behind. They tried the front door, the access got denied, they lose the Baron, they lose their inhib.
Their own front door gets bashed in a little bit more as G2 Esports picks up the first inhibitor of this game. And Unicorns are pretty much left to clean up the mess as they back safely to pick up some new items.
Trick has, he had a good first 20 minutes of the game, I think, as is always the case with Nidalee when you can get yourself on an even footing. This is when Nidalee starts to quieten down just that little bit once there's a lot of magic resist on the enemy team. The problem is, I think she's just strong enough that you can get those spears, take about a quarter of the health off.
Yeah, but if you look at, hang on, the combination of items though, there's a lot of invisible power here from Trix in terms of poke, you don't always see what he connects. And more importantly, when he heals his allies, he grants them 60% attack speed. If you look at the very crit-heavy builds that some of these carries have built up, combined with the Zeke's Harbinger that's been finished on Hybrid, they can enable their carries to carry hard. You may not always see it on your screen, but it's definitely there. So this is one of the few compositions that I actually enjoy watching a Nidalee in. Other than that, I think she's totally overrated in a lot of cases. But in these poke siege compositions, when you have disengaged tanks on your support and top lane, it is actually a good pick.
And overall, that poke comp has been working wonders to siege down towers as well. G2 marches 5 strong in the bottom side. Steelback there to defend with Fox and Hilly, but they've got super minions pouring in through the top side. Time is running out for these Unicorns. Can they find some extra glitter to try and save the game here? Well, G2 be on the fast track for a win and shot into first place here in Europe.
Well, Chachi's going head to try top to hold the wave. He does have teleport available, but here it comes in for the great knockup.
Massive one, and they got the true shot. Chachi's around the side. Grand challenge on Perkz. He wastes no time, but Trick takes him out on the back of it, and now Joko's on the retreat path. Not enough health to take him out, and Trick is battered, but the rest of G2 still fresh, and they've got a minion wave coming.
Yeah, Hybrid and Kikis absolutely destroyed that fight. The Poppy ultimate hit both Steelbacks and Fox. They got knocked out
out of the fight, and then Hybrid bought enough time for the remaining 3v5 to be won. G2 setting up to take this game.
And Chachi coming from the back was pretty much dead by the time he got there, and that seems to be it. G2 are looking for the win.
32.5 minutes on the clock. Unicorns tried their hardest, and they nearly brought it back a few times, but in a heart-pounding game, G2 are looking to finish it off. Joko holding the line, steal back the last man standing. That's gonna be it. G2 Esports with the victory.
To be fair, I had my doubts about this man right here on your screen, Perkz, coming into this season. He was a much talked about mid laner here, talented individual. We had questions, champion pool, can he deliver? How does he do on stage? Will he tilt? But he delivered 13-1-7 overall on this Corki. Fantastic performance. And G2 as a team, they delivered with this poke composition.
And the poke composition is one of the most interesting things for me about this. I think I read an interview, it was with Perkz, that said, if you only play one style, be prepared to lose, was his basic wording of it. And we've seen different compositions coming out from G2. We've seen them try and carry with the Ahri. We've seen the Graves double AD carry out of the jungle setup. Now we've seen Poke and Siege. G2 seem like one of the more well-rounded teams that we've got here in Europe.
And stylistically, teams that are starting to early lock in that Lulu will have to wonder if they're getting baited into a trap, because you give up your first pick to lose 2 power picks, especially in a meta where if you ban Kalista and you lock in Corki Lucian, incredibly smart first rotation on red side here from G2. They can go into any direction with those picks too. They don't have to go commit for the pole composition. And that, honestly, from Youngbuck as a coach, many people were doubting him. He went over to North America to find very limited success. And in his second coaching debut almost, he is leading this multinational G2 into what's becoming a good micro and macro team.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is a team, there's a reason they've now sat atop of the standings, and really you just got to be impressed at how they've managed to deliver and step up game after game. Saw a little bit of shakiness against H2K, but I really think that this time they delivered incredibly against Fnatic, a struggling team, but this is definitely the statement they wanted to make. For now, though, we are going to toss it to Pulse on stage to get some insight into G2's win to stand alone at the top spot.
Thanks, Para. I'm here with Perkz once again. And first off, to start this one off, Perkz, that was an incredibly chaotic game, but how did you edge ahead of your opponents in that one?
Well, it's just typical Unicorns love game, you know, how it goes. I don't know, I got pretty fed, and then I knew I could carry, and we just sieged, and it worked out.
It just worked out. And the whole split so far has really been working out for you guys. 5-1, top of the table coming into week 3. How have you done it, making all of this happen go so well?
Oh, well, we have Koreans, so that's first recipe to victory. And then we just worked hard together, screamed a lot, improved as a team, and now we are showing good performance. Oh, well, this game wasn't that good, but it's getting better.
Well, showing the performance as a team, how has it been for you specifically going up against all the incredibly strong mid lanes in EU? How has it been for you settling into that?
I don't think there is much pressure on me to perform. That's why I perform good. And yeah, it's just going good.
Oh, no pressure. Well, thank you very much for the interview, Perkz. We're going to send it over to the analyst desk to take a look at that game.
Thank you very much, Pulse and Perkz. I mean, I actually am really enjoying listening to these guys as well. Level-headed, identifying what's going good for them, and another win on the board. Koreans is the recipe for victory. Tell me more about the draft. Obviously, a lot of power pushing and tower pushing rather than sieging coming from the side of G2. What did UOL have to put against that?
Well, so Unicorns of Love, actually, we talked about this in Pick and Ban phase, had a somewhat risky draft in the sense they had to wait quite a while before they can do anything when you have Lulu Ezreal. Where the comp, obviously, from G2 is like siege-focused, a lot of power in the mid-game, a lot of power in the early game. And we were like, okay, this game should be over in like 30 minutes if G2 plays it out correctly. But there were just so many back and forths and like lost team fights and things going wrong.
I think G2 had a good game plan, and they had really good pick and ban because they just had like every lane was a winning lane for them, or at least a lane that could pressure. So Nidalee could like just be everywhere. I think what they screwed up on was not really being aware of the mid lane TP. I think that played with them a lot. They got double TP'd on twice, I think, or at least once, and it screwed them. And then when they tried to like push their advantage at some point after taking Baron, they also got double TP'd on or TP'd on from behind. And so I think that overall what what screwed with them was just the fact that they didn't really recognize the TP pressure that UOL had.
The problem then for Unicorns is by the time they finally start hitting the spikes and become really strong towards the late game, first of all, Perks was at that point like 10-1 on Corki. And he's been getting like solo kills in lane with the Ignite, and he's been playing like super well. And then when Unicorns are finally able to win the game and Chachi's like solo killing people in side lanes, all of Unicorns run in like one by one. And they give up more kills. G2 gets like the base open, and then there was one last remaining fight and the game was basically over.
I think the main problem was like, I think G2 had the game in their hands a lot of times, but they just ended up screwing up, like just one little mistake, they get TP'd behind on, and they just keep giving UL time, and what UL needed was time. They needed Ezreal to get items to play with Lulu and just carry, and also Fiora. Fiora was really strong, so all they needed to do was just use that Fiora pressure, use the 4-man unit they had, which was stronger than theirs, even if Corki was fed. But there was this one fight on top where Chachi 1v1 the Kikis, and it was a 1-for-1. It was perfect. But then they started TPing, like UL tried to help Chachi, and then the other members were not there in time, and then they lost their one chance they had to pressure G2. If they had used that pressure properly, they would have won the game.
Definitely, that came after something that we wanted to look at as a replay as well, where G2 wins a fight, but then they turn on Baron. And something you mentioned during the Game Defeat show was that G2 doesn't seem to always be respecting of the enemy team comp. How did that come out later here when they try and do Baron?
Well, I think G2 is just a very momentum-focused team, and when they start getting that first kill, the second kill, they get super, super hyped, and they are super aggressive in the way they're playing. And that's where you sometimes need that one guy kind of saying, chill out, they have a TP, we don't need to go for that aggressive Baron play. Even though I actually think when they do go to Baron, I'm pretty sure they could have bursted it down. Mithy, you have a lot of experience losing games at Baron, or almost losing them at Barons.
One could say they pulled on OG right there.
Potentially.
Because
here, I'm almost 100% sure if they all stay on Baron and just Kikis walks out as the only man and try and ulti someone away if he has it available, he doesn't actually have it. But then like one guy zones, rest stays on Baron, I'm pretty sure they could just burst it down.
They just need to either coordinate what Kikis is doing right now, just zoning the Rek'Sai off with everyone bursting the Baron pit, and they would have just gotten Baron. It was just a miscommunication, happens. Yep. And but they basically threw the game, gave UL the advantage on the time they needed to scale up, but UL didn't use it to win.
It's just so heartbreaking to watch a team who's supposed to be behind for the first 25 minutes, and they are behind for the first 25 minutes. Finally, they get this play, and technically they're like in a position to win, and then you get that one big misplay, but because you've been so far behind, your base is already kind of broken, and you mess up that one fight, they walk straight down, took like 2 inhibitors, I think, took the 4th dragon, and then...
But you kept saying, I do still think that Ezreal in the next fight can clean this up.
We heard like 10 times the game was over, and then he kept switching.
But he could. There was this, as soon as they got Baron, Ezreal was given the time to get the items, and Fiora was really ahead of Poppy. We could see him 1v1 the Poppy. So it was at this point where UL just had to stay calm and just, even if the game takes another 30 minutes, it's only going to get better for them. So they just had to stay calm and just play from there, try and pressure them up as much as they can, choke the other team out. And
but in the end, was it really possible? Because you said it before, and they first picked it, the Corki mid and Perks. So strong.
Yeah, I think Perks is pulling out a great performance this few weeks.
Doing very well. And G2 with that is at the top of the tables. UOL, of course, still relatively at the top of the tables, but a loss to think about. It is time for a quick break as Fnatic and Splyce take the stage for our next game. There's more European LCS when we return.
And it is time for UOL and G2 to face off head-to-head. Not have a first blood yet. No, we don't. Hilly is tanking it up. There's the true shot barrage, and steal back to Garrison. Spooky Ghost, he's got the knock-up. In goes the Wild Growth. Triple knock-ups on that, and Fox gets Emperor. Hybrid exhausted, flashes the wall.
Go. Wait me.
No, smart.
Okay,
wait. Can you get it?
Yeah, got it. Nice, got it. Nice. Good job. Back on the ring.
But there we go. Backing away. The repost is in. Trick is there. Back in the fight. Outplayed by Chachi. Perks and Chachi dueling it out. This game is nuts, boys. G2 are looking to finish it off. Joko holding the line. Steal back the last man standing. That's going to be it. G2 Esports with the victory.
Fabivin got so much better when he was in Fnatic. You could even see from the first split to the second, he improved way too much. That shouldn't be possible. But Fabivin is definitely one of the best mid laners out there. When you go up against the best, you should try obviously give your best performance, and if you do something wrong, maybe look at it, look what he does, and try and take something from that.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the European LCS. As we speak, Fnatic is setting up across the stage from Splyce. We just heard from the mid laner Sencux, who did incredibly well yesterday in Splyce's matchup versus Giants. He had a great game. Question for you guys, as we heard them talking about it right there, how strong is he going to be up against Febvin? What are both mid laner strengths?
I mean, Febvin, for me, often what I really like about him is the fact that he can play so many different styles, and I feel like he can often adapt to what is needed. So when they played like all the way back at MSI, you know, they needed him to carry against FLICKR, he could play Zed and he could like make big plays. Worlds, he could play control mages and like kind of sit back and farm and just control his own lane. So I think he's a very versatile player. I don't think he's been performing that well this split, but I can say the same for the entire Fnatic team. I think he's going to be more than fine versus Splyce, however.
I don't think that there's going to be any 1v1 deaths in mid. I can call it already. I think if there's going to be a death in mid, it's going to be either Fabivin has said or like a gank.
Oh, so you're backing out already. Calling it's not going to happen then. But if it happens.
Possible status quo there in the mid lane. That means that there's a lot of Splyce's power neutralized as Sencux stepped up to carry. So where will it come from?
I just think Fabivin is like really smart in terms of like not giving the edge too much. You know, even if he falls behind, he's still gonna try and become as useful as he can for his team and not really try to like just lose the game through mid lane like other teams have against Splyce.
Well, we mentioned it as well. Febvin didn't have the best game yesterday, but in all honesty, the entirety of Fnatic didn't have the best game yesterday, and we saw coming back of the same problems that we called out. The synergy is not there yet.
Synergy, and it seems like communication for the team, like Mythy. Obviously, those are some of the issues you guys highlight about yourself on Origin. How do you fix it?
Practice makes perfect. There's no other way around it. Just practice, and everyone has to work hard. Everyone has to give their best, and just it's a marathon, not a sprint. There's a long time for playoffs.
There is a long time for playoffs. It's actually the same thing that we heard from Fnatic and we heard from Reckless when he went on the desk last week. And he said that he, as an AD carry, is taking on the shot calling role in Fnatic, and that it's not easy, obviously, because you have to think of so many things. Is that maybe not the ideal combination, ADC and shot caller? What do you think of that?
I mean, nothing is ideal. I think that I personally believe in that shot calling shouldn't come just from one person. I think there can be one person that constructs the idea of the game, but everyone should talk nearly equally. That's how I believe it. And I think that I'm impressed that Reckless wants to take such an important role, and well, he has time to see how it goes.
For me, it's more about the player, not the role specifically, because shot calling, maybe back in Season 3, obviously when Mythy, you started playing professionally as well, it was often like one or two guys just kind of making a lot of the calls and communicating with everyone, but it's really involved into everyone giving pieces of information, then one guy making a decision of, not two guys making the big decision. And that shouldn't really impact your performance that much, because it's not in the team fight you're sitting and doing it. Someone else can call out targets you want to kill. We've heard some of the replays with Fnatic, it's like Spirit and Gamsu yelling, so technically it shouldn't affect him as an AD carry, but as a player, maybe because he has to think about too many things, I'm not sure.
I mean, one thing that people think is right, but calling targets in teamfight has nothing to do with shot calling.
Hey,
like,
for some it does.
Yeah, but even then, this is a completely different thing. Normally, whoever like the AD, for example, should be the one talking who he's targeting in teamfights more than anything, or when he needs backup or anything, because the AD carry is probably one of the guys that does the most damage in teamfights. But in terms of how to construct the game, what side we should play for, what do we want to do, what is the next buff we want to take, what objective we want to play for, that is mostly a team decision. And maybe one guy can bring up the idea, maybe it's Reckless, maybe it isn't. Time will tell.
Which is why it shouldn't affect him too much as a AD carry, specifically.
Yeah, I agree.
We'll see what the calling comes down to in this match. And for a roster rundown as we get into game, we're going to hand things over to Pyra and Stress.
Thank you, Shox. Now let's not waste any time. On the blue side of Summoner's Rift, it is Fnatic in the top lane. Gamsu, Spirit the jungle, Febvin mid, Reckless the AD carry, Noxiac their support, and their coach, Daylor.
This is a team that I didn't expect to be saying are in 7th place.
Well, you know, on the red side, it is another team that is around the bottom side of the table. It's Splyce. In the top, it is Wonderwear. Jungler is Trashy. Senkux in the mid lane. Kobe is AD carry with Nisbeth as support, and their coach, Yamato Cannon.
Yep, and Yamato, he has been one of the more outspoken coaches that we had on the scene last year. This time around coaching these newcomers, the full Danish squad. And they have found themselves a couple of wins, but, you know, not the toughest schedule in the last couple of days. Fnatic, as beleaguered as they are, they're definitely still a force to be reckoned with.
The analysts has talked about it themselves, though, is like Fnatic's schedule has been the opposite of that. Fnatic's schedule has been like the top teams running a gauntlet. And honestly, they haven't really stood up in every single game. They're at 2 and 3 right now. Splyce at the same kind of place. I feel like that maybe Splyce. If we see the Fnatic from yesterday, I think Splyce have a chance in this game. The problem is, if we see the Fnatic that from game 1, I honestly think Fnatic may be able to, should be able to take this.
I think so too, but Splyce are on the up and up, and we'll see as we head into picks and bans. Starting off on the board, Fnatic that blue side, Splyce that red, so we'll see the Fiora banned away quickly on Fnatic's side.
I'm not the biggest fan of this ban of Fiora. Wonderwear I feel like suits a lot better with the tank style from top laners. We saw last week the Tahm Kench come out, so it is a little bit of a questionable one, the Fiora being banned out here. Fnatic's still not putting any priority on Tahm Kench. If they're looking to first pick it, that might be one option here. I don't feel like Wonderwear on Fiora is exactly where Splyce should go.
No, I don't think so either. Now, we'll take a look at what else they've gotten off the board. Poppy's banned away. That also means the Kalista will be taken away. From Fnatic's side, the Lulu is still available. Tahm Kench is the final ban, so does Fnatic go for the Lulu, or do they do something a little bit different?
We've seen teams fall into the Lulu trap a couple of times. We just saw it from the Unicorns of Love. I can understand, realistically, why there has been so much priority top. Fiora was played by Wonderwear yesterday, but a lot of that game was just Senkux crushing everybody on the LeBlanc. I feel like Corki's probably the best pick here.
We did see that last game.
You not only secure yourself a great mid laner, you also have the option to put it down in the AD carry role as well. So just versatility coming out from Fnatic so far.
I'll have to see what Splyce decide to answer with. Very well-rounded first pickup for Fnatic. That Lulu is available. I would imagine it would eventually be picked, but not as the higher end of the rotation as what you were saying. Teams falling into that trap before. And Splyce will take their time with this one. You can only wonder what Yamato is whispering in their ears with that dulcet voice of his.
I wouldn't be surprised perhaps to see them prioritize the Lucian here. With Kalista off the board, Corki already over on Fnatic. Taking a strong AD carry here could be crucial for Splyce to make sure they don't end up losing the bottom lane too hard. If they pick this Ezreal, it's signaling to Fnatic that we're just waiting for this 2-item point on Ezreal to actually be able to contend with anything. It's not the worst pick in the world, but I think with other options available, with the Lucian up, this does give a lot of the tempo of picks and bans now over to Fnatic. They can look for something like the Lucian and the Alistar perhaps, and get an engage tool plus the ability to do exactly what we just saw G2 do.
Yes, indeed. I want to see if Fnatic decide to round this comp out with a very mid-game focus, as they already have the Corki in their hands. I'm a little bit curious that the Ezreal was so quick, apart from the Lucian. They have the option to pick the Lucian up now for Reckless. They could do that and the Lulu, and that would give them a whole lot of power in this early and mid-game.
It would do. A couple of champions being hovered over, none of them I think are really going to get locked in by Spirit. Spirit didn't have the best game yesterday, and I hope to see him return to a little bit of his form today. Yesterday we saw Spirit playing the Graves, I believe it was, with the comp they had with Trundle Malphite, that wombo combo, and it just wasn't working. And man, this is like identical to what Gamers 2 did in our very last game that we just saw. Basically exactly the same so far, and Splyce have given them this. Splyce have given them all the opportunity for this. Elise was obviously a priority pick, not really wanting the Nidalee for themselves, but this is such a good setup already for a poke composition.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one works out. Fnatic, definitely we've seen, had to question their communication after yesterday's game and some of the games that they've had so far this split, but if they can pull off this comp that requires a decent amount of finesse that they're already building here, they can maybe look just like G2 did in that last game. We'll have to see. Against a team like Splyce, you really never know with the way they've been performing.
I'm wondering, does Splyce blind pick a top laner here for Wonderwear? Or do they say, let's just put the LeBlanc in for Senkux? I would not like to see the Rise here. Like, I'm going to be straight up. The only time we've seen Rise on this team was when Wonderwear played it in the top lane, and that was not a good game. He went 0-4-0 in that setup, and it just did not work. He got camped so hard to begin the game, and it was difficult for Splyce to do anything for the rest of the game with Wonderwear just completely shut out.
Yeah, it is a little bit curious, and they're really banking on this later game amount of power. The question is, do they send the Rise to Wonderwear again? As you said, it wasn't a great game for him, or did they decide to put it in Senkuk's hands? Senkuk's had a fantastic game yesterday. He was blanking out everyone left and right on Giants as LeBlanc, and that allowed them to snowball ahead to a victory. That pick is still up. I gotta wonder if they're saving it for the last.
Right now, they've got a couple of options. On the side of Fnatic, they can either look for that Corki mid on Forbidden and just give him a solid matchup, or they look for the LeBlanc, take it away from Senkux and put Corki in AD carry. I much prefer this option that they're doing because it now forces Senkux to pick something that can chunk through the Corki and somehow get a good laning phase against them. They need early game presence here, and I feel like it probably has to be LeBlanc for Senkux.
It might definitely be. But as we count down on that one, I really like the Shen pickup. Just a reminder, we're still on 6.1. This is pre-reworked Shen. So we'll see some Vorpal Blades of flying. Splyce on their last choice. Will it be this Lux? From the back line, they are really banking on not getting caught.
They are. I mean, this is a composition that kind of has a weird mismatch. You've got Thresh and Elise that are looking for picks. If they put the Lux in there as well, you do have a good pick composition, but then have a scaling component alongside of it. So you're relying on getting small little skirmishes in the jungle where you can lock somebody down for a whole lot of time for crowd control if this Lux actually gets locked in. Hook or Cocoon into Lux binding is going to be enough to take somebody off the map. So Splyce are looking to skirmish until Ezreal and Rise are ready to go, and at that point, it's very difficult for Fnatic to get away from fights. Yes, they have the Braum to disengage, but that's not exactly enough to get away from a blue build Ezreal, from a Rise that is running full pelt at you if they get there.
Yes, indeed. So that will be our second Lux pickup in the European LCS. It does have 100% win rate, courtesy of Ica. Solid performance by him, even though he has had some trouble himself over on Elements. Will Senkux be able to work some magic on this champion? That star Danish mid laner that everybody had been talking up finally showed up yesterday, and of course, a little bit before, but if he can do it again today against Fnatic, we will have to see, as these two teams have locked and loaded their compositions. I'm excited to see how this one shakes out. Fnatic, this comp looks so smart from them.
It does. I mean, I don't dislike the Splyce comp at the same time. I just feel like what Splyce have picked is that bit trickier to get themselves into the game. You're relying on having two champions that need a lot of time in the game, now against the likes of a Corki, an Ezreal, and a Nidalee that just want to shut that clock out, just completely wind your time down and close the game before you ever have a chance to wave clear.
Well, if you guys think they'll be able to do it, tell us at LL Esports, #FNCWin, or if you think Splyce can knock off the mass champions, Fnatic, #SpyWin. We're still here. We hope you are too. Let's get ready to roll for this game.
It's going to be a tough one for Splyce, I feel. Although Fnatic recently haven't been doing so well in the early game. When you look at the segment that we had yesterday with Crepo talking about the problems Fnatic have had early game, Reckless falling behind, providing a fair amount of gold deficit between Fnatic and their opponents, it is possible that Fnatic's early game is as shaky in this game as well, and Splyce get given the time to get this composition rolling. That's one story we're going to have to watch out for. Mass stack heading topside, though, for Splyce. Spirit's going to cut them off.
Yeah. He's not happy that he didn't get an invite to the jungle party, and he will be moving in. Fnatic stacking heavy in this brush right now, but they themselves will start moving into the Splyce jungle, so we see the ward trades back and forth. Both teams are aware of this, by the way.
Well, Fnatic were not up until that point. Fnatic did not spot Splyce going down through the river. Spirit was a little too late, and the rest of Fnatic weren't quite in the right spot. This could boil over. Senkux is shown because he doesn't know Fnatic are there. Now he does. Okay, they've got to know.
Gentlemen's agreement to start the game off. Nobody wants to get your hands bloody before 2 minutes. Apparently this game
Not from these teams. We've seen quite a lot of level 1s in the last couple of days.
That's true, although it hasn't always worked out in Fnatic or Splyce's favor, to be honest. So it looks like we're in for a lane swap, but a double jungle, heavy topside stack from Splyce, whereas the long run for Reckless and Noxiac will be going down to the bottom. So these wards really won't spot anyone, to be honest, but it's a courtesy at this point.
So this is another example of Splyce trying to slow the game. Put yourself in the lane swap, stop Fnatic from trying to dominate the 2 versus 2 lane matchup. I mean, Lucian Braum is fairly difficult to deal with. It's obviously down to the support interactions as well. You can see Ezreal opting for the Thunderlords this time as well. We've seen a bit of a difference when it comes to AD carries, but when it comes to casters, Thunderlords seems to have been the mastery of choice, if you caught Pulse's segment yesterday. About runes and masteries on AD carries, so
I reformed all my rune pages actually last night because of it.
I didn't, because I don't. No, I do trust Pulse. He carries me.
Expecting to get completely all the way up the rankings by the end of the season.
Oh yeah, you're gonna be challenger.
No comment.
See, that's my answer every time somebody says that to me as well.
Well, I'll get back to you at the end of the season. As Spirit is moving towards the bottom side with Noxiac, Gamsu, and Reckless, we got ourselves a fast push. Standard start. And the teams don't want to fight each other early on. They know one's going to react to the other in an equal and opposite reaction in the top lane. Splyce a little bit later to the party, however.
Yes, Splyce are behind the play on this. They're about half of the turret, of the health of the turret behind now. Wonderware was on the blue buff, now comes up to help out with Kobbe in this lane.
They wonder where he was. I had to at least.
You had to, yeah.
Now I never have to do it again.
That's it for the game. That one's done.
Excellent. So, in this situation, Splyce are obviously a little bit behind, but we also see Fnatic taking their time on it as both junglers are still clearing out their respective opposing jungles. So it looks like it's actually going to be fairly evenly traded.
For now it will be, but I think one thing you've got to look at is the mid lane right now as well. Normally in lane swaps you don't really see too much focus on mid lane, but Febiven on his own is starting to edge ahead of Senkux quite spectacularly. The reason for this is every time Senkux wants to throw out the E and either harass or kill a minion, Febiven throws out his own Q, the Phosphorus Bomb, and just chunks through the health of Senkux. This is too early, really, for a Lux to efficiently trade without putting herself in auto-attack range against the likes of a Corki. And Corki just has much more upfront damage on his autos, and when Lux tries to step forward to proc her passive, she will get chunked, but not for now. She's not actually trying to proc the passive at this point, but still, CS lead for Febiven.
Febiven very safe, and yeah, he has amassed that lead over Senkux. However, Splyce are the ones that have the slight gold lead. If you take a look at it, it's essentially even, though, as you can see the tick over. Fnatic and Splyce pretty much neck and neck since they've traded the towers effectively. Spirit with his double buffs looking to go up topside, but Wonderware is already out of there. So we will see also Noxiac roaming up. If they can try to reverse the fast push, it might happen on the bottom side as Splyce converges on the scene as well. And we could be in for that very quick, extended lane game you see so often.
You can see that Fnatic, when it comes to who they want some of the farm to go on, basically doing a similar thing to what we saw from Origin with getting the farm onto their AD carry. Only problem is Noxiac is up there as well, so they are looking to answer it with a push rather than just get free farm. Splyce is doing a very similar thing, so pushing down on the bottom side. This is a fairly hands-off game for this opening few minutes. Neither team have really been in anywhere near the other. And it just makes for a very slow-paced game, and that's what Splyce want.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense for them. I feel like it also makes a lot of sense for Fnatic, given their recent performances, to try and slow things down a little bit and then hit that power spike and then turn, now it's time to fight. This is what we knew them for last year. Yes, it was a completely different team, but there was always that switch. And the moment they flipped it, all of a sudden you saw crazy fights, you saw Barons being snuck at 20-something minutes. If Fnatic can gather that spark back again, Splyce could be in trouble.
They could be. Although I think Fnatic's point to fight is fairly similar to Splyce's, maybe a minute or so, or a couple of minutes earlier on the Fnatic side, around that Trinity Force. It is a fairly expensive item, but then again, so is, you know, the build from Ezreal and Ryze. The time it takes to get to 2 items for the both of them will be later than a Trinity Force. But Fnatic right now going to take that Rift Herald, make sure they can get that little bit extra push potential, but there's not a whole lot to push, to be honest, and they're going against a Lux now who has her ultimate.
Right, but this is not being contested by a Dragon from Splyce. They're not noticing, not aware of it happening. So effectively, a completely free objective discounted to the point of 0. Nisbeth and Trashy roaming up around the top side, perceiving a threat to answer Okabe, but there's really nothing there. So for the time being, everything resets, and Fnatic get away with a nice little extra pickup in their pockets.
At this point, it feels like Splyce were banking on Gamsu or the rest of Fnatic overextending and trying to push further into the Tier 2 tower. Fnatic weren't doing that, though. They just backed themselves away, so Splyce have sent their AD carry top now, looking to establish control over the top side. A lot of this is just trying to buy a bit of time for Wonderwear, or normally would be, but look at Wonderwear. He's headed into the top side as the wave is starting to push into the bottom inner tower. Wonderwear needs to be going bot right now, because there's no farm for him to get on the top side of this map. And realistically, he's only level 4 right now. He needs a little bit extra time and that farm. He's on Raptors right now and is able to clear that out, but this isn't getting him into the game particularly any much faster than if he was just sitting there. Look, if he was accepting this wave, the difference here is that Reckless has that buff. All of this is experience that is dying for almost nothing for Splyce, unless they can somehow get kills and the push here out of the top side.
Well, they've certainly built up a massive wave, and it's only Gamsu there to defend, but Noxiac and Reckless got to be loving what they're doing right now. We talk about Reckless being... Nice little true shot. Reckless being the carry that's surprisingly fallen very far behind in these games, but he's doing fine right now.
This is turning into the push onto the inhibitor turrets right now, and Fnatic with 2 people and that Rift Herald are starting to outpush Splyce quite convincingly. They're up to this turret. They will have to back away for the extra minions. Splyce have now caught up. Reckless is having to back here. I think they can trade the turret. The problem is I don't think Fnatic can take the inhibitor if Splyce recall now.
No. Tower's down.
It's an even trade.
Splyce need to go back. Yeah, totally even trade, but look at the efficiency, the members that they spend. Wonderwear's TPing on the tower. They don't have enough damage to finish it, but they can finish it after the fact, and Wonderwear will have to back away. Inhibitor tower's down in 8.5 minutes, Stress.
And right now, I'm kind of looking at this situation, and I'm feeling if Wonderwear had backed away and tried to at least receive that wave and slow down the push from Kobe and Nisbeth, we wouldn't have had the same trade overall. Oh man, Fnatic, Febiven could be caught out here, but he's a little too quick. Cocoon landing.
Oh, quick on! Nisbeth's going in, but he doesn't have any backup. That's first blood! You can't just jump into 3 Fnatic members and Splyce falling back under their tower.
Oh, it was such a nice hook, but the lantern wasn't available. That's the difference between this play and the play we saw from Masterwork in Challenger that we just saw an hour or so ago as we headed to break. Man, that kind of play can win you the game if the team are right behind you and there was no lantern and no follow-up from Splyce. That's going to give Fnatic quite a big boost.
Solid Challenger plug there. Master.
Hey, man, I got to get in.
Ah, that's good. Yeah, Fnatic, they pick up the first blood. Definite mistake. Nisbeth caught the Thresh version of Lee Syndrome. Goes on in without the Lantern being available. But they did have a nice hook onto Febiven, who was able to wipe some sweat off his brow as he realized there was no help coming in for Nisbeth. This tower should be going down in the mid side, as it is now the easiest objective to take. Everything's been pushed pretty far elsewhere. No, with Kobe, Trash, and Nisbeth all there, it's completely fine. We'll still be in for a little while.
Yeah, we're going to be here for a fair amount of time, and you can see Fnatic aren't really feeling too quick about this game. They are sitting in lane. Their top laner and mid laner had over 2k, and you can pretty much just see Corki's gone and gone. Oh, I've got Sheen and a longsword. Finishment Trinity Force, straight up. Still, we can see Gamsu has a lot of money in his inventory as well. So whatever he goes back to buy is going to be a big boost.
On the boots and Doran shield.
He's hardly been in this game.
Yeah.
He's hardly had to do anything. And that really isn't a problem for Fnatic, because until he needs to ult in, it's not like he's got a 1v1 out Wonderwear, because Wonderwear's not been in the side lane either. So it's just been a very weird game for top laners in that they've actually done nothing this game.
Yeah, effectively. As Senkux fires the laser, clears the wave. I feel like it's almost, the game seems to be, it looks faster than it is because we are only 11 minutes in, but we've got these massive minion waves, wow,
minion waves, they could be minions, but it's a little too early for
I'm traveling in time here. The minion waves are pushing, and they're massive, but the clear is super easy because the towers just do so much damage. Look at Wonderwear. He's starting to roll on up. He's still sitting on the tier, but he's doing a lot of damage to these. They're just not as strong yet.
Yep, Wonderwear just pops his ult. Goes, okay, I'm going to clear this out. The rest of my team are taking their first dragon of the game. 4 towers apiece on this one, and man, Splyce, I kind of want to say they've slowed the game, but again, it's like it feels like it's much later in the game, and as Fnatic have now hit that item point where they can start looking to group on Febiven, this game may start spiraling a little bit against Splyce. Lux isn't at the point where she can reliably clear every wave that comes into her. Her ult is still only rank 1. You don't have that 40% cooldown reduction, so it's not like you can throw it out every time the wave pushes in. So that's one thing they've got to be very careful of.
Not to mention, both Kabi and Wonderwear are still shy of half their stacks necessary to finish the tier. So they're relying very heavily on Senkux at the moment, who is still pretty much sitting on wave clear duty, but he's still behind. You look at Febiven, this guy has been out CSing him the entire time. Yes, it's not really been a game of sitting in lane, but the mid laners have done the most of it, if there's something to be said for that.
I just find it really interesting how Splyce prioritized Ezreal so early on in their draft. Like, that's not something we've seen from a whole lot of teams when Corki and Lucian were available. Well, Corki was picked up by Fnatic, but Lucian was up, and they could have locked that in to deny it from Fnatic, and ultimately Lucian fell all the way down to the last rotation of picks for Fnatic. So, I mean, this Ezreal has to pay off for them. They have to get Kabi into the late game and start getting the damage down from that blue build Ezreal if it's going to warrant that first pick. And thus far, it's not his time in the game yet. So,
no. But there's still plenty of time on the clock. Remember, we're just shy of 13 minutes into this game. You wouldn't know it looking at the open inhibitors, but Senkuk's still working on defending this mid tower. Fnatic, they definitely have a strong level of power. I think they're still waiting for Reckless to ramp up so we can become that big, massive, culling, popping Lucian that we've been seeing so much of. But Splyce are perfectly happy to, I think, let this game go as long as they want.
They are, but this is a big departure in playstyle from yesterday, when we saw Splyce with the LeBlanc just going ham. In the early game, just constantly going forward because Senkux was so fed. They nearly lost that a big amount of their lead in that game with the middle push that came. And that was problematic for Splyce. We did see there was a few issues when it came to their shot calling, and I just wonder, will we see them be able to play this tricky composition out well enough to hold on for long enough in this game?
Yeah, that always is the question, because we've seen Splyce try to play tricky, and it has not netted out anything for them. They lost 3 games in a row, but is the improvement there, or are they just doing simpler things in their last 2 victories?
Well, I think the first victory was just playing a simpler style. I think yesterday's was just a very clear-cut. Senkux got to 10-0 and was like, hey guys, I can blow up everybody on the map.
Open
Not
mid.
a problem. Yeah, exactly. At that point. This, however, is the test for the shot calling and the strategy from Splyce. The problem is, they're up against a composition that's going to be difficult to catch out. I mean, Febiven is going to have that cleanse, has the Valkyrie, difficult to lock down a Lucian as well. So, and every time they try and engage, Gamsu's going to have that ultimate available. We haven't seen it forced out yet. There has been very little fighting back and forth between these two. It's been much more about that first 6 or 7 minutes of play where we saw the inhibitor tower trades.
Right, and it's worth noting that, you know, looking at the team that's behind this composition as well, Fnatic, they may be a completely different team than last year, and they may have had their troubles communication-wise and otherwise, but this is still Fnatic. This is still the 5-time European LCS champions, and you can't take that lightly.
5-time?
Did I say 5-time?
You did say 5-time. 5-time. It's that's an accomplishment. You can see them on the walls.
Yeah.
It
would be all the way, but then there's Alliance.
Well, I mean, there's got to be a blemish on the record somewhere.
You can't
be perfect all
unless you're 18-0. Not this time, though.
Do we still class it as perfect if you're 0-18? Just for
it's
a hypothetical
record, yes.
A hypothetical future situation. Can we call that a perfect split too? Yeah,
why
we
not?
did so badly. Well, we'll see if any team ever gets that kind of record. That's a tough one to get. I believe we had like a 1-17 last year from over in North America, but nevertheless.
Oh man, not gonna happen this game though. These two teams still sitting tied, 7th place position. Both looking to move up the standings. Obviously, things are going to shift quite tectonically week to week. But Fnatic, you know, they looked so sloppy yesterday against G2, and we just saw G2 with a masterful win over Unicorns, but still far from perfect. I feel like the old adage is still half true. Everybody does beat everybody.
I'm not sure if Fnatic is going to win this time.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, there's still a long time. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. You heard Mithy say that as well.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's not just us saying that. players know it as well.
Yeah.
This game's a marathon and not a sprint as well. So if ever it was an apt saying, it would be this one, because we've got a Ryze and an Ezreal in this game. Fnatic still a little hesitant to try and push anything. They're struggling against this Lux and the Ezreal clearing out, but Febiven's been given time in the mid lane to actually push up. Problem is, look at the rest of Splice coming up through the river. Febiven's got to be careful and get out of there fairly soon. Does have his Valkyrie up. We are bot lane right now because Hobby has 3 people of his own to deal with.
Okay, he's got the arcane shift, that's fine, but you can just see the moment anyone tries to step too far forward, something else happens. Reckless, Febiven on the backside, they dive in for Wonderwear, knock him aside into his own tower. He flashes, he's running, but a culling will stop him in his tracks.
Is it over though, because Senkux is here. Can he get a double binding?
He gets one on Febiven, laser! It was cleansed before the laser came in. Febiven stayed alive. Gamsu was able to TP after the fact. Still, close call, and we've got a true shot coming in. Is that enough damage? It doesn't hit.
Wow, nearly missed delivery on that one. As Febiven, you can see how difficult it is to kill him. He's got the cleanse, the flash, the Valkyrie. Everything against this Lux is going to be so difficult. I mean, he's even got Noxiac to start blocking things as well once this game gets into a little bit more grouped fights. Fnatic have finally cracked that mid tower, and that is really that big bastion for Splice to hang on to. Fnatic are looking for their dragon, or their first dragon of the game this time around. So this, again, removes a little bit of that timing for Splice. Splice could have looked potentially to drag this game out to a significant 5 dragon point. I don't like seeing
about a few weeks ago.
I don't like seeing Splice drag it to 5 dragons because I have flashbacks from when they played Mouse in the Challenger Finals.
Oh, yeah.
They had like 30 dragons in one series.
That was a different meta, though.
It was, but Splice have showed a propensity to play this meta where they're playing for the later game. Only really in 1 or 2 games have we seen them taking a style which is much more active in the early game, and this is not one of those games. The lane swap forced them into a situation where they could take an inhibitor tower, but ever since then, the last 10 minutes have been very slow-paced.
Well, a lot of it has to do with that composition. You see the tiers still stacking for Wonderwear and Kabi, even though he's turned that into a Manamune. But it's still going to be a while before they feel comfortable going in. And against a team like Fnatic, how much does this affect your mentality? Yes, they got 2 wins on the board, but they've also got 3 losses, and they don't want to fall further down in the standings. This is a team that, if you remember correctly, at the very beginning of their formation, their owner, Marty Strenzewilk, said they were aiming for the playoffs. So far, you need to keep winning them.
It's a good goal. It's not too late to get yourself in the playoffs. They're in a decent spot as well when you look at the performance of the likes of Giants in some games. Rocket and Elements, both of those teams have, like Splice, have had good games alongside it. So there is going to be kind of this tooth and nail fight as we get closer to playoffs. That Splice, Elements, and Rocket may end up all be about these games against the top half of the table. Those that get wins in these big matchups could be in a better playoff spot.
Yeah. And watching, of course, together, Yamato Cannon, Daler, coaches of each team, is really, you get a lot of time in games like this to kind of think and analyze a lot more, especially as a coach. And those two, one makes a lot of noise, one's definitely a lot on the quieter side, but they do have a big influence.
I have a theory, and I don't have all the evidence right now to have it pan out. If I'm not mistaken, both games that Yamato has won a turtleneck, I believe Splice have won. I feel like that could be a sign. Maybe businesses with
we
a
need
tie.
more sample size here.
Well,
Talk to
at
Spelsy
this time,
about it.
we've got a Fnatic using that culling just to push Splice back.
Such a low cooldown, easy peasy. Of course, Reckless still working towards his rapid fire cannon after he picked up the Essence Reaver. Nesbeth, nice dodge of the Nidalee Spear. Spirit, speaking of, obviously we talk about Nidalee needing to have an early game impact, and he's gone this little bit more earlier power route. Hasn't gone for the Rod of Ages. I feel like this is definitely not going to work to Fnatic's strength if this game does drag on to the 30-40 minute mark.
Well, the problem is we're getting to the point where Splice want to be at. They have the Iceborne Gauntlet. They have the tier finishing stacking fairly soon. 707 right now on Ezreal. The tier is already stacked for Ryze. They're about 500 gold short of the Seraphs coming out from him. So Splyce are nearly in that situation that they want to be in. And they can hold lanes now with the Lux ultimate. As long as they don't end up in a situation where Fnatic are going full on siege against them, they should be okay. Ooh, Hook
Close.
narrowly grazes Febiven, but
By a
doesn't
pixel.
catch.
So Noxiac and Reckless will be able to take this tower on the top, and you see the gold difference between these two teams. It's about 5,000. It's going to be a bit more here. Well, equalized now by the outer turret taken by Splyce. But still, this is mostly really just Fnatic and their early and mid game being more powerful, but they haven't pushed far enough. The 2 kills have extended, the extra tower's extended. They've got to make moves soon, and you can see the collapse going in now. Gamsu, Tauntaun to Trashy, doesn't hit anyone else. Febiven gets the rocket. Splyce are already in retreat, though, and they can't get anything.
But it's the health bars that are the important thing right now. Kobbe, Nisbeth, and Trashy all have to look to back away. It's now on the rest of Splyce to clear this out. Senkux will throw out the ultimate, gonna clear out the wave and deny the push from Fnatic. But as the next minion wave joins, they have to deal with top and bottom as well. And Splyce could be spread out a little bit thin here. The rest of Fnatic are recalling, though.
Yeah, they are recalling, but still they will have eyes on Splyce. You've got to look at that jungle. Top and bot side lit up like a Christmas tree. They will know the movements of Splyce quite well. 5K is the difference, still in gold, 22 minutes on the mark. Dragon will be up in another minute and a half, but that's still going to be a pipe dream for both these teams to try and pick up anything more significant off of that particular buff, as Fnatic looks to try and chase the sidewave dream.
Well, this is it for Splyce. There are the big items that they needed. 2 item Ezreal, 2 item Ryze. If ever there was a time for Fnatic somehow to, force themselves into a situation where they're extending this lead, they have to do it fairly quickly. They could be running out of time now against Splyce. It's tipped the other way around. For the longer this game goes, without Fnatic advancing their lead, Splyce will continue to come back into this game. And this, realistically, is in a position that Splyce have partly earned themselves, but is also on Fnatic not controlling the vision game quite well enough, not being able to catch out Splyce when they were at their weak point.
I continue to just be on wave clear duty, trying to force something, force
they
a reaction, but Spirit, he's going to be caught. He's
Goodbye.
hooked. Kobbe takes him out, and now the fight is on. Nisbeth's blown up. Noxiac gets the credit for that. Trashy being chased back under his own tower, but meanwhile, back in the mid, Kobbe's low but surviving. Spirit is already down, and so is Nisbeth, as we said. Noxiac, however, is going to be caught. Too low. Lux Laser dodged as Noxiac was already dead. A 2-for-1, and Splyce crack open the mid lane.
You can see how difficult it is for Fnatic to get away if they get caught by any of the crowd control that Splyce have to offer. Just layered one on top of the other. I'm a little surprised that Kobbe didn't get more involved in this fight. Here's the catch. That's just clinical at that point. Good special delivery in from Febiven to cut this fight up. But look at Kobbe. He's forced all the way out of the fight. This is prime real estate for poking, but Fnatic is so healthy that Kobbe has to respect and lifesteal a little bit off the minions. He's actually not dealing damage for the majority of this fight, so Fnatic may be a little bit baited into the fact that they took a long time for the damage to come from Splyce. It's all because the AD carry wasn't really involved in that fight.
Yeah, you gotta wonder if they will attempt something like that again. It was a quick move by Febiven to try and answer back Spirit's untimely demise. Still, he retains his good score, but this has been a very, very low action game directly, and I think Splyce are about to change that.
4 pink wards in the inventory of Splyce. Get them around the jungle of Fnatic. Put the vision down. Get that mid and bottom tower right now. The only thing you've got to be careful of there is Fnatic looking for some kind of Baron, so as long as they keep it warded, it should be fine. Lucian is going to show top in about 20 seconds, and that could actually be, the catalyst to potentially be the game-losing fight for Fnatic. If Lucian shows top, Splyce could just pick somebody off very quickly. They don't have teleport on Wonderwear, though. They do have teleport and the ultimate from Gamsu, but the rest of Fnatic are drifting topside with the push from Lucian, so they aren't able to catch him out alone.
Yeah, Splyce were actually allowing Fnatic to kind of dictate the movement there on the map, so more wards aplenty being placed as they struggle to clear them out on the side of Splyce. Fnatic continue to keep their eyes on Splyce's team.
It's understandable, because Splyce are behind right now. And we know that they've seen that they're at the point where they can start to fight, but it is still Fnatic's game. They are still in the lead right now. problem is, if Splice start making the tougher decisions and actually fighting for the vision control, denying Fnatic's pathways into their own jungle, Splice can close this gold lead very quickly because Fnatic aren't actually receiving too much in the way of objectives or farm at this point. It's pretty much all that mid lane unless they're overextending into the bottom lane or into the top lane. Gamsu still sitting quietly down in the bottom side. He has teleport, has his ult.
For the time being, Splice still able to defend, but you're right, the pace that this game has gone at has been very strange for both these teams, and Splice, I feel like they don't know that they have the power they do right now. They know that they have this double tier comp already stacked up, but they haven't pulled the trigger, and it's partially because of the vision that Fnatic have had on them. Reckless is going forward, looking for Wonderwear. That's a quick flash out of the Rise. Taunt does not connect, but now Gamsu's locked up. Spooky Ghost, they've got him knocked in, and Gamsu having to send another dash. There comes the culling. Rise eats a huge chunk of it. Gamsu is in the bush, but he's stunned up, and he's into all the members of Splice, and he'll be taken out by Wonderwear.
Now Splice need to defend mid. Fnatic actually can't get too much more than just that turret off it, so it is that turret gain, but how much vision control can Splice reclaim from that fight? Fnatic won't really be able to get too much more of that turret without pushing forward, and if Splice can at least control their jungle pathways, they can deny Fnatic's ability to continuously path through Splice's territory on the map. Just gotta clear out these wards. Still a couple of pink wards in their inventory on the side of Splice. And they are getting a good amount of clearance going. They're also grouping up mid, trying to push down in response. Gamsu's going to be up soon with the teleport available. Wonderwares is not available. So if Splice were to make a play onto Baron or something like that, it would probably not be the right answer. I mean, Wonderware on the bottom side is not offering pretty much anything to the team other than just that ability to push the bottom wave out.
Now, he's got his teleport nearly off cooldown now, and that will be the chance for Splice to maybe get into the back. They have a few wards, not too deep, but if they Fnatic group up maybe around the Baron, Splice can bait them into that, they might be able to turn it around. Fnatic, though, they're playing this very, very safely. Yeah. They are pinging the Baron, however.
Well, this is one of the problems you get when you see kind of that poke disengage style going up against the poke kiting style, is nobody's ever engaging hard enough to kick a fight off properly. It's only ever if you pick somebody off on their own, which Splice have the tools to do, but Fnatic haven't been in the situation for all that much. So you actually end up with very few fights. In comes the same type of play for Fnatic once again.
Yep. Gamsu is farther away. Reckless still trying to finish off Wonderwear, but his full culling was not able to connect as the minions got themselves in the way. Wonderwear stays safe for now, and Fnatic still trying to find picks of their own to see if they can start this Baron, but they'll just go for it right away. Oh, spotted by the blue trinket.
Miscommunication by Fnatic. Febiven wanted to start the Baron. They've got teleport available for Splice here. Nisba's taking so much damage. Good flash away from Gamsu, though.
Yeah, Gamsu is already low, and they've caught Noxiac in. In comes Febiven to try and separate the fight, but he has to burn flash immediately as the exhaust is on. Wonderwear gets knocked up, and he almost gets chunked. Spirit goes forward. Zanya's on. The hook doesn't connect. Nobody dies just yet.
It's kite disengaged. Like, at this point, like, neither team really wants to fight without this big crowd control landing, or Fnatic just getting poked from a distance. And it leads to a situation when neither team, when they get to half health, is confident enough to close this fight out. At one point in this game, there is going to be pretty much one person that will close these fights out, potentially two, and it should be Wonderwear. Wonderwear at one point is going to realize, damn, I'm strong enough to take out everybody. He's not quite there yet. Even though he's at 3 items, he's taking so much damage at the same time. You saw the shields have to come out to save him. You saw the heals used by Splice as well. But he's just not quite there yet.
And we're able to CC him down. Well-placed Braum ultimate from Noxiac. Kind of saved that day for a moment. And also you could see Spirit jumping in, changing his mind immediately. No, I need to hit the Zanyas. But you're absolutely right. The poke disengage, the poke kite, when they meet, nobody really wants to go in for it. So now the Lux Laser comes in a step too late. Fnatic pick up Drake number 3. Splice still sitting on 1. Fnatic might be the team looking for Dragon 5 at this point. And despite the scaling factor, should be in Splice's favor. Fnatic, if they can take a well-placed fight, they might be able to turn this game in their favor. More in their favor. They still got a gold lead.
Yeah, exactly. Like, Fnatic have got a gold lead, but they're playing very tentative. They have to because of their team composition. One misstep into the cocoon, into the binding from Senkux means whoever gets hit gets taken off the map. They can't risk that because the death timers are getting so long that Spliced would be able pretty much to take enough of the base that it would end the game from Fnatic.
Well, this is the thing. I feel like both teams are not playing to win. They're playing not to lose as Fnatic decide to try and go for the Baron, but immediately spot several Splice members in the midfield.
Wonderware's top with no TP. If Fnatic can somehow get an engage...
They're going to try.
Wonderware's got to start moving. Like, that is real nerve to hold that top lane push for now from Wonderware.
Yeah.
Knowing he's in vision, the rest of his team are backing away. Also, the fact that Splice are probably communicating that. They're like, no, we're fine, we're backing away. We don't need you to come down here. But Wonderware is kind of just running on the spot. Look at his minimap. Look at him on the minimap. He's just running back and forth on the spot. Do I go top? Do I come to mid? Indecisiveness from Splice right now.
Yep, the game starts to balance on a knife's edge. As you said, those death timers keep getting high. Fnatic holding that 5K lead, but that just means so much less than it did 10, 20 minutes in. Reckless goes ahead and pushes the wave right on back, and neither team wants to fight. Nisbet dodging out the hook. Whoa, sends out a hook of his own. Meant spear, actually. Gamsu's able to shadow dash away. Wonderware and Kabi keep on pushing. They're just trying to play the mini wave game.
Yeah, they are right now. And honestly, if Fnatic are playing the minion wave game, one thing I would have liked to have seen them do, the unfortunate thing in this circumstance is that Brom goes Lucky to the Iron Solari, which is a fine choice. I think if they had the room to go for a Banner of Command up against a Lux, up against a Ryze, up against an Ezreal, good luck clearing that. However, Fnatic, third time's a charm for them, apparently.
Something they were famous for about 10 minutes earlier.
Well,
and last season, trying to take out the Baron early. It's taken down. The laser does not come in time. Smited away by Spirit, and this might be the chance for Fnatic to keep on moving forward. But they're trapped in a bit of a choke, and they don't want to go for it.
Well, this should be one of the big points for Fnatic to help them win the game. Look at the waves top and bottom. They should just be able to choke out Splice right now. There's not enough wave clear on the Splice lineup to actually clear every single wave at the same time, but Fnatic are looking to group on bottom lane. They haven't caught Wonderware out, but they will push that wave through. It did get mostly cleared out, though, so...
Just there, Reckless is really far forward.
Because the inhib's still open. From 8 minutes in the game, now the inhibitor is getting sieged up by Fnatic. It's the easy option for them.
Yeah, Noxiac trying to Unbreakable. Kabi goes in a lot of damage onto Febiv in there, making Fnatic rethink their strat. The laser, Febivin's low, but he's not dead. Nobody dies. Here comes the True Shot Barrage. And almost nobody's dying this game. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Nobody is falling, and man, there's the damage from Ezreal. Everybody's saying, why are we seeing Ezreal picks? Why are we seeing it? Like, late game Ezreal with blue build is really strong. You connect one Q, and basically the person dies unless they use like flash and heal and every escape.
Febivin's reaction time, just that quick.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
It is. But what I do like to see as well from Fnatic is they go, oh, you've got a lot of AP damage. I'm going to build a Hex Drinker. Both of their ADs have built a Hex Drinker as well. Man, you can see Senkux taking a lot of damage as well. Fnatic are winding this one up. Now that they got the Baron buff, this is their time to really close this game.
Yeah. Oh, good taunt into Senkux. He's gonna nearly get taken out, still staying alive, but the tower's not so lucky. Noxiac in the front, Wonderware locking up Gamsu, but he's the tankiest member. Noxiac finally falls. Everyone's starting to go down in this. Big shutdown for Febivin, and he takes out Wonderware. The inhibitor's gone. This might be the end of it all after a very, very strangely paced game. Fnatic look to try and close out, but they won't do it just yet.
Wonderware just died with his Flash and Seraphs available. 1v1 in that fight. That should not happen with a Ryze at this stage in the game. Ryze should be able to blow up almost everything that he touches, but the fact that he's not got pretty much any armor against a double AD composition as well makes it so tough. He's built a Void Staff, and yes, there is magic resist on the side of Fnatic, but it makes him squishy too. Wonderware is unable to output consistent damage in these fights.
It's the rookie mistakes, man. You've got to look at it as such, and Splice have a lot to learn from this game. If they can't hold off this Fnatic push, who've extended their lead now. We talked about Splice eventually getting to this double tier ramping up period, but they just haven't been able to pull the trigger, and Fnatic have consistently squeezed them all the way into their own base. Splice are going to try for a last-ditch effort here, but they reveal a little early.
Well, if they get a catch on for Bivin, that's pretty much the thing that'll turn this game around for them, but that's a tough
They got
ask.
Reckless. He's out. Wonderware, he's in trouble. Can he get the Lantern back to safety? Yes, he can. The disengaged game continues, and we got a pause.
We have got a pause, man. Whew.
What a moment for it.
Well, at least they backed away. It's been
Mostly.
Trashy and Gamsu.
Locked in Mortal Kombat.
Locked forever in Mortal Kombat right now.
Or they could surrender.
Yeah.
Let's hope not.
Yeah, so it looks like it is Splice pausing at this point. Looks like a monitor issue.
Trashy's talking, trying to get the issue fixed. But
I'm outside of my base. I thought I was in my base. Why am I here?
Well, we'll get that one resolved for a moment, but for the time being, we get to calm down for a little bit as we kind of had this very slow build up to the action, and then all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. But now, in the moment where we are, everybody's still up. Most of the ultimates are still available. Reckless has spent a calling, but that comes back pretty soon. Noxiax is still coming up. The Lux Laser's available. No one really wants to fight right now because everyone's just backed off, so that's pretty much how we should resume. Fnatic's still in a hefty lead, and they've got the 2 inhibitors. No more Baron buff, though. What do they do from here?
Well, for Fnatic, I would say all they've got to do is just wait for mid and bot to push in and continue what they're doing right now. That means they got to be careful that Splice don't engage on them. They wait for somebody to go clear those waves out, come back around to top side, try and push the turret in. They've also got the option if they really feel like this game isn't going to get closed out in the next couple of minutes, which it should do, realistically. Dragon is coming up in 30, and that could be a point of contention. So Trashy is back now inside the base. And Fnatic, they are kind of tentatively backing away, but they want to stick around. It's Wonderware that's clearing these waves out. Now he's got to try and deal with 2 waves as it continues to push in.
Yeah.
Now it's on
Rise wave
Fnatic.
clear, man.
They're going to play slow and steady here.
They are catching tanky members, but they just can't follow up. Nisbeth really needs a clutch hook onto Reckless or someone, but it's so hard, especially not with that QSS he's got, too.
They got so little damage on this tower.
Oh, we're back.
Oh, we are back with another pause.
We'll have to take a look at what it is this time, but Fnatic's still sieging up this top side. Such a tense mode. I guess it's Trashy again.
Yeah, I think it's just an issue with the monitor by the sounds of it. So hopefully, should be a fairly quick fix. Although nothing's been fairly quick about this game.
Definitely. Well, when there has been action, it has been quickly decided that no one will die.
Oh yeah, that's been one.
With few exceptions, 4-4.
Yeah, this is just the game of pacifists right now.
Well, you said it again, time and time again. The poke disengage, the poke and kite. And when the 2 come against each other, it's kind of like a watch and wait, but no one wants to make the first move.
I want to say it's like the unstoppable force, the immovable object.
Except it's 2 immovable objects.
Yeah, except it's like 2 objects that are just moving around each other and not doing anything.
At glacier speed.
Yeah, exactly. It's quite the slow-paced game. But nevertheless...
A lot of defensive builds as well. You know, the double Hex Drinkers on the side of Febivin and Reckless to top it off. And really, it's been so hard to sneak objectives. Fnatic were able to secure that Baron, which really helped them propel forward. I feel like at this rate, they might need another one to close it out, though.
Perhaps. I mean, you look at this situation, for a team like Splice, this is a big test for them. Because, like, they're still only in their 6th game now in the LCS. This is pretty much new ground for them. Being in a situation playing up against the former champions for Europe, and now they're getting dragged into a spot where their composition should be working, but they are still behind. So they've got to play this defensive style and just hang on for a little bit longer. They caught Reckless.
Yeah, this time he's got Gamsu at his back. However, tower is going low. It will finally fall, and they move in for Trashy. Gamsu, they've caught him up, but he jumps back up, jumps back down. And Fnatic don't want to push their luck. And wouldn't you know it, everyone's still alive.
Turret has died. The minions are pushed in mid lane, though, so it allows Fnatic to creep themselves back into the base and get the inhibitor. It's not too risky for them to get this right now, but Wonderware is so low on mana as he runs in.
Finds Spirit, but Spirit will throw the Zhonya's down the laser. It will connect. They managed to grab one. It's Noxiac. The rest of Fnatic on the retreat path. Reckless in the front. Trashy chasing him down, but he turns tail and runs. They've got to go back and defend the base. There are no inhibitors, and the Nexus turrets, one's already
lost
down.
One. Yeah, they've lost one already. Senkuk's so low mana right now. He's just trying to proc as many of those light passives as he can. Splice, I want to say they held on, but they lost so much from that. Like, the game didn't end off it, but losing a Nexus turret now allows Fnatic to go to the Dragon, take that, put themselves on a tipping point of 4 Dragons to either win the game on that or look for the Baron in 2 minutes. Last Baron power play, not the biggest, but there wasn't a lot of objectives to take.
That's the key thing. But they did what they needed to do with the side mini waves and to occupy the attention of Splice. So even though that's not a significantly big gold difference, they still were able to do a lot with it.
And of course, the Baron power play is the changing gold difference. So if there's not a lot of big gold objectives, like towers to take, you know, objectives like that, it just means that the farm that the enemy is getting kind of starts to cancel out some of the difference that you're gaining from the objectives you're taking. So that's why it was a little bit lower than the average we've seen of like 3K from last split.
Teleport coming in from Rise. Fnatic know this is happening. See if Wonderware can get something done. He zooms towards Noxiac. Nothing.
Yeah.
Fnatic. They've got the mini waves. They've got Fevivin, but he's immediately going to cleanse that. All that stands between Fnatic and victory here is one tower and some members of Splice, but they're starting to fall. Gamsu follows. Both top lanes are down, but Fnatic are going all in for this one. About time, I'd say, as Kavi around the backside. Trashy moving out of the way, but they've left the Nexus exposed. The Super Minions doing battle, but it's not going to matter. GG, Fnatic wins!
Fnatic wins in a very turtle speed game, and you feel like Splice should have been at home in that 40-minute period where it's like we're getting to the point where Rise should just annihilate everybody. This blue build Ezreal should be melting most things that he touches. Problem is, Rise couldn't survive long enough in those fights. Ezreal ended the game on 2,000 gold as well. Like, there was a lot of just mismatch for Splice when it comes to when they were fighting.
It was a very strange game, no matter how you look at it. Fnatic, you've got to be happy with the victory considering where they were sitting before this game. But against a team like Splice, as they were on the up and up, still playing incredibly passively, you have to mix things up if you're Fnatic moving forward. So they'll have to take a look at that and work on it. They do have some easier opponents on paper going forward, though, as they already faced the top contenders in the league.
Yeah, they do. And, you know, that slow pace isn't getting punished against the teams that are on the lower side of the table, which leads me to believe, like, Fnatic, I think, will look at this game and say this was a lot harder than it should have been for us, just from the pacing of the game. Fnatic were pretty much always in control of this game when it comes to the gold lead, but if they face this kind of composition from a better team, they really could get punished hard from some of that indecisiveness.
They certainly could, but, you know, as the team themselves said, they need a lot of time to work on things, to build themselves up, to rebuild the team, as they lost 3 members from their dominant Worlds semi-finalist finish. But on the other side of Splice, it's very close, but unfortunately for Yamato Cannon, no turtleneck, no victory.
If that starts becoming true, man, I don't know what to say.
It's still true, so we'll keep that stat tracked.
I hope so.
I think we need to.
Be interesting. I'd like to see that, actually. Because we've had weird things like that, where like unicorns used to basically only win if they were in the end of the day, and if they were at the beginning of the day.
Oh yeah, I remember that one.
Well.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun, like watching those weird, completely not analysis stats that are just correlation.
Those are some of my favorite.
They
because
are.
I
They're
can
great.
actually remember them.
It's always nice to see the things that correlate, but you know, in this game, what didn't seem to correlate was like the game going longer and Splice actually being able to contend. They lost too much early. We had that weird inhibitor trade at like 8 minutes, and that was just enough of an opening for Fnatic to crack it back open 20 minutes later.
Yes, it was. So they were able to take that victory at the end of the day. Now we're going to send it Riftside to Pulse for a look at Fnatic's win to end their week.
Thank you, Pyra. I'm here with Fevivin after that win, and I was just chatting you before, Fevivin, you were saying that was quite a slow win, and it definitely stalled out. Where was the point in the game where you managed to edge ahead of your opponents?
I think we realized in the middle of the game, or like, yeah, at 15-minute mark, that we couldn't siege mid, but we were slowly and surely getting the dragons going, and we had huge CS advantage because they were just constantly grouping. So I think when we had more gold because of the more CS, more dragons, more towers, I think we just had a better team fighting.
Yeah, better team fighting and better poke as well. Played Corki in the middle lane. Seeing a lot of Corki move to the mid lane now. What's making Corki so strong, and why did it work in your composition?
Corki is really strong in mid lane right now because he has basically everything. He has poke, he has fast power spike, he has his ultimate, he can make really nice plays all over the map. and it's just 75% magic damage is just incredible, and he's just so safe as well and does insane damage. So yeah,
insane damage. And finally, this one here, Fnatic looked kind of shaky coming into the split, and now you're starting to pick up wins. What has changed, and what else do you need to improve on moving forwards in these weeks?
I think the biggest problem right now is our communication. We don't have a guy like Yellowstar in our team right now, so it's really difficult for us to actually get consistent shot calling throughout the game. But I think this is our biggest weakness right now, and this is the biggest improvement we are making right now. So if we get this fixed, I'm pretty sure we will do really well.
Well, very interesting to hear about Yellowstar there. Well, thank you very much for the interview. Congratulations on the win. We're going to take a closer look at that game and send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much. And Febiven also echoing what we've said in the pre-games of Fnatic in the last couple of weeks. It all comes down to that communication and how fast they'll be able to fix it.
Yeah, I think that's a good question.
You wanted me to bring it up, and now you don't jump in.
No. But I thought he had something to say.
Okay,
so
you just trolled me.
The thing for Fnatic yesterday, the thing today is Fnatic constantly makes everything harder for themselves than it's supposed to be. Yesterday when they were trying to pull off this, massive wombo combo with like Malphite, Lissandra going one-shotting everything, every single time they tried to do it was at the wrong time, where like people were already disengaging and they ended up getting only one guy instead of getting like three guys. This game as well, so many times Fnatic are like, or should be setting up for one thing, they're doing exactly the opposite, and then end up just like getting caught out or taking a stupid fight.
We actually have a specific replay to highlight that, and this was when you said they are making it so hard for themselves. Why in this instance?
I mean, Mithy, you want to talk about Spirit's positioning here? Why is he there?
Well, they want to flank mid, but they already have an advantage, and they're not really going to get anything out of that mid fight except the mid tower, which they can eventually get anyway. So Spirit there was just trying to like follow up on the flank from his teammates and got caught, but mainly they just didn't need to fight to win the game. They got a really clear and strong advantage from the lane swap, and they just had to push it to win.
And in this situation as well, they literally spent the last 2 or 3 minutes on setting up the bot lane, or well, the bottom side of the map for Dragon. By the time Dragon is there and they're about to take it, they're like, no, let's run mid and team fight.
Yeah, that fight was like 20 seconds before Baron spawned. I mean, Dragon, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's just like, you're spending so much time on one thing, commit to that one thing. Don't go like, oh, I don't want to wait 20 more seconds, I want to fight now. Because then you end up getting these super rushed team fights where Spirit is the first man kind of walking in on an Italy, and he obviously gets binded and just one shot.
However, waiting might have been a problem for them, because you mentioned at the 20-minute mark when Fnatic was 50k, that would be a whole lot, 5k ahead, which is still a lot, that you thought that Spice was going to come back because of the Lux, because of the heavy scaling components. You immediately said, no, they can't. Why was there a disparity
here? He said they had a chance.
Yeah.
And they did. I mean, Splice, in my opinion, had a lot of chances to get back into the game, but not one where it's an easy one for them to take. And that's the problem for Splice, because like they would have to basically win a fight around Baron, potentially, but because also Shen was in the game, constantly felt like Fnatic had just more pressure to always just create one big play, as long as they just didn't fight Splice, which they did like 10 times.
The way I see it, the way the pick and ban went, the only way, like Splice could eventually scale up and so on, but they were so down in towers, and towers basically mean map vision and map control, and so the only way they could actually win is if Fnatic kept screwing up. They screwed up, I think, twice throughout the whole game, even though it was just 4 kills. It was, I would say, 2 screw-ups around. But eventually, Fnatic managed to get their plan together and and then got the Baron before Splice could react to it, and then as soon as they had Baron, they just had to push for the win.
It took Fnatic 28 minutes to put a pink ward on Baron, and then shortly after they could actually start playing around it and pick it up.
When Splice had a blue trinket there forever.
Yeah, the blue trinket. It lasted there. It was put down at 20 minutes, right?
5 seconds.
And it lasted 8 minutes.
Yeah.
While they were setting up all the vision around topside and choking Splice out of their topside jungle, Splice was like, okay.
We have a ward there.
We have a ward.
Hey,
no problem.
That's why I felt like Splice still really had chances to win this game, because it kept going into team fights. Once, however, Fnatic figured out set up Baron, pick up the Baron, and then suddenly you can start pushing properly, Splice couldn't get the team fight.
It seems like it's such basic concepts, obviously, setting up for Baron. Are those the kind of things that when you're struggling with a team that you have to go all the way back to the beginning? It might go for you guys as well. Well,
okay, so yeah, Baron, like when we were in Origin, when we just joined the LCS, we looked at Fnatic the way they like got Barons, because they were like just baiting teams into Baron, and there was a point where Fnatic was even behind in the summer split, but they would just be like, okay guys, we have power spikes now, let's get Baron vision, and then bam, the game is over. So they managed to figure that part of setting up Baron so well that we as Origin copied it, and we were like working on it for so many months, and now with the changes in rosters, in communication and breaks, you know, everything just has to be learned through over again. Obviously, it comes back faster, but it's work, yeah.
And we heard so many times from the old Fnatic lineup how all the members were giving small hints, but then it was Yellowstar saying, go Baron. Like, now we do this, now we have the power spike, now we set up Baron. Fabian just said himself, they're still kind of lacking that shot calling part in the mid game. They don't have that guy who can say 100%, like Matthew of course is saying during the game when we're watching it, how every move Fnatic should make. They don't have that guy in game at the moment. Will they get it? I'm not sure, because not every player can become a shot caller. Like, it is very difficult to be the man making that final decision every time. But I think if you keep practicing it, someone should be able to step up.
You disagree?
I disagree. I think anyone can become anything if you just put.
I mean, that's so beautiful.
Can you put
No, I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, okay. But if you're a pro player already, you know, you have the talent. You just need to need to work on it. You know, nothing comes by. Like nothing just rains on you, you know, like you just have to work for it.
There is an element of natural talent, though. I mean, look at someone like Sven and Forgiven, the way they play AD carry.
But that's not shot calling. Yeah, but that's not shot calling. That's something completely
different. Oh, you mean in
different.
terms of match?
But the thing about shot calling, to me, at least when it comes to being the guy who makes the final decision, some people are just a lot better at having a bigger overview. Still being able to focus on what they're doing themselves, but also being able to focus on what's happening. A lot of other players are very tunneled on like what they're doing specifically on their own champion. And I think we see that from different players, which is why I don't think every team could just point out one guy and say, okay, if we practice for 1 year, you will be a great shot caller. I think honestly, there needs to be some element of talent. Maybe you need to just be super smart as well, where some players, I mean, some people are not necessarily as smart as other people.
Final reply, Mithy, anything to add?
I mean, he has a point, right? I just generally believe, at least for when I think of something for myself, you know, I just try to, if it's something that is not really anything to do with mechanics or something like that, you know, which I'm not like the best at, but if it's something to do with shot calling or something along those lines, I believe that if you just work on it, your teammates help you out, you can eventually just achieve it, no?
I think that's great advice for life in general as well.
Yeah,
Thank you for that
work
one.
hard, work
Anyway, there's still one battle left to play out here in Berlin this week, so stay right there. And before we go, we'll hear what Vander thinks about his old organization, Roccat.
There are players they're not known to be really good, you can honestly say. I actually think they are pretty good, but I thought they would be worse. They just did really silly mistakes and it costed them the games, so it's not like they are really bad or anything. I think they might catch up a bit, yeah, they will.
FlexPick is a champion that you can pick for more than one position.
And the strength of that is that when you pick it, the enemy team doesn't know where it's going.
Which gives you a lot of options in the champion select and opens up less counterplay for the enemy and opens up more play for you.
It's really good because you can like bait enemy, picking something weak.
We have a lot of mind games that we can do with those kind of picks.
So even though they see maybe like Poppy and then they see the AD carry, the mid laner, and the jungler, they still can't tell if this Poppy is going top or if it's going support.
But you cannot like get from the side Poppy's lane or from like, I mean you have to come from behind.
I hope that Poppy is support, to be fair right now.
So you gain an advantage of getting a better lane matchup or better team comp.
It can't really go bad, because at worst you put him in normal and at best in a good matchup.
Flex picking, it is the key in pick and ban in this meta here.
That's fine. They go for it. So we go for Tamken's jungle now. Yeah. Is there anything else you want? No. They're both flex pick. Yeah.
The champions that the pick can use as a flex pick are like Lissandra.
Right, it can go top mid, Lulu, top mid. You can see Morgana that can be played top, mid and support.
You can play Mundo jungle or top, and I think you can play Zac top and jungle as well.
You can obviously flex pick Graves.
Go Corki, go Corki! I use go TF! You can chase it.
Tamken is extremely popular because you can go top, go support, and you'll never know until the last rotation, which, especially on red side, makes it really dangerous for you to leave up.
Trundle is a good flex pick because he can go both support and top lane, and Trundle as a support is counter to Alistar. It's also good because the pillar counters so many champions like MF, even Kalista in some situations, and a lot of mid laners because they don't have that much mobility.
Right now flex picks are very important to make use of, so I think every laner should at least look to increase their champion pool.
It's just a smart move, picking a flex pick.
Flexibility as a pro player just comes with the job actually. Like there's so many patches going around, so you have to constantly adapt. And I think flex picks is just one of those adaptations you have. Some patches have more flex pick than others, but in general, pretty much every patch has a flex pick, so it's just a part of your progress as a pro player.
Welcome back. You're right in time for our last game of the week between Roccat and H2K. We also have Crepo joining us. Full support desk. Cool.
I'm a mid laner now.
Are you? Why?
No, I don't really.
Yeah, I'm mid lane Phil.
I play a bit more.
Second role in the dynamic queue, but it's going a bit unlucky.
Yeah, I play more AD carry. I'm hoping that Crepo will drop down to Diamond 5 soon and we can do a queue. But I'm going to give him 2 more weeks.
I'm on my way down, don't worry.
Good.
Give it a couple of months and I'll beat you.
It's going to happen.
Not going well for Crepo there. Let's take a look at the lineups for this game, though, specifically. First, Roccat with Freddy, 122, Arax, Betsy, Saphir, Extinct stepping in there, of course, for Edward and Fresh. Yesterday, Mithy, you guys played them. You guys were victorious. They, of course, have that sub coming in, and we talked a lot about the Vayne pick and in their comp specifically. And with Saphir, what did you make of it?
About
the Vayne pick yesterday from Roccat.
I think it was not a good pick.
Why?
I think he couldn't really auto-attack in teamfights, and I mean, as you can see, he just could only hit like 1 or 2 twice in teamfights, and he even lost lane. So
he even lost lane? Is he supposed to win that lane now?
I think Alistar against Vayne is, I mean, pretty hard for Alistar if the Vayne is like really good. So yeah, sucks.
So obviously that was a mistake there in pick and ban, and maybe putting that on Saphir as well. What are the good things here of Roccat, and will it be enough to build on? We highlight early game aggression from Arax, we highlight Betsy, but what are the fundamental things that you think they have to work on?
A lot of things for Roccat. I mean, one of them, like we see this from a lot of teams in Europe at the moment, is as soon as the laning phase ends, like the game plan just stops. They lack that guy, again, who can get all the information and kind of draft up a game plan for how you want to play the mid game out, understanding when do we need to push certain waves, when do we need to contest a Baron, when do we need to like force a team fight and whatever. Roccat is kind of really in between in everything, and that means even though they have good early games from time to time, a bit like against you guys, they kind of drop the ball coming into mid game, and then they tend to lose almost every single team fight.
On the other hand, the team that is on top on all those things is H2K. Let's take a look at their lineup with Odowamne, Jankos, Selfie, Forgiven, Vander, and Prowly. Yesterday, they had a matchup versus Vitality, where in the end, their top got set behind, but Forgiven got such a CS advantage. They got everything set up. What did you guys make of that matchup?
Yeah, it was 20-minute ARAM after a decent strategy-wise macro game in the early game. I think in terms of this matchup in particular, we need to hope that the pressure will get to Selfie, and that then Betsy can maybe snowball that matchup, and maybe Rocket can go for a poke up. Here we see some gameplay moments of the winning team fights, where Selfie actually almost died in that final team fight. Then he helped contribute a lot towards that winning play that actually ended the game. But I think, yeah, the matchup to watch is Betsy versus Selfie, and maybe Rocket can go for a poke composition, because that seems to be a composition in which you can play the same style from start to finish. If that is indeed the case, where the game plan just disappears. Well, if you go for the full Nidalee, Corki, poke comp, it is straightforward start to finish, but it's hard to play.
As long as H2K doesn't completely mess up the early game, I don't think there's any chance for Rocket to win.
I agreed.
Well, the thing that we started with, obviously, that Vaynepick and Sapphire here, they'll be up against Forgiven, who has obviously amazing stats. What is it that makes him so hard to play against, Mithy?
I think he's just really good at anticipating, or maybe he just has unhuman reaction time, but I can't Q flash him sometimes, so I don't know what's up with this guy.
What champ?
On Sivir. Okay. So...
no, I mean on what champion are you playing?
Alistar, sorry. Yeah. So the way I see it, he is really good at anticipating what the opponent is gonna do. His mechanics overall are really good, and he is really good at pressuring his advantage in lane and getting an advantage in lane.
No, I do hear that the players are ready, so we're going to see Forgiven in action. And for picks and bans, we're going to go over to the caster desk.
Thank you, Shocks. We're still rolling on here as we're ready for Rocket and H2K to take to the Rift. But it is going to be a very, very tough ask, as they were saying, for Rocket against this team that is really firing on all cylinders, Stress.
There's one thing heading into this picks and bans that I wonder about. Will we see Rocket try and do what Vitality did yesterday in picks and bans, and that was go take away the AD carries, try and ban out Forgiven? The problem with that is I don't feel like Sophia has shown us enough on enough champions to make that a viable strategy. They'll hamstring themselves, in my opinion.
Don't forget, that was also Vitality giving away GP.
Oh, yeah.
And that worked out really well for them.
The other side of that is that, they just went, okay, well, we'll play Caitlyn because
there are no AD carries left.
We have Forgiven, and it's Caitlyn. Surprise, surprise. This time, that's not the case. Rocket are banning out the top lane.
Another Tom Kench ban has not seen any action today, as he has been benched consistently. H2K already banning out the Ryze. They look to take their next one. What is it going to be? It's GP, so we won't see that again. H2K don't want to take any chances. Of course, on the red side, that's much more common.
4 out of 4 right now, top lane bans. Yes, there are flexes in there available.
Freddy's going to have to dig deep as well as Odoamne.
He is. Freddy's played a bunch of different champions, though. He's played Zac, Dr. Mundo, and Na in previous weeks. So he has got other options. I wonder what he's going to go for. We also saw the Graves out of him as well. So there is a fairly wide pool, most of which hasn't been touched by the bans from H2K this far in the draft.
Yeah, and of course that tells me that's not something they're really worried about. Freddy's performance he's had a couple of standouts, but as we question coming into this split, will this be his year to bounce back? So far, we've not seen anything to indicate that.
Yeah, so far it's kind of been the same as last year. Wow, that is a Rek'Sai ban.
All right.
So, I mean, right now it either tells Rocket they have to go for a jungle pick, something like an Elise right now, but I don't think that's strong enough to warrant a first pick. But it tells you that H2K are likely to take that on their first rotation. Keep in mind, Kindred is banned, Graves is available out of the jungle as well, so there are options there from H2K, but they want to reduce the ability now of Airwax to have that global presence on the map as well.
Yeah, he'll have to dig a little bit deeper, as he did play quite a few Rek'Sai games in previous weeks. To little success, of course, for the team, as we've mentioned, but we'll see what H2K answer with. I actually really do expect this Graves for Jankos.
Well, looking, however, at what has been locked in, Rocket have opted for the Alistar. You just heard Mithy say, man, sometimes I just can't Q flash Forgiven on Alistar. And now Extinct is like, hey guys, I've been out of here a while. I think I've got his number. I think I've got it. So we're going to have to see how Extinct is going to do on this Alistar, whether we'll see any of those Q flashes hit, or whether Forgiven really is that good at dodging them.
I mean, it's something that everyone who plays Forgiven consistently says. This is like the one guy who can predictively dodge everything all the time. And H2K let the final seconds tick down as they switch over at the last second. Jankos will be taking the Elise, and we've got a Poppy locked in. That could be Vander or Odoamne.
Yeah, right now, as you said, it could be either. I feel like it's fairly likely to go down onto Vander. Vander has played one game of Poppy. The matchup stops the Alistar combination, at least, the headbutt into Pulverize, so you're basically forced to Q flash or flash Q either way for that Pulverize. However, H2K are just leaving options. At this point, they can wait all the way down until the last pick. One pick that is available that I expect H2K to take on the next rotation if it's available is going to be the Lissandra for Selfie. We do have the likes of the Ari, the LeBlanc that we know Selfie can play as well, but Selfie had a decent game on Lissandra yesterday, but it wasn't spectacular.
Well, he definitely looked one of the weaker members of his team, but you've got to expect that coming in being a very quick turnaround sub. But on the other side, Rocket might try to deny that pick.
I like it.
Airwax will actually get his hands on Jungle Graves, and Betsy will be the one with Lissandra.
I think this is
or Freddy.
Yeah, it is a flex. Betsy hasn't played it yet from my recollection. Yesterday we saw a Twisted Fate game from Betsy go very well.
Yeah, well, in the early game especially.
Yeah, at least it started well for Roccat. Betsy actually had a pretty good game himself, but then it just wasn't enough. He didn't snowball the team far enough that Sophia, on that vein, he just never got into it. So that was the trouble with yesterday's game for Roccat.
Well, they built a pick comp, right? And then they got 3 or 4 picks, but then it kind of unraveled for them.
Well, it was more to do with stopping their opponents across the map. Origin just ended up being in a position where they could group very effectively on the Lucian, so it was less so much about picking rather than just controlling different side lanes and looking for those 2 versus 1s. In this situation, they've got the Lissandra for that follow-up engage, they've got Alistair for engage as well, and some burst coming from Graves. Looking for an AD carry, likely, and the top laner to come out of Roccat. We'll see what they have for us. But interestingly, Corki has dropped all the way through the draft.
Oh, Forgiven certainly got to be smiling about it, as they do lock it in. Definitely had quite a lot of success on that champion. Of course, he tends to have a lot of success on a lot of things, but you know what else has gone all the way through so far? The Callista. Now, we know in the past, Forgiven has been very outspoken about this particular champion, but I don't think Saphir is feeling the same way.
No, I think this is one that they should just lock in for Saphir right now. It's a decent setup for them, especially with the Alistair. You've got a good engage potential out of those 2 champions. This kind of tells me that it's going to be Trundle support and that Poppy up in the top lane. So Odo Amne feeling confident enough that he's just like, hey, give me whatever they want top into Poppy. We may see the Fiora we've seen a couple of times already. Freddy hasn't really been showing propensity to play the Fiora in recent times, so we'll see if he does go for it or something else, in fact.
Well, there is always a couple of options on the table. We'll see how H2K react to this one if that gets locked in. Rocket are really taking their time about this pick and ban, but I think they're going for it. I just got a feeling as 3, 2, 1, just like that, we got a Quinn top.
We have got a Quinn top. It could be mid still. We did see Quinn mid from Faker, from SKT.
Picks,
flex picks all around, man. You got to watch out. This is the situation that H2K find themselves in, and they may just say, go Victor. To Selfie in this situation. You've got a couple of options. LeBlanc would be okay. It's not the best into Lissandra because Lissandra just hit 6 and ults when she tries to go forward. So it is a tough matchup compared to a lot of the ones that Selfie could find himself in. They could always put Selfie on Corki in the mid lane and look for a Lucian here.
That's
or
very
something
true.
else here. So
The
there are
Lucian fell all the way through.
So many options for both teams. It's going to be like this swap around right at the end that'll decide
This
it.
is what happens when you ban Rek'Sai. Wait,
Hang on,
wait, no, it's only hover.
not
Hold
locked.
on. Yeah, you have
Not
to hit lock in, remember?
Locked yet, but we've been playing a lot of poke champions, and there's one that has been missing for this entire time.
They're going to do it. Selfie's got that look on his face.
I'm hushed at it.
Yep, it's happening.
It has been locked in. Jace finds himself defending tomorrow on the Rift right now when it looks like it for H2K. This is a champion that nobody yet in Europe has played. I've been expecting it out of Perks because he was a big Jace player. Selfie we have not seen in the European LCS in a while, just like Jace. Very different style to what we saw Selfie play yesterday, but alongside the Corki, with the poke meta, with the Trundle to line up these skill shots, could beat down the alley that H2K are looking to go for here.
Yeah, and Betsy will have to watch himself. So far, he has been the standout player on this Roccat squad, but putting the Lissandra into his hands with the flexible choices that they have here, I feel like Rocket are definitely going to try something similar to yesterday, not as much global pressure, but they will have that double teleport available to them to try and knock down members of H2K early. But this H2K team is packing a lot of punch. So we'll have to take a look if they can pull this one off. I'm excited.
I am as well. It's been so long since I've seen Jace being played. You can see Prolly has pulled the ace out of his sleeve and shakes I'm so fresh his hand, says, deal with that, Jace. Let's see how we got this.
We'll have to see how they do deal. And you at home, tell us if you think Rocket or H2K will take this one home to close out the week here in Europe. At LL Esports is the place. Hashtag ROC win or hashtag H2K win. First Jace. I like it.
I like it as well. It's been, as I said, a while, so I will run through a little bit of what Jace has to offer. Don't really see him too often in solo queue either. So Jace typically is a champion used just for the ability to poke from so long with AD. He's got good tower pushing potential as well. You put that shock blast through the acceleration gate, deals extra damage, then you step up with hypercharge, his W, and just auto attack a turret down. It's really, really good at that.
Yeah. Be able to switch forms pretty effectively too. Can definitely turn a fight on its head, knocking people back. And not to mention, we've actually got double hammers in this game too, Stress. So really, H2K are looking to knock away and knock down this Roccat squad.
Well,
Betsy's having a good time at least.
Betsy's like, okay, you've given me a fairly tough opposition here.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah. So looking at this, H2K have a very clear game plan. It's the Siege game once again for them. This time kind of with the dial turned up to about 1 million.
Right.
Because either H2K step up to a turret and just take it, or odoamne charges up his hammer, the rest of Roccat try and engage, and then he just blasts 2 people backwards and they take the fight.
Yeah, and for Rocket, they're packing a lot of power, but they've got triple AD. Not just 3 AD carries, but actual triple AD. Betsy is going to have to do so much damage when they start stacking armor on the side of H2K.
Yeah.
And if they shut him down early and prevent him from getting those items, you got to fear for this Rocket comp.
Yeah, you do have to fear for that. One interesting thing to note is that the actual last person to play Jace in Europe was Betsy on patch 513 last summer. So Betsy knows this kind of setup, so I'm interested to see.
What kind of mastery is he? Ooh, that's a new one.
That is one of my favorite masteries in the game. Storm Rider Surge. I've been playing this with Echo a ton recently. So basically, once you deal, I think it's about 30% of a target of a champion's health, you get a big movement speed boost. So it allows you, once you hit a shock blast on Jace, to follow up into the skies so quickly.
Selfie will be looking to bring it. One thing we got to mention, since we were a little excited about the start of this game, is that Forgiven and Vander pulled that really cheeky move where they went down and forced Airwax out of his own jungle, forced him down to the bottom side. I feel like this is going to set up a fast push, but H2K are showing that they're the ones in control of the start of the game.
Well, the reaction to that now is that H2K sending Poppy top. Elise gets the extra time to take her red. At this point, Elise is probably going to be just able to swing down through the enemy blue buff as well. So it does result in Jankos getting the potential 3 buff start, but that's not the biggest of leads at this point in the game. It depends on how the second phase of the lane swap goes here. Who do Roccat prioritize the farm on? Who do H2K prioritize it on as well? You kind of have to feel that for H2K, the clear goal is that, as always, Trinity Force on the Corki. So the faster that they can get that down, the better it is for their ability to siege.
Well, Forgiven is definitely not one to miss out on his power levels. Generally out farms, generally outplays, and he has been a cornerstone of this H2K squad. Starting things off, still continuing this push, but it'll go down pretty shortly. Some gold in the pockets of both. Curious to see if they try a swap around or if they go for a more traditional after lane swap.
Yeah, turrets have fallen at the same time. The one thing that getting Airwax forced out of the jungle has done is meant that he's only just hit level 3 there, as Jankos hits level 4 himself. So there is a bit of an experience disparity between the two. We will keep our eyes, though, on this middle lane. Betsy using that E to farm was something we actually saw Selfie doing yesterday and getting punished for a lot. Like, Selfie used that E and it instantly got killed by the opposition in lane against him. But the person that they've given the farm to on the side of H2K is odoamne. That's fairly standard, leaving him up there. Not opting to give it over to Forgiven. They know that they can kind of hold this in the bottom lane, and Forgiven is in a situation where he can actually just output enough damage that Freddy has to think twice about sitting there. It's not quite time for Freddy to head to the bottom lane yet. It's a bit too shoved out for him.
Right. And Forgiven's not worried at all about not setting someone like Saphir back, I have to feel.
And in fact, Freddy's headed topside. Saphir is up there as well. They're looking to go aggressive on Odo Amne right now.
There's the pull into the headbutt, and Odo is gotta burn his flash as Freddy was in the back. Vaults his way up. Airwax will turn back around as he knows he can't catch Odo there. Odo's that kind of guy, though, that he knows he always gets a lot of pressure on him. He knows how to handle it, and he's always had to make do with low resources. I feel like a champion like Poppy is so good for him.
Yeah, it's pretty good, especially the fact that your ultimate is always going to be a presence. One thing to keep an eye on is the CS difference between the AD carries. Saphir found himself so far out from the minion wave right now that he's significantly far behind. Also, he's only level 3. Hold that as Selfie goes in on Betsy. Jankos is here as well.
Yep, there's the claw. So Betsy taking Shock Blast will have to go the long way back to his tower. Jankos providing pressure there. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, the push still continues. So we have had that reverse push, reverse 2v, 3v0, whatever you want to call it.
There's a lot of pushing. That's what we'll put it at. You know, at this point, Saphir is a whole level behind Forgiven, and it's about a half a level difference over in the top laner. So Freddy is ahead on experience against Odo Amne.
But we had to expect this. The caliber of AD carries in this game is just so lopsided. Saphir has not had great performances.
Right, but this isn't too much to do with just the AD carries. This is to do with which AD carry was sent where. Forgiven accepted the wave in the bottom lane first. Saphir was running through the jungle and actually spent some time, I believe, on Gromp, helping out in the jungle, just clearing for Airwax. So this is actually just a team decision on who ends up in what position. So Saphir was a little bit behind the play and ends up behind because of it. Still level 3 as Forgiven is level 4 himself. Forgiven actually just hit level 5, or is about to, and Saphir is still level 3.
Does not bode well for the Kalista. But there's still plenty of time in this game. Very, very slim gold difference for H2K in their favor. Saphir's been sent back to the bottom side, and the teams continue to dance around one another without trying to make any big moves. Just reacting to the tower pushes with ones of their own. Airwax and Extinct will run up into this jungle, but not find anything. Meanwhile, Jankos and Vander, they're going clubbing inside the pit, and they will be able to secure themselves the Rift Herald.
This is what it feels like getting thrown out by a bouncer, though. I have to feel the amount of damage that's being done to Vander. He has to back himself away. So, Tia has been picked up already on Selfie. Gonna stack that one up. This is a really, really old change that I'll hang on to as Freddy gets caught out. It's gonna be the end of it. Super old change onto Jace. When we saw Jace, I believe it was like 2013, 2014, no longer gets a stack off shape-shifting from his ult. So it does stack slower than we've seen it in the past. You rely fairly heavily on the Manamune to get it off the auto attacks with Hypercharge as well. So it's going to be a waiting game for Selfie, as always with every tier of Goddess champion.
H2K have actually managed a really nice power move here as they force Rocket to back away. They're building a wave towards it. Freddy's the only one here to defend. He's going to be pretty speedy on that Quinn, although he doesn't have his ultimate left. However, there is a teleport in for Betsy back to the mid.
And he's safe to do that in his own mind because he knows there's no kill pressure from the Jace right now.
And there's no pressure from Rocket at all. In this bottom side, they managed, or top side rather, they managed to clear the wave out, but they took so much damage. Oh, can get right back to wave clear duty in the bottom.
Yeah, Odo TP's out, is able to catch most of the wave that was pushed into bottom tower, and H2K just created a lot of vision control, topside jungle. If you take a quick scan there, that gives Selfie that extra bit of security in middle lane. He knows where Airwax is going, can track him through.
That was solid use of the Rift Herald buff on Jankos to force a very quick push with 4 members instantly teleporting back. The value they got for that, the amount of damage they did to that tower, that was great. Rocket, a little slow to react. We do note them for playing a reactionary game for the most part, but a team like H2K, they're making moves too fast.
It's not the end of the world for them, though, when you look at it. Rocket are keeping up somewhat in gold. It's pretty much just the difference between the AD carries right now that is the entirety of the gold difference in this game. So while Rocket have been behind the play, they've not been so far behind that the game is over because of it. Like, they haven't lost out all that much. They have been trading vision, which is kind of the unseen advantage when it comes to the gold lead between these two teams. But they've established it again in the top side with a couple of pink wards, and now they've kind of regained control of that top side jungle.
Right, and for Rocket, as we mentioned, they definitely have a lot of power in the AD department, but I feel like Freddy is going to be a really key part of this. That 4-1 Quinn push, it's so fast, it's so hard to catch.
That is why they need to keep control of the topside vision so that Freddy knows anytime somebody's coming for him. Because Quinn wants this long lane, wants the extra just room to move with her ult. You can just get through that lane so quickly. With the teleport available, it means he's able to kind of prioritize wherever he wants to be on the map and then appear in a team fight. And you can't really overlook a lot of just Quinn's utility when it comes to the blind that she has, the ability to just move from lane to lane incredibly quickly as well.
Yes, indeed. Betsy picking up his blue buff. So the mid laner is still trying to mid lane, but on the bottom side, it is a 2v3, and Forgiven won't be able to finish this tower off with Extinct and Saphir there, so the rest of his allies are trying to run up and potentially cut off Betsy. He'll have his claw, he's got his flash, but there is trouble a-coming. Selfie gets locked up, frozen domain. Betsy knows he's got to send the claw out, and he just barely gets it. Takes a shock blast in the back, though, as a parting shot.
Yeah, that was really close. Like a split second later, and Betsy would have been in a lot of trouble there, but still had his ult, still had his flash. Betsy holding his nerve, and once again, as we crest the 10-minute mark, Betsy finds himself ahead in this laning phase. This is actually what we've come to expect.
Frozen Tomb, but Selfie will cleanse it out. Meanwhile, though, Airwax and Freddy are here. They're looking to try and push this one in. Selfie's healthy enough to still push the wave back. But as you said, Betsy has been the shining light on this Roccat squad, and he's proving it yet again. If it weren't for that cleanse, that would be a dead Selfie.
Yeah, the difference right now, though, is Selfie's in a situation where H2K are comfortable with him being 10 CS down in lane. They're not in any kind of place where it's like, man, we really need to put everything into getting Selfie ahead, because they're just buying time for it. This is a lane that Betsy is okay to be ahead in this amount. Selfie is still waiting for his tier to finish stacking. We're still waiting for Forgiven to get his first item of the game as well. And that's when H2K turn it on. So there's no real worry for them right now. They are 500 gold up.
Yeah, not only that, H2K as a team, they've just looked so spectacular this split. It is still very early. This is only game number 6, but when you're already 4-1 and you've had some very tough opponents, you're facing down a team that's 1-4 like Roccat, you got to think some of the pressure's off.
Kind of. I feel like if you take it that lightly, though, this early on in the split, especially considering this is only the second game that you're now playing with a replacement mid laner, and you lost a fair voice in the game, I think you still have to take Roccat at 100%, because while they're a team that haven't really been doing too well outside of their first game, they still have shown their reactive play has the ability to catch teams off guard.
That's true.
And they're reacting in this situation fairly well. They just picked up 3 pinks. They've got Hurricane onto Callista. It's not the best pickup first item when you're looking for damage, but what it's going to do is allow her to wave clear a little bit more effectively against this H2K squad that want to siege against them. Still risky, putting something like a Callista that close up to a Jace. One shock blast is going to do about 30% of her health. So it's not exactly the cleanest of ways to wave clear.
Well, the 280 carries might finally meet.
Oh, mid lane though.
The mid lane, Selfie, blinding assault. He's taken out. That's a 13-minute first blood, and it goes over to Freddy as they will now get to work on this tower.
Yeah, and Roccat actually have pushed up bottom lane as well. H2K pushed top in for that as well. That's a Selfie not being able to escape that gank while his cleanse was down. So Betsy and Freddy are doing the best that they can right now to keep themselves into this game. But with this Rift Herald, H2K are pushing all the way into the inhibitor turret for the first time.
They're forcing the backs. That outer turret will finally go down. That's the 3rd for Roccat. And they will try to start this dragon, but the damage has already been done on the top side. An inner turret goes down at 13.5 minutes into this one, and H2K's is still plenty healthy.
Right, but Roccat got the mid tower here, and they've now got the dragon from the bottom side of the map. So what this could result in is, look at already the wards placed by Roccat, bottom side. This is the kind of space where you can deny H2K's ability to move between lanes. Now that their outer towers are down in mid and bot, you can't safely clear through this jungle without being a good few people. And what this gives is Freddy the freedom to push top lane. As long as he can see 2 or 3 people from H2K clearing out wards in the bottom side of the jungle like he can now, he has extra freedom in this long lane to just get a little bit of work done.
Get a little bit of work done he has been doing. Locks up Selfie. Glacial paths his way out as Jankos was there. And Rift Herald buff. So Yes, to be very fair to Rocket here, they have been reacting and they've kept it very close to even. It's still 3 towers to 3 at the moment. And despite the Rift Herald, despite H2K rotating very well, very effectively, Rocket have stayed relevant this game. And that is important for a team so far back in the standings.
The frustrating thing for Rocket, though, is their wards timed out and got cleared out as well in the bottom side. So now Elise is coming top, Poppy's on the way. Omne wants to fight. He got the stun too.
Got the knock up. Freddy got his clock knocked, and he's got himself a runaway if he can. Jankos is there. He can't do a 1v2. Freddy's down. Jankos claims a kill.
There we go. You can't track the vision if your wards aren't there. And Freddy overstayed in the top lane without the vision control. Betsy should be okay to get out of this. Has Flash, has the E available. Wants to go in.
Well, the traffic cone is at his back. Can't go that way, Stress.
No parking. No parking.
Extinct, Airwax, and Betsy will be pushing up towards this mid side, but HK still holding. Forgiven, now on his Trinity Force. Now is starting to be the time that he can work his way up. However, Selfie's still working on his power spike. Odawanme had already completed the Iceborne Gauntlet. They can bring it together. We'll see what they can take.
We will see. And pretty important point for Selfie right now, as at level 10, I wonder whether at level 11 he's going to take that extra point in his ult.
He's actually got ahead of Forgiven on levels now.
He has. I'm kind of looking at this now. There's a super important point for Jace is when you get 5 points in Shock Blast and 5 points in Hypercharge, that's when your game really turns itself on. Selfie's at 5 and 4. So I wonder whether he's going to put that point in the Jace ult, which some players do choose to skip, or at least used to, and just get that extra point in Hypercharge fairly early on.
But definitely keep a track on him.
There are a few like passive upgrades that come in his ultimate as well, so maybe we'll see him go for it. We nearly know.
We just might. But for Rocket, with Saphir catching back up, he's definitely not as close in farm. Although, 20 is not a terrible differential if you take a look across the board there. Him and Extinct will be very critical if Rocket wants to start a fight. We talked about the 4-1, so clearly that's not the first priority, but if they get forced into it, there's so much ground you can cover with a Fate's Call into Headbutt Pulverize.
Of course, Barry. I'm being silly. Jace got changed a while back. He now has 6 points in each of his Q, W,
You're right.
available.
I didn't even catch you, my
I
bad.
looked at it and I'm like, 6. Oh, yeah, that was the other change Jace had. So no longer do you level up the ult. Nobody puts a point.
I think it's forgivable when we don't see a lot of Jace.
It's fine. Don't worry. However, what is not fine, perhaps, is Rocket being in this top side jungle. Blue Trinket goes out. They spot H2K. Freddy wants to fight.
Yes, he does. Airwax throws down the smoke screen. There's the Fate's Call. It's out. Extinct doesn't find a mark. They take a little bit more damage, and they will rethink what they're doing, because in the bottom side, Odo is hammering away at this turret, and he'll back off as the teleport from Freddy is spent.
And that's, I guess, kind of the power of the movement speed from Freddy, is he can look for that engage. As soon as that smoke screen comes out, it's like, oh, okay, I don't think we can actually go through this. We don't have the proper ability to fight this. H2K back themselves away, and Freddy teleports down to the bottom lane and saves the tower. So Rocket are starting to slow this down a little bit.
They
just
got
with
the
Freddy
Freddy
being in
themselves. See if they can use that to start pushing some side waves. Obviously, Freddy not being a part of it, he's the crucial split pusher, but nonetheless, they're still able to make it work. Looks like they ended up giving it over to Saphir, so we'll see what lane he ends up moving his way into. The bottom side's facing some pressure as Jankos, Odawanme, both in the area, but they're really just doing a bit of jungle.
And here comes the perpetual lane clearer, because it takes so short amount of time for Freddy to just go, oh, I need to recall. Oh, I'm back in lane. Especially, we're not quite past home guards yet, but that's when, He
doesn't even need home guards, man.
That's when basically Freddy turns into like Formula 1. Just gets back to lane. I guess it's more like drag racing at that point. He's always going to win that one.
League of Legends has definitely taught me the lesson that if you have a bird that can carry you on its back, you're probably very fast. It's a very particular lesson.
I don't even know where you learned that lesson from in this game.
A lot of Quinn.
Okay.
Yeah, a lot of Quinn, man. Not this game, but a lot.
Okay.
I'm not going to bring up the solo queue. It's pretty messy.
I think I'm getting there. But, at this point, H2K are getting there when it comes to their composition. They are grouping on mid tower, but look at how healthy that tower is. Betsy's been able to wave clear so effectively, but The chase from H2K is on. Here comes the teleport.
Yep, Extinct trying to knock Vander in, but he knocks him into Selfie, and Airwax taking a lot of damage as he backs up with the collateral damage. Vander really low here, but it's going to be Selfie that gets taken out. Betsy gets the lockdown Unforgiven, but not nearly enough damage. Fates call out. Extinct late to the party. Odoamne gets the knock-up onto Airwax, and he takes him down for a double kill. Odo running wild, and now it is a 3v3 as 2 men have died on either side. Extinct is caught up. Got no more Unbreakable, but he sure has a flash, and he'll use it.
It looked good for Rocket, catching out Selfie, being able to take him down so quickly, but they didn't really count for Odoamne appearing quite that fast. No teleport for Odoamne. He just came to the fight manually, and now they're looking to push this turret. Betsy wants to maybe go in, but I don't think that's the ride he wants to take. He'd end up getting just smacked by Forgiven and Odoamne.
No, no one was fooled on that glacial path, and the tower in the mid will go down just shy of the 20-minute mark. Dragon is up. Baron has spawned. Things started changing quickly as H2K pull ahead by about 2,000.
And realistically, H2K, when it comes to what Selfie should be doing in fights, is he needs to play a fairly similar role to an AD carry, and you can see that it's exactly the same kind of problems that an AD carry would have right now. Selfie can deal massive damage from the side as long as he's safe in this fight, but Freddy picks his target and goes straight onto him. The rest of Rocket are able to clear him up fairly quickly, but this was Odoamne's time to shine. Into the combination on Airwax is exactly what was necessary here. Odoamne just knows all he needs is that little bit of a knock-up, little bit of a displacement, and that's enough to take the fight.
That's the Frozen Fist Poppy, man. That's all you need. And he was able to get in and make some moves. Odoamne, a well-deserved 2 kills on the board so far this game. 100% kill participation. Always important to note. H2K now moving in mass, but Rocket are going to look to try and pressure here. They've got a wave pushing in their favor in the top because they've also got Freddy, but his teleport is not up. So Rocket move too far forward. They got to back up in a hurry.
Yeah, they do. They have to really respect the damage from Selfie.
Nice dodge of the Shock Blast, but the tower may not be so lucky if the mini wave will get there.
Yeah. I want to keep my eyes on how Selfie is playing this Jace, because one thing we started seeing a lot more commonly when we'd see Jace around, I think it was Season 3 Worlds, is especially the Korean players at the time were the first ones really to note that putting the E down and then putting the Q through it really wasn't an optimal way of playing Jace. It's the latest you can put E down and kind of surprise people with the fast Shock Blast that comes through, the better it is, the harder it is to dodge. But Freddy is looking to teleport in from behind. Can he find his way onto Selfie again? He's got Vander.
Got Vander indeed, forcing him to flash out of the way. There's those home guards coming in. Rocket will not manage to secure a kill off it, but they found H2K in a bad position, and they immediately ping out. Will they try to take this mid-tier? It looks like they will. They just need the minions to catch right on up. Extinct looking to zone. Odo and Selfie away. Shock Blast takes a massive chunk out of his backside. And Rocket actually decided to get cold feet here as it's not safe.
Yeah, Forgiven's able to come to the lane. He is able to clear it out. But Freddy is making good teleport plays when you look at least getting into the fights and taking people out. The problem with that is they didn't get a kill from that. And realistically, H2K just turn around and go, okay, well, let's just do the same thing again, but this time Freddy doesn't have his teleport available.
Yeah, and Odo does very critically right now. 22 minutes on the clock. H2K are looking to siege down the inner turret of Rocket, and they are late to react to this one. The Ice Claw comes in, not taken by Saphir. Might have been his death there. Does have his Frozen Tomb up, but no flash. So the tower is saved just barely, and Extinct in the back trying to make it happen. Pulled it by the Fates Call. Yankos is knocked up. A big pulverize as the hammer comes up. Selfie gets exploded in the back. Vander backing his way out, and Odo being Odo, but he can't quite finish it off. And again, it's a 2-for-1 this time.
But you can see that H2K know exactly what they've got to do in this fight. They're winning these fights even with Selfie being picked off so early on. All Forgiven does is Valkyrie out of the fight, and Odoamne swaps position with him to say, hey, I'm going to be causing trouble now. And that gives Forgiven the freedom to actually start auto-attacking, start throwing out abilities in these fights. And Odoamne is creating so much just pressure in these fights alone that Rocket cannot focus on the secondary carries of H2K. I mean, again, just look at how quick Selfie dies when he gets caught out. He steps forward. In comes the rest of Rocket here. It's the re-engage really that does it from the Alistar. Great knockup and the headbutt onto Selfie, and all of the damage goes onto him. Airwax manages to catch him by a wall, and that's Selfie out before this even begins. But look, Forgiven's safe here. Nobody can get to him.
That's what's so critical about it. They focus all their attention in most of these engages, frankly, onto Selfie. Yes, he's going to be a force to be reckoned with, but this is a team that has forgiven. Not only does this guy normally not die even when you're trying to kill him, if you're not trying to kill him, well, you're not really going to get very close on this very safe AD carry. I guess they've just not wanted to give it a go. Looking at close to 25 minutes in, Rocket are trying to turn it around, but their wave is already gone, and they turn their attention topside.
Yeah, Freddy's looking to maybe go top. Does actually come out of Valor form right there, so thinks twice about it. They just want to secure a little bit of control over the Baron buff. You could try and Baron bait, or there's 2 blue trinkets on H2K that are available. So maybe don't start the Baron at the same time. Although, was that Airwax clearing out a ward? That's like the most
annoying,
easy to bait thing in the world, is you go, hey, there's a Graves in the pit. Okay, it wasn't Graves. It was actually the Hurricane that came out from Sophia. As he auto-attacks the ward, the proc just aggroes the Baron.
Well,
feels bad.
That really does. But they're doing all right. They still maintain the vision. They've got Freddy down on wave clear duty bottom side to try and pressure the turret again. But H2K are actually at the Baron in force, so they'll turn that vision back in their favor. Although they can't change the Scuttle Crab vision. Not just yet.
No, not just yet. I had me thinking there for a second. I'm like, you can't do that.
Definitely can't do that.
No.
You need a new Scuttle Crab for that stress.
You do. Luckily, they come around every so
They do come around.
They're not a rare breed.
They immediately get killed.
Such is life of a Scuttle Crab, unfortunately.
This tower, speaking of life, it's hanging on by a thread as Selfie comes in. Brings the hammer down on those minions. 19 seconds till the next dragon comes up, and I feel like both these teams will be passively interested in it, but it's not a massive priority at the moment.
No, I think, honestly, if Rocket go over to the Dragon, H2K just push mid and just ward up their flank and say, okay, well, we're just going to take the turret while you take Dragon right now. Yes, you have Kalista, you can do it fairly quickly, but we're not too phased on that. One important thing for Rocket is Extinct has picked up the distortion boots, so flash engages are going to be a lot more frequent, and it is available for Extinct. Almost available. Right. It's like 10 seconds off.
So H2K are actually going for this dragon, but they have so much damage they can finish it quick. Rocket are moving towards the mid, but then they back off right that. So H2K knew that they were able to clear it up quickly.
Well, it's only Freddy that's backed off.
Oh, but Airwax should have been as he gets knocked up and into the team. And Hextrictor won't save him for long. Mama Mortius make that as H2K pick him off.
I mean, that's just risky. As soon as you hear the Dragon Call being finished, you know H2K have already left. Now the jungler is not available, and H2K can look to either maybe set up a Baron here. Oh, they've caught Extinct.
Yep, he's pulled in courtesy of Saphir, who couldn't finish off the frog. Saphir takes a huge chunk, and Odo is not done with him yet. Elise going up, Yanko's looking for it, they take him out, it's Selfie with the kill credit. He wants revenge and he gets it. Extinct exhausted, can't make it back to his base. Double kill for Selfie, and now the Baron is all theirs.
Odo Amne is showing up big time in this game. Every time he steps into a fight, he is demanding 3 people deal with him. And every single time he's managing to hit them. The only saving grace here is somehow Betsy slows down this Baron attempt. He's in behind them, but honestly, all he can do is really go in, ult himself for damage, but Freddy's caught.
Freddy went forward, Freddy got caught, Freddy disappeared. This Baron, Betsy, might try for something, but he's got nothing left. The flash away doesn't even kill Selfie, and the Baron goes over. Odo now on to Airwax, who flashes it. Big pickup for H2K.
Massive pickup for H2K. They've taken what was a regular lead and exploded it for themselves. Man, Selfie's starting to deal so much damage in the fights now that he's got the Ghost Blade on top of the Muramana completed, but it's Odo Amne that this game is truly about when you look at it. Everybody else has been doing their job, but Odo Amne is absolutely destroying these team fights. Every time he's hitting stuns, he's hitting the knock-up on his ultimate as well. Really impressive performance on this Poppy.
Absolutely massive. 2-0-6. Solid kill participation, and he has been causing havoc in the front line, the back line, the mid line. Everywhere there's a Rocket member, Odo's been there.
Well, I mean, I know Graves is on Rocket's side, but this could be the end of the line for Rocket. If H2K can manage to push in with this Baron buff. They're sieging up multiple lanes, and Jace will shred these turrets unbelievably quickly with Hypercharge. Remember, it will give him a big boost to his attack speed. I believe it's like 130%. Oh, no, sorry, maximum speed.
Freddy takes a big chunk of damage, forgiven as well. But yeah, you could see what kind of havoc H2K could wreak with just one Rift Herald buff, but with the Baron on them, the split push becomes all the more deadly. Odo just waiting it out. Airwax, another huge chunk. That is that late game Jace. We are used to seeing Freddy trying to defend on the bottom side. It seems like unless Rocket can pull a few tricks out of their hat, this is definitely going to be H2K's game.
It looks like it every time these pillars are landing from Vander as well. Let's see.
He's not going in on any of those.
No, these are just kind of like attempted claws, but...
They didn't even finish the tower yet. There we go. Freddy's coming in around. They've got a big knockup, and now is their chance. Vander staying alive. No, he's taken out by Saphir, but all of a sudden, Betsy and Airwax are in the same boat. Down he goes, courtesy of Odo. It's a 1-4-2, but H2K will still get the inhib.
They get the inhib. Now they'll probably look to swing out through the bottom side, establish a little bit of vision control and recall. That's exactly what they're looking for. Freddy is around. He could look to catch Forgiven, but he's more interested in the wave. I don't think he wants that fight, just in case there are extra members of H2K available.
Ain't nobody catching Forgiven. What are you talking about? Staying alive. He's had one death in the European LCS so far this spring. You know, we called him the King of Spring, or at least I called him that. I don't know if you guys like that nickname, as he was so excellent on SK Gaming. But this time, this is a very different Forgiven. We've seen him evolve as he's gone on to Gambit and now on to H2K. And the teamwork that he has brought to this team, I think it's hard to understate that, on top of being so mechanically adaptable.
Oh, Freddy.
Teleport. Odo is in the picture. Yanko's coming around. Nice jump out to avoid the blinding assault. And Freddy is not so lucky as he gets cocooned. He gets knocked against the wall, and he gets knocked back to base.
At that point, it was Freddy in way too deep once again. Doesn't have the vision to be that far up. And H2K go, okay, that's a free kill for us. And from that kill, we still have the ability to siege out this bottom tower. Again, Betsy's not going to go in on that. He will just die if he takes that. Selfie's probably going to swing up to the top side, I would imagine, here. They can fairly reliably push in with 4 people here. They don't actually need their whole team, but they are doing it kind of for security and a little bit of solidarity right now, just to push through and make sure they can get it. It's Odo Amne that's swinging topside. He's found a fight with Betsy.
Airwax has found even more damage in his face, courtesy of Selfie here. Looking like the Nexus turrets are soon to fall. 31.5 minutes in, H2K taking no unnecessary risk, waiting for the big minions to arrive. Betsy taking shots even more. In goes Extinct. He gets a 2-man knockup, but he is going to have to get pulled back on in, and Betsy tombs himself as Freddy comes around the side. It's a desperate attempt to stay alive, but Freddy's getting blown up, staying alive courtesy of the Mob Malmortius. Forgiven's gone down. It's Saphir that picks up a kill, the second onto Forgiven in the entire European LCS. But will it be enough?
I don't think so, because Selfie's still alive, but here comes Freddy, fresh off the respawn.
Yep, Saphir's caught, and Yankos takes him out. They're still losing members, and now, with only Odo remaining, they managed to hold the line. Rocket staying alive this game.
And Saphir finally found a play in this game. He's now 5-2-3, but he got right into the backline, straight off the fountain, I believe it was. We'll take another look at it as H2K, they were looking to siege up, but 2 split focus. Extinct comes in for the engage, gets 3 people with it. In comes Saphir from the side, manages to find his way onto Forgiven, who stops kiting back at one point, thinks he can take it. Saphir flashes in for that, and Kalista just has too much damage at this point. Selfie couldn't find a shock blast through here. He's in melee form as well, so couldn't take out Saphir from a distance.
Yeah. Exactly the targets Rocket needed to focus to save their chances this game. Meanwhile, Odo Omne will be soloing this dragon. It will be number 3 as Rocket try to clean up the shambles of their base. 2 inhibitors gone. Some time on the clock. Should be free dragon for H2K, but they're able to stay alive. Let's take a look at that Baron power play, though, because H2K, not the biggest, but they definitely made it work for them.
Oh, yeah, they made that work. They took a whole bunch of turrets. I mean, it's 8 towers to 3 right now. 2 inhibs down for Rocket, puts them in such a desperate spot. They have been hanging on throughout this game, but honestly, it's because H2K, in that last little bit of an engage and the push into the base, were a tad sloppy, stepping forward into an Alistar, not really being able to layer the damage from afar. Rocket, however, this time
no surprise cap.
Have to sit in front of H2K, and that is where the damage is going to rain out from.
Yep. Airwax is back. The last remaining tower on inhibitor is there. The teleport comes in, though. Freddy wants to turn the fight. In he goes.
That's a fast bird.
Out he goes. And he looks for Odo.
He's gone on Odo, but that was a pretty underwhelming teleport, I'm going to be honest.
I think he regretted the decision. If I had to guess.
At that point, I really think so. Oh, Shock Blast are going to rain through. Not quite as much damage as expected, but still a fair amount.
Stealthy's definitely hurting right now.
Yeah, he's got the Mortal Reminder as well. Not the most amount of things.
Most common item to see, yeah.
No, normally you'd see Lord Dominic's Regards, but we are going to see an engage. Doesn't quite find the mark.
Yep, but Forgiven gets caught out by Betsy. He goes down again. They're intent on taking him down, and they manage it this time. H2K scattering without that reliable damage. Rocket have managed to get a 1 for none here.
They have,
but
in goes Odo again.
Yep, Odo goes right back on in. The inhibitor comes up, but Freddy, with the help of Airwax, is able to outplay on Yankos. H2K scattering to the winds right now. It's a 2 for none.
Big miscommunication from H2K. Odo used the knockup right as Selfie used his Shock Blast, which would have hit 3 people and done enough damage to turn that fight. It means Rocket had to back away. Meanwhile, though, their base was under siege. I don't think Freddy can actually stop this in time, but Rocket are trying for the Hail Mary play of taking the Baron. Yankos is not alive. Teleport into the base by Odo Amne.
Odo's back in the base. We're still in the Baron. Odo's trying to solo this. Oh my god, Odo! Teleport in. The back door is real. It's so close. Oh, Freddy's there to defend. He's jumped on him. Odo's got to back out of this one, but the Baron secured by Rocket. I don't know if they can breathe a sigh of relief just yet. Everyone's holding their breath.
Well, for now they can. I mean, that is enough to slow down H2K. They still have to deal with 2 waves of super minions. They can, however, defend the top lane, and H2K are put on the back burner for a moment or 2 longer. Only 1 turret remains for H2K to take, and that is the top inhibitor tower turret, which with this Baron buff should be that much more difficult for H2K now.
Credit to Rocket, though. Always talk about their reactive play and the chances they have taken to save their lives this game, and it has definitely worked out in the later stages. We expected this game coming in to be a much more lopsided affair. Yes, H2K have made some critical mistakes, but Rocket have been able to punish them. And there's some glimmer of hope for this team. Even if they don't get a win here, sitting at 1-4 right now, that they can start turning their season around.
I love what Vanda's done here. Vanda's like, I need movement speed, I need tankiness, and I need damage. Dead Man's Plate.
It's the best item in the game.
I love it.
Come on,
I love it. Aggressive, and in go H2K. Didn't get the stun into the wall, but he's got the knockup.
Saphir knocked down. Hammer time for Odo Amne. Meanwhile, Selfie, speaking of hammers, backing out. Betsy locking up as many as he can. Forgiven in the middle of it all, but he stays alive, flashing away from the fight. Freddy trying to stick it out, and Odo Amne is not going to go down just yet. Forgiven gets the pick off onto Betsy. It is 3 versus 1. Freddy's days are numbered. Shock Blast, triple kill for Selfie, and that has got to be it.
That is going to be it. There are 2 long death timers for Rocket right now, and H2K have no turrets in between themselves and Inhibitor and the Nexus in this game. It was a little bit sloppy in the last 5 or so minutes from H2K, but that's going to be the game.
They will once again shore up their grip at the top of EU. H2K with the victory. Some mistakes were made, but they were able to end it all at the end of it. And Selfie coming up with a pretty big play at the very end on that late game Jace to really turn that fight in their favor.
Yeah, pretty big, but a lot of the attention for that game was given over to Forgiven in these fights, which is understandable. That tends to be what people turn their attention to on H2K, but he was just content Valkyrieing out, getting himself out of the fight, and then suddenly Odo Amne bursts onto the scene. What a game for that man.
Yeah.
5-0-11 on Poppy. Like, that is a standout performance for Odo Amne right there.
Yeah, made it even more impressive considering he definitely got, well, he did get some early farm, he did get the tower gold, so they didn't like set him too far behind. But we noted that he's always had to make do with a little bit less, typically gets left alone. Obviously in those tower swap situations, it's a little bit different. But when he showed up, boy did he, TPing in, crazy hammers left and right, wasn't afraid to use it offensively to just get the single target knock up. Rarely did we see him knocking people three screens away.
Yeah.
Didn't need to reset any fights.
Yeah,
HK were in control of most of them.
And you know, that was the thing about at least most of the engages out of Odo Amne was just using that short knockup. on the Poppy at the right time for the most part. There was the one where he interrupted Selfie's shock blast that basically would have won the fight for them, which made it a little more difficult. Roccat did end up taking some, I think it was the Baron off that.
Big smile on Brawly's face.
I mean, coming into this this split, he was like, hey, this is my Crucible. Now I've got this team that is fairly established. Probably put a lot of weight on his own shoulders and was like, this is a split where I feel like I have to do well with this team. I've got these gifted players. And H2K seem to be in good order when it comes to at least how they're playing around the map, how they're doing in lane swaps, where they're putting their presence on the map as well, the movements around it. It's pretty solid from them.
Well, and not to mention, bringing in an emergency substitute in Selfie still panned out well for them. They go 2-0 on the week. Very tough games. I think even against Rocket, a little unexpectedly tough, but they managed to pull it out in the end, and wins are what count at the end of the day.
Yeah, wins are what count, and you can see, even though he's in a shirt that says Rio on the back, Selfie returning to the stage and having a good showing here.
Yeah.
Like, as much of it as you can on a different champion as well, Jace, 9-5-7.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
we really didn't expect him to bring that out, and it was... It showed
happy.
some depth, I think, that we haven't seen in a while from a player like him.
He had the most damage by quite a lot on his team. He had 33,000 damage. Next highest on his team was 19,000. That was from Odo Amne. Tied with Forgiven at that point. So, man, when you play a poke champion like Jace, there's a lot of damage to come out.
Well, when you make it to that later stage of the game, 37.5 minutes in. But that being said, we will send it back to the analyst desk for a closer look at that game.
Thank you very much, guys. A closer look indeed, because it went quite back and forth. And to illustrate that, at 2 minutes in, Mithy, you're very excited about the fact that the game might be over because Roccat incorrectly bounced a wave.
Yeah, this game is over.
Well, he says it's over all the time, but yes.
But let's take a look at that replay, because I thought it was really interesting how you identified that they did this wrongly, and that would influence the rest of the games.
So in lane swap, what you want to do right now is both teams mirror each other and just play the replay. Basically, you want to bounce this wave so that the next wave comes towards you, and all this farm, all these blue creeps that are pushing towards the tier 2 tower for the enemy are gone, are basically just died to the tower, and therefore you're denying XP for the enemy. Right now, while pushing the wave that way, they lost 1 level on Kalista and 2 waves, which already put them really far behind.
Yeah, we were also just talking about how both team comps, they wanted the swap as well, H2K. So not only were they benefited by the swap, the fact that then Roccat failed the bounce, it was only playing in their favor. So that combining then that the average, strategic play from Roccat wasn't the greatest, was definitely a big advantage for H2K.
What was quite interesting is that you were also mentioning this is really good for H2K because the mid game is coming faster for them. They can group, and that benefits their composition. However, what were the problems there? Because it was within 1K for 25 minutes of the entire game. Did they not know what to do after?
I actually want to praise Roccat on this one, because what Roccat managed to do really well is, like, when you have these fast lane swaps and you take down early towers, the map is often very open very quickly, and you get a lot of focus around mid lane. And Roccat are understanding that, okay, Jace is obviously going to hit a power spike in mid game, Cork is going to do the same, and you're going to start group and sieging. So they constantly kept a lot of war actually behind the mid lane. And when you run double teleport on Quinn, on Lissandra, there's so many flanking opportunities. So every single time H2K actually stepped forward in the mid lane, there was the chance of Betty flanking, of Freddy flanking, and it caused a lot of big team fights that were very even for almost the entire game long, until the very end, where we didn't see, obviously, H2K start outplaying Roccat in some of these fights here. People get caught out a little bit. Safi in the last one ends up dying to Poppy. But I actually think Roccat did a very good job setting up these wards, and therefore using double TP very effective to shut down the siege. Sadly for them, it didn't result in a win.
I think they did a really good job at setting up flanks to avoid the sieges. But I think the main problem that caused them not to be able to siege so well was the fact that mid lane lost a lot of pressure with the first death. It made Lissandra be able to push first the waves and not let H2K create waves for them to push on, because Lissandra had the pressure in mid.
Yeah, that was a very interesting thing, because Odo Amne had a few TPs in the early game where we were kind of questioning a little bit, why is he TPing in here? There was one where they try and stop a push on bottom lane. He actually ends up doing absolutely nothing, which opened up for the Quinn also to start roaming, and there was no response from Odo Amne. He was just stuck in a side lane all the time. And I really like the roams from Freddy. He's normally not much of a carry player, but he had an okay, at least early game. We just didn't get to see much impact from him later, but again, he was forced into teamfights very often, and it was kind of H2K still running around the map deciding the fights, and then always flanks happening from Rocket.
I definitely liked how he played this game. I think he played a pretty good Quinn, and he created a lot of pressure for H2K. He catched both side lanes, had a lot of farm advantage at some point, and was just really annoying for H2K. I'm just still not sure of his build. I don't think that Hex Drinker Rush was the first item he should have bought. That's my question.
Yeah, H2K, I think what slowed the game down a lot was the fact that they stopped playing on the side lanes, and that's something they stopped doing yesterday as well. They couldn't really go there because of the threat of double TP, but they couldn't find an opening with slow pushes, so they had to force a fight, and that's what happened in our second replay that we have, is how Odoamne finally finds an opening, and he repeats that in a lot of fights later on, so he's going to just charge in onto Airwax. We can roll the clip immediately, and we'll see exactly what happens here. He's just playing unrelenting aggression overall, goes in the pillar setup from Vander too, just makes for a lot of plays.
It prevented the flash. Grace wanted to flash there, but the small knock-up of the pillar basically prevented him from flashing the E of Poppy, and just...
Yeah, snowballs into the Baron right there. So that was really good synergy, good pillars from Vander overall. And finally, H2K find the opening. They chase down Zafir here. Look at Betsy at the top of your minimap too. He's looking for a flank opportunity on the Baron, so he was in prime position to stop that Baron. But then the other side of from Rocket slightly overcommits, and I don't think we can praise Odoamne enough for some of the engages that he's done in this very lackluster side wave management from H2K as a unit, but he definitely kept going in the later parts of the later stages of the fight.
He tried to finish it on himself as well.
This right here is Rocket in a nutshell. Again, we see so many good things early to mid game, where like the way they're setting up to like allow Betsy to be a carry. Again, Freddy had a good start on Quinn and so on. But then once we hit late game, again, I'm not sure what's happening with the team, but they seem to just lose complete focus of what is going on. Like that last replay we show, Xnigl is popping his ulti on Alistar, and Safi is then pulling him in at the same time.
Well,
like, misplays like that are just not acceptable in the late game.
But it's just how many games have they played together?
Sure, again, it's new support, of course.
Plus, he was a mid laner before. They probably have synergy issues, you know?
Yeah, of course.
But I definitely think that Rocket played very well these 2 days, early game, but they just lacked on the mid game.
And what comes down to a maturity of a team there, because on the side of H2K, they also had to play with an emergency sub in Selfie. How do you think they went around that problem? You mentioned that they went mid lane a lot more and didn't show that same level of strategy. How else?
I just think we can see or perceive the impact that Ryu had in the mid game in terms of shot calling, because H2K in both games yesterday, we were joking around how it turned into an ARAM, and this game a lot of the action was centered on mid lane. Yes, it is very hard to play into double teleport, but you can still set up slow pushes in the side lanes and use that pressure to then go around the map. H2K seem to be slowing down in their big picture strategy game, waiting just to force a fight, waiting for somebody to make a mistake and act on that, whereas the H2K of the past few weeks was proactive.
I think the main issue between Selfie and Ryu, I don't really believe it's shot calling. I think the main problem was that Selfie just lost mid lane both games, and what that caused was them to have not enough mid lane pressure for them to use their siege comps to group up mid and siege, because their enemy mid laner just had too much pressure.
The Fisho, was it shot calling or losing the mid lane?
Maybe both.
I mean, you can take mix, honestly. I also firmly believe if a team has good overall shot calling, it's because every player understands what to do when you make a simple call. So if like Mythi's calling Dragon, his entire team knows what to do. Okay, push out your waves, have recall in time, set up these wards here. I think H2K can do that as a team. The game yesterday, though, is so interesting because from my point of view, looking at it, I felt like them being passive was okay because they were outscaling.
Both teams felt that. I feel like both teams
were the one messing up in that apartment, at least if you look at it.
But if you look at the scaling from both team comps, they both could have had arguments into why they wanted to slow down the pace. Because if you look at the last fight, the difference between Ace in either direction was Selfie dying, and that difference was 170 HP. So,
I mean, I'm looking at H2K, Caitlyn, Gangplank to me.
If you looked at the damage, the biggest damage done there was from Hjarn, and he had more damage than any other carry on the other side of the team. It was fine to Forgiven, but for Hjarn this time. So he was straight up carrying. I think they had enough damage to murder the team fight because there was no tanks on H2K's side. In these late game explosive fights, it's just all about positioning. And I think both teams were just too afraid to make a mistake or make a play. But it could have gone either way. I mean, you can't say that team fight was convincingly won.
At least we can say, had that team fight happened 10 minutes earlier, H2K would have lost it straight up.
Yeah, true.
Completely. So them waiting it out and or trying to outscale at least gave them a better chance of winning a late game team fight. Obviously, again, we heard from Prolly a little bit, and he wasn't too happy because he felt like they were too passive. But in that case, again, I didn't mind it, also because you're playing with a new mid laner in this situation. Yep. Play safe,
but obviously don't play too passive that you don't do anything.
Yeah, however, it came pretty close. As I said,
did, yes.
within 1K for 25 minutes of a game versus Rocket, where you get that lane swap and you get that advantage. It's still the mid laner coming in. It is a substitution. I think we can forgive them. They are still 2-0.
They are 2-0. They can be happy with their week, but
Yeah.
obviously there's a lot of things to work on now, and then we got to see when Ryu can be back for the lineup.
Indeed, but let's take a look at the standings because there's a third of the splits game behind us already, and it's G2 and H2K who are riding high in first place. And at the middle of the table, Vitality, UOL at 4-2, Rock at 1-5, Giants 0-6. Let's start with G2. Today they had the game of the week versus the Unicorns of Love, and it seems we're coming to the consensus that this is a team that is on the top to stay. What could be their downfall for you guys, or what makes you say that they belong there, Defisho?
I think what we see from G2 now, also with some of the new composition they're playing, this is something Perk said himself in one of the interviews, is that you have to be able to play different comps in this current meta. And they're showing now different things. They're showing these poke comps today and yesterday against Fnatic, Corki mid lane for Perks. So I think individually, these players will always be very good.
I love how you're highlighting the 2 mistakes G2 made, by the way.
Well,
we have the 3v4 in the bottom where they could have disengaged, and then we have the Baron throw. But overall, it does show that G2 as a team is not afraid to go aggressive and is not afraid to look for the outplay. And I think in this meta, you're better off looking a bit too much for the outplay than too little.
I just want to say there are a few times where we do question really why do they make that play, where either they don't have teleport or it's like a 3v4, but they are super, super aggro, and you can surprise teams by being so aggressive, very effective to engage onto them.
I think the biggest weakness of G2 right now is their top laner. I think that he's in most of the games. Obviously they have won nearly all their games, but the one that has been struggling the most is him. But he has he's basically changed roles, so he has a lot of time to learn. And the other weakness is just being a bit more cohesive and just trying to tone the pace of the game a bit down and trying to calm down, because sometimes they just struggle with double TPs a lot. That's the only.
Again, it's a young team, and I'm sure if we listen to the communication, there's a lot of yelling going on when they start getting these kills and move forward, and then TP happens behind you and you get surprised.
So are they at the top of the tables right now because the level of the LCS is going up, or because it's still developing and it's not there yet?
I think. What do you think?
Both. I think they're really good. I think they're a really good up-and-coming team. They can become much, much better. I don't think they're at their full potential or anything close. But I think other teams are learning too.
Sorry.
What do you think, Rap?
I think a lot of things. I think they got not lucky with the meta, but it seems to suit the type of players they have. So in Perks of these players that want to go aggressive and have good mechanics. In Emperor, who's he likes dashing forwards for trades overall. You have Hybrid, who's a good peeling support, but also just has good mechanics. The meta right now is a part strategy, but it's also just going for these plays and just working together and knowing how to play fights. I think this is the fight where just earlier, a couple moments before this, Perks turned around, and went for the kill. Many other players would have disengaged, but he's not afraid to turn around in a disengaging fight to then trade forward with that Corki. Yeah, it's easy because Corki, but I just like the style they're bringing to the table, and they seem to have some growth left. I don't think they're anywhere close to their ceiling, and I like that.
Definitely.
I think they are the kind of team, though, who always will do extremely well in the start of a split, where every other team is kind of slowly getting into it, and often the early games we see in the split have a lot less strategy and a lot more brute force. You can basically win the game almost by making 1 or 2 good individual plays very often. So I wonder if G2 as a team can move past just being extremely good individually and have these crazy plays they're trying to make, like Perks going 10-1 and whatever it is, and learn a little bit more overall strategy and just become very clean in the way they're playing. Because I think that some of our other top teams will pick that up coming towards playoffs. And then I think we've seen in the past when teams are extremely strong and aggressive in the start and everyone is kind of, finding their place, they do well, but then once we hit playoffs and the best out of 5s and the adaptations, they tend to fall down a little bit if they didn't improve and at least learn more overall strategy than just purely playing around, being so super aggressive and having very, very good players.
I think as long as they focus on their mistakes and actually improve from them, the whole TP situation, just not being aware of what the enemy can do. Although they get a really good advantage every time, and they punish enemy mistakes. They just try and make less mistakes, and that's all they need. I think they can be a really good team, and they're there to stay.
If we expand that, G2, also H2K at the top of the table, strong individual play, strong macro play to work on and working on mistakes. What of those qualities do you see in other teams, and what teams do you see rising to the occasion? OG, of course, 2-0 this week. Not, of course, OG, but 2-0 this week is what I meant.
OG set them up to at least they have a lot of mistakes now to work on. I think, you know.
Yeah.
I think Unicorns of Love is
Yeah,
a team
agreed.
who in some ways reminds me a little bit of H2K, where we look a lot at like the overall strategy right now for Unicorns of Love. I know it's crazy
What
to
a
say for
difference a
Unicorns of
split
Love.
makes, indeed.
I do think, however, they have the issue that if I look at every player and I match them against other players, I think some of the other top teams will have more overall talent. So if every team reaches the same level, if we look at just like how you play as a team on the map, I think Unicorns will then drop down a little bit because I think they're better players in all roles. I don't see like a Sven on this team, like a Forgiven on this team, not specifically to highlight Steelback because he's been very good, but like Perks and Febivan and so on, these guys who are a little bit better than what we see on the Unicorn side, but I think right now, they're playing some very good League of Legends.
But that's the critique we had on Unicorns coming into the split. We said they had no carry, and somehow they make each other better and they work well enough together to be at the top of the middle of the pack, if not at the top right now. That same critique may keep them from being a top 3 team, but it's actually very impressive what they've done in such a quick turnaround. The way Hylissang got liberated right now with those roster changes, maybe not just the AD carry, but as a unit. Like Hylissang has been working together with Diamondprox, with Vision, with Pix, and he got a new jungler, and that worked immediately.
And Steelback.
Yeah, and Steelback.
With that Thresh Kalista was impressive.
Yeah.
Is that a testament, as you mentioned, of course, before already, that Hylissang is really coming into his own?
Yeah, definitely. And addressing what Krepo said about them having no carry, I definitely think that Visichachi has been stepping up a lot, especially this week. I think he played very, very well. And I mean, maybe they just need to like work a bit more on how to snowball their top laner, because I think they had enough advantages on their top laners this week to actually like go 2-0.
Big question mark then, if we talk about all the things good for those teams in the middle of the pack and at the top of the table, we talk about potential, mechanical skill and mistakes in the game. Fnatic, yesterday we lowered our expectations as a group about the team because we feel like we have to judge them on the project that they are that wants to come together at the end of summer. Do we have more question marks when it comes to the potential of the individual players that are in the team now that weren't there last year?
I'll talk.
Yeah.
I mean, I'll get hate for it, but I personally think that Fnatic has still the possibility to be a very strong team, and I'm pretty sure they're probably gonna end up top 4 if they fix their issues. But I still believe Huni, Rainover, and Yellowstar were stronger than the 3 members that just came in, and their new Fnatic is just a downgrade of the old one.
Especially Spirit has honestly disappointed me a bit. Outside of the first game he played against Origin, we had a really good start. Like this week, Spirit in both games had many mistakes where he was positioning wrong on the map. And like he would get caught out, he would take random duels in the enemy jungle where his own lanes were already pushed up to their towers. And he's playing a little bit too much like Spirit of the summer split in LPL, where he is like trying to be the solo carry all the time. He doesn't need to be the solo carry on Fnatic, and he needs to change that. And yes, I mean, Huni compared to Gamsu, we haven't seen the same performance either. I'm just also looking at the overall shot calling for Fnatic. Like, when we see the moves they're making in game, it feels like they come 10 minutes later than they were supposed to arrive.
They're also just skipping steps. I definitely agree with Spirit overextending. Like, we saw the overextending and the 0-3 grades in the early game. Today as well, he was playing Nidalee. He was trying to poke way ahead of his waves, got caught by a binding, and they lose the momentum. But what strikes me the most is that Fnatic, they're skipping steps in the Vision game. They're continuously going. They started that Baron 4 times in the spans of like, 6 minutes, playing against 3 blue trinkets without even pushing the waves all the way to the base. They had cleared the towers. All they needed to do was push. Well, it's really simple, you know, but they needed to push in the waves, then take control of the jungle deeper, and then go for the Baron. But they skipped a step and they just kept trying to bait the Baron or do the Baron and hope that the enemy team wasn't checking it with the blue trinkets. But that is too naive to play on this patch.
Positive note on Fnatic though is that you're right, 100%, but they kind of just learned throughout the game how they should do it, and that it's just a sign of a new team kind of learning their way through, because eventually they pushed out the waves, they rushed the Baron, they got it before the other team could check it, because they...
Wunderwear did walk all the way to... He was the only blue trinket available, and he walked to clear bot wave without TP, but the Fnatic then did realize it, and they burned the Baron. It is just that we hold them up to the standard of last split, and that perhaps is sometimes unfair to do, because
we look at the name.
The
I mean,
core
that's
left.
it.
Yeah.
We look at Fnatic,
It's
we
the
look at
same
Origin.
what we do at Origin. Exactly. It's the same what we do with Origin, and you guys are also dealing with growing pains. I mean, we've talked about it so many times already, the communication issues, and you've addressed it as well with the Baron play today. Overall, 2-0 still. We saw a lot of tweets from you guys yesterday that you weren't happy with your play. What's your main takeaway after this 2-0 week?
I think we played better than last week, and last week we played better than the week before. So things are going good.
Yeah,
pretty
in that
easy.
regard. I think we could still do a lot more to just like play better. Like I think we could have improved much more in the weeks we have had, but I don't know. Things are getting closer to the old OG, or maybe even better, an even better OG. We will see. But
What is the best element of the old OG then? What was the thing about the old OG for you?
so the thing with the old OG was that we got to a point where we were like trying to beat Fnatic so much that we just like tried to like copy everything they do and try to like learn from them, trying to make it better. And we just had this system eventually that I would just say, okay guys, we want to play for this side, and everyone would just know what to do. And there was like, we would just remind each other, hey, you wanna take this wave? Hey, there was no like, I would call the plan, and then everyone would just like do their own thing. Like there was no really shot calling, you know. Everyone just knew, and everything just clicked. And this is what's missing right now.
A lot of the community always talks about Power of Evil coming into the mid lane and Spec is stepping out. I actually want to hear from you. How much do you feel changing mid laners has done for you guys? Do you feel like it's made you some negative changes or some positive ones? Like, do you feel like it's anything to do with Power of Evil getting into the mid lane, or is it more the entire team?
I think that there's two things. I think the team itself, I think we are not performing to our level individually, and also like teamwork, without counting Power of Evil, is not the same as it was before. But talking about Power of Evil and comparing him to Peke now, I think Power of Evil overall, I mean, sorry if I like sound judgmental or anything, but I think Peke was worse than Power of Evil mechanically, but he just gave more to the team since we had been playing for 1 year, and as I said, we just clicked. He was like very into map movements and rotations and where he should be, and he was like playing very self-reliant and more towards the team. And Power of Evil comes from a team where UL is doing great without them, right? But without him, but he just came from a situation where he wanted to be the carry, he wanted to carry, and the team played towards him, and we're just like trying to teach him how we want him to rotate and how we want him to move. Like you can tell from the game against I don't even know who it was, but we just got caught aside. Yeah, I tried to forget. Yeah, but yeah, we're just like the main difference between both of them is that with OG we would just like move better around the map. With OG, with Peke, and now with Power of Evil, we're trying to get there, and he's learning really fast. I'm actually very impressed. I tell him anything, I critique him, I get him a bit mad and everything, and yeah, I coach him. Yeah, one could say, and he takes it. You know, he takes it, and he's like, yeah, you're right. You know, tells me off when I'm being too hard on him or anything. So I think it's going good. I think it's going good.
I don't know if you're at liberty to talk about this, but is there any kind of idea in the team or any kind of arrangement that you know that Power of Evil is going to play most of the games? We know that Peke has been off doing a lot of ownership things, as he has to do, of course, but do you guys prepare every week with Power of Evil knowing that he's going to play?
Right now, Power of Evil is playing, and it's going to come mostly down towards playoffs, maybe, of Spring Split, or and Summer Split is going to be 50-50 for sure, but it's mostly going to be towards playoffs of Spring Split. If things are not going the right way, then maybe Peke is going to step up. Else, it's going to be mostly Power of Evil, then Peke maybe comes in for like a power pick or something, like just to put the enemy off in terms of like pick and ban. But mostly Summer Split is going to be where we're going to try it out.
Yeah, I definitely just want to touch on that whole, like almost like muscle memory when some player says a certain thing, having your entire team react just the way you want to. I think that's what we definitely, what I look forward to tracking in a number of these teams towards Summer Split, because the goal obviously for all these teams is to finish top 3 in Summer. And I think a team like G2, if they get a similar mechanism down where if Hybrid says we play for this side, we play for that side, and the entire team reacts in the same way, that we could see vast improvements in certain teams.
That's quite interesting to me. You talk about muscle memory and the people playing together. You have Sven on your team, obviously. Yesterday it was Power of Evil on Lulu and Sven on Lucian. And that is one of those typical interactions that I think you have to be completely on the same page. Is that more Sven reacting and him just getting a shield whenever? Or is that the mechanics being right for both of them?
No, there's actually no interaction. The
Whatsoever.
interaction is usually there gets to the point where Power Evil says, okay, I have items now, and Neil says, okay, I can carry now. Just speed me, and I will win, you know. And then we just try to like at some point, like I personally, you know, like Power Evil talks about it after the game. He's like, fuck, I was worried. I just ulted you when I couldn't have, you know. But for me, it's like, whatever. If you want to solo lose the game and you want to just run into 5 people, then it's your fault, you know, and I'll just flame you after the game, and I'm okay with it. So I'm not stressed out when we play.
Sven is the most confident player I know.
Yeah.
Like every time I talk to him, he's like, you know, I can just carry against everyone. I don't care. I can like 1v9 everything. Every single time. It's also sadly for him what gets him killed quite a few times, or sometimes. But so far, it's not really been any game-changing things. He's been a fantastic carry, and hey.
The progression he's made in a year of pro play, coming from Challenger straight to Summer Split, straight to Worlds, I think he is one of the biggest discoveries, almost equivalent to, for me, to Fabian. If you compare Fabian, when he failed to, I even think, get into the LCS once or twice with, you know, with H2K, and then got in, and then how he started and where he is now.
Yeah.
The players he is named amongst right now, compared to where he started, compared to like 2 years ago when he posted on Reddit as like the Riven one trick, that progression, I see some of the same in Niels.
Discussion.
Yes.
Last year, sorry to take you off here, but last year, who was the best, Fabian or Sven? Who had, you know, the most impact? Who was the most important player?
Oh, that's the impact is something different. I mean, impact within the team.
I think.
Yeah, but like to me, that's a big part of who.
I think it's an unfair question because last year you asked about last year, right?
Yeah.
Last year, AD carry was more of a carry role than mid lane. Mid lane would just sit back and farm and maybe get TP, you know, like it was at Worlds. So it's just hard to judge.
Well, we'll see.
So it was the guy on his team. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. He's saying Sven.
Finally, maybe about Sven, something to illustrate his confidence. Last year at the summer finals over in Stockholm, before the final versus Fnatic, I was like, hey, you know, how are you doing? And, you know, are you thinking of the gauntlet at all? Because if you guys didn't win, you had to run through the gauntlet to get to Worlds. And he said, I'm not planning on playing that one. I'm like, all right. So, but I mean, it's something he can be like that at this point. Because
confidence is great because you can go on stage as a rookie and you don't care. You can honestly, your team can rely on you to play as good as you normally do, and that's what Sven can always do.
Definitely.
Good.
He backs it up.
Sven is good. Yeah, sure. That's the thing.
Yeah, there's a point where you need to back up the confidence with good play, and that is. So you can't always play on the front line, predicted dodge, but not. I think Sven plays fantastic AD carry and he's really annoying to play against. I think Mithy shares some of the same traits where going into the match you'll always be confident. I don't think either of them are really prone to tilt.
Well, that's changed.
I've seen Sven tilt once.
Mithy back in the day on
super
stage,
that's strange, yeah.
massive tilt.
No,
the game,
I think the term we use is choke.
Tilt. He's
choke.
Gone.
Yeah, really? I didn't get that when I was playing against you.
Okay, fair enough. When you play
you
promotion,
remember
on the
that
other
far
hand.
back?
Well, it's about time to wrap that up and actually ask Mithy some more questions, because earlier today we asked you to tweet your questions for Mithy with the hashtag AskMithy, and from @Catslall wrote, with vision items being toned down in 2016, do you find it easier or harder to take control of objectives like Baron? Open to interpretation.
I think that vision items don't really make any difference. It's mostly the trinket, the orb, the having 3 orbs instead of 1 that you had before is the main difference in terms of like controlling objectives, like Baron.
Okay. Anything to add, Crepo?
It was at Mithy, it wasn't at me. But
I mean, I thought you wanted to.
No, I think vision doesn't matter in terms of orb because both teams are operating with the same thing. But I do think blue orbs make it a lot harder to bait Barons. But I do think teams get rewarded a lot more for taking deeper control of a jungle behind the Baron, because once you clear the blue orbs down, they still have to face check through all those brushes.
Which is why we see more and more teams now switch over to yellow trinkets when they are in the lead and they're the ones setting up the Baron, because you can place those wards deep. Enemy team can't clear them unless they know it's there and have to sweep it out. So like those are very important then to constantly bait that Baron, because you gotta get through like 3 blue trinkets and then you can get your Baron. If you do that, I mean, you deserve it.
And didn't you also want to ask Mithy about the pink wards? Because we ran a stat here earlier in the show about the amount of pink wards that Kasing has.
Oh yeah, we already talked about that off air, but I guess we should do it again.
Yeah, it was very interesting. That's why I'll bring it up.
So the critique is that there are supports in the LCS right now significantly placing more pink wards, more importantly because they're moving them a lot more. The death rates of pink wards is generally not because they're being killed, but because teams are repositioning them. Mithy, your take on it?
So... what? My call on it is I need my gold so I can carry, so fuck pink words.
Well, there it is.
Yep.
That's it.
I don't, be careful with that language. I almost got fired for that today as well.
That's 3 on the day. I think we need to move on.
$500 fine here for Mithy. There we go.
Let's get another question in there, one that could be very good for you guys playing a dynamic queue. There, Ska Vampire tweeted, when winning lane, when and why are you leaving your ADC alone to start warding or roaming?
So usually what I do as a support is I tend to push the wave in, and then usually when you push the wave in to the enemy, like when you're ahead, usually you end up pushing to the enemy, And what you do is when the wave is going to bounce back to you, you have this opportunity for your AD to stay in lane alone, since the wave is going to bounce back to him anyway, and he eventually can get it out his tower, to use that opportunity to roam either alone, or if you're playing in a team, usually you want to roam with your jungler, so if you catch someone off, you actually have more kill potential. That's basically the moment where you can roam off, get the wards, get the picks. Yeah.
And especially the jungle support roam was like last year the big thing we were looking at so much and really started becoming more and more important, because that also then means your AD carry is safer sitting alone while you're roaming, because you now set up these deep wards together with your jungler, and you just basically maximize farm on every lane by having support jungle getting deep vision.
I mean, the general theory behind it is just that the sum of all the trades that you do end up in your favor. So you want to make sure that your AD carry, whatever he loses, gets made up at either the deep vision you get, the potential pick-off you can get in the mid lane. So it is very hard to talk about this in general, because there's no right or wrong situation. It's just what you do with it. If you can get deep vision and it pays off in the end, obviously you want to roll. But the number one priority for newer players is make sure your AD carry doesn't die and that he understands that he is now playing 1v2.
Because he will blame you if he dies.
Yeah.
Really, it's all about the wave. Like, honestly, if your AD is smart, he will just click at this tower and just stay there until you do your job. All you want to do is move when the wave is pushing to you, so your AD doesn't have to push the wave in and be in a bad position.
But there's your first problem.
Just that's problem number one. Make sure you're back in time before they dive him. That is
Then
it's on you.
If you are not in time when they dive them, then you won't play that game anymore.
Well, thank you guys for that. In any case, over in the world of the fantasy LCS, G2's Perks is your pick to envy today. What a performance. He picked up 13 kills and had a KDA of 20 as mid lane Corki against the Unicorns of Love, earning over 40 fantasy points. Not any surprises there.
He's on my bench.
Oh.
So,
on purpose?
Weren't you supposed to be good at fantasy?
Well, I'm still winning. I mean, my team is that good, I can put Perks on my bench, and I'm still beating Stress at the moment. It's pretty easy.
Congratulations, the Fish.
Thank you.
And although they didn't pack quite big as a fantasy punch, we want to look at 5 players that came up big this week. As always, it's a hard decision-making process here. But first up, we talked about him. We sang his praises. Definitely deserved. Sven is in there once again.
I mean, it also helps for him when his team is building like Lulu comps around him and kind of telling him to be the big carry. But like, he's stepping up every single time Origin needs him to carry, and they build comps to make him a carry. He always does well.
He also has such a support carry around.
Obviously, has the best support in the world.
Yeah.
Playing Alistar.
Another player we want to highlight from Splice in the mid lane, Sankax, consistently performing well now, and Splice is definitely fighting their way back into the standings, and now in the middle of the pack, working their way up.
Yeah, everybody's going to be talking about that quadra kill, but for me, it's what led to that moment. The way he played the matchup, I think it was Ari into LeBlanc. This is how it all ended up, but yeah, he completely dominated mid lane in synergy with Trashy on that first gank, and then started snowballing.
Yep. Next one we want to highlight is Hybrid from G2. Mithy, how good is this guy?
I think he is surprisingly good. I played against him, actually, for the qualifier for LCS, like the Challenger Series finals, and we won 3-0, but he already impressed me then. His champion pool was lower now, and I think now he's just become a much better player, and I think he's very, very talented.
He's one of these guys we absolutely love to see, because he comes all the way down from the Challenger Series, then he qualifies into the LCS, and obviously G2 made some roster changes, but he stayed on the lineup with Perks as like really the 2 shining lights at the moment, combined them with Emperor and Trig also playing well. So he's a big part of why G2 at the moment is one of the best teams.
He reminds me of Kasing. And ironically, Kasing, if I remember correctly, actually left or got kicked from G2 and then ended up back into the LCS. This time, G2 managed to keep the good support in their team, and yeah, I'm impressed with him so far.
You know, actually, I just while we were talking about it, I just remember about this. After we played the game against CW back then, I was talking with Hybrid after the game, and he told me next year I'm gonna be LCS for sure, and there he is.
Not just LCS, at the top of the tables as well. Our next OP player is from the Unicorns of Love, Vizicachi. You wanted to highlight this player specifically.
Yeah, I think Vizicachi coming into the season, again, we had all this talk about, you know, who's going to be the big carry. I think Chachi was the guy everyone could kind of rely on, because he was a stable top laner last year. He wasn't good enough to be like the best, but he was a stable player, very consistent in his performance. And he's keeping it up, honestly. He's playing more carry champions. He has more of a role on this Unicorns of Love lineup, and I think Chachi right now is one of the better top laners.
Yeah, and then the last member of the OP5 that I just want to highlight, just to not put all the burden on Shockseer's Otawamne, because he showed different facets of play. He got the Gangplank one day, but he played a team-oriented Gangplank where he was continuously using the ultis to help his team, and then today, he was just playing a hard carry on the Poppy. It was a little rough for H2K in terms of the macro, but he started a lot of fights, and especially the last team fight, he just zoned 2 people at the same time, kept Kalista busy. He just played a really great...
killed her.
Yeah, that's chilling, yeah.
The thing I respect the most was on his previous game when he was playing Gangplank, where his team was winning top lane. I mean, bot lane, yeah, because he was a lane stop. And he was getting camped bottom lane by Shook and Cabochard, and he managed to not even die, you know, like I think he died just once, and he played very well around all the pressure that the enemy team was putting around him, and then he just managed to just lift his weight even though he was behind and just play a great game. I was truly impressed.
Yeah, especially because he was not even using his ultimates to stop the dives bot. He was constantly using them around the map, whether it's stopping a wave being pushed in on a tier 1 tower, whether before that he assisted in a skirmish in the top side of the map with the ultimate, somehow still managed to stay alive against a team that was known for, you know, putting so much pressure jungle top laners against the enemy top laner. Impressive.
Yeah, especially that makes that move on Fiora, I think 2 weeks ago, where that game ended up being so close. It's such an anomaly because that isn't Oduwamne, and I think he shows that every game.
Like, you play so many games and like heat of the moment, he's the guy making the call. He went on Twitter after as well and said he shouldn't have TP'd and like it was a bad call, but that happens and you learn from it.
You learn from it indeed. However, carrying harder than anyone else in the OP list in our opinion, G2 Perks. No, it is Perks. 18 kills, 85% kill participation this week, and a giant pile of fantasy points and a new mid laner in the LCS.
Yeah, and he's also ranked 1 in the 1v1 segment on PTL. He's also the only person that participated on it. But he ended the segment with the quote, "Nobody can 1v1 me, bro." So
talking about 1v1s, how many 1v1 kills has he had already so far?
Yeah.
Do we have a stat about it?
We're going to check that
we're going to check that right now.
Maybe even now. I mean,
thank you for helping us.
Perks is also the first guy now to play Corki mid in Europe, finally. And like he had 2 fantastic games. He's such a mechanically gifted player. He just adds, you know, to the list of EU mid laners doing extremely well. And as long as G2 can play around him, he's going to carry games.
I mean, you know, look at a tiny bit. I hope all this praise doesn't get to his head because he is a bit of an
little bit.
He's a bit of an ego player, knowing him.
This Twitter.
So I hope he stays calm and collected and keeps making the right decisions. But he does have, the passion and the fire to really always look for the aggressive outplay. And I think that's, especially in a team that's new, I think it's better to look for the aggressive outplay, make the mistake and learn. Because it's harder to teach a passive player to play more aggressive. Had that with certain players in the past, and it's really hard. So it's easier to tone down like a super aggro player than it is to turn a more passive oriented player into an aggressive beast.
I'd rather lose a game where my team is trying to do a ton of aggressive moves and like trying to outplay the enemy team than just sit back for 40 minutes and try and wave clear and then realize you couldn't basically, you lost the game at like 10 minutes because you could do nothing. Your combo was too passive. So I think what G2 is doing is correct. I just want to see if they can keep doing it.
We will see, but for now, they are absolutely at the top of the tables here in EU, and the fight for the top will continue next week here, next Thursday in Berlin, as Elements take on Vitality, and later on, we'll see G2 up against Origin in our game of the week. Well, isn't that a coinky-dink? Because we have Mithy here up against the #1 team, G2. What will it come down to for you guys to be able to take him down?
Having more gold lead, I think. Just getting
how will you accrue that gold?
How do you look to get that gold?
Yeah.
Well,
by not buying pinks,
maybe Sven can carry us through next week too. But if it's not the case, then we will just have to get through the early game and try and just be the better team.
All right, we'll see what happens. In any case, our coverage begins at 6 p.m. Central European Time. That is 9 a.m. Pacific. Don't be late. Until then, the LCS action continues over in North America on Friday, starting at 9 p.m. Central European Time, noon Pacific, with Team Impulse versus Dignitas. And then it is their game of the week between Cloud9 and TSM. Call it, guys. Cloud9 or TSM? High starting.
High starting.
Yeah.
So technically C9 is undefeated with High, but I think TSM is going to get better.
They're undefeated with High on Sundays. Plot thinkings. This is Saturday. TSM takes it.
TSM will take it.
No. You already made your choice.
No, I was about to say TSM would take it.
We have to vouch for our European team.
Well,
TSM.
Yeah, okay. TSM. 3 times TSM here, we will see. But for us here in Europe, we have to go on cooldown. From all of us here covering the LCS in Berlin. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for joining us, Mithy. And we'll see you right back here next week. Adios.
We're jumping onto the Rift. Week 3, Day 2. It is Origin versus Elements. Mithy can steal. He gets it! Mithy's got the red buff. Now he's under threat. There's a vital exposed. A flash engage. Solis has come to help out. First blood secured by Poppy. Full channel on the culling. You can dodge, dip, duck and dive, but you cannot get away from Sven. Sven has found Ica, and that's the wave clear down. Elements did everything right, but now it's falling apart. And Origin go 2-0. Pepe's going forward. Nutek's trying to get away, holding onto that exhaust and may not matter. Ignite ticks him, but the tower shot! Holy! And Atom is rooted all of vitality! There's no tanks! Yon is flashed away! He's got a triple kill with bullet time!
The Nexus goes down. Giant salute. Vitality take the game.
Guessing, you know when you go close to a wall, you try to flash over it.
What?
Stop.
Stop what? Guessing, you know when they say stuff like this is the times when you start to think that they are below you, you know? I can't wait to get a new jungler.
Go. Wait me.
No spike.
Waiting.
Get it.
Can you get it?
Got it. Nice, got it. Nice. Good job. Back on the ring.
G2 are looking to finish it off. Joko holding the line. Steal back the last man standing. That's going to be it. G2 Esports with the victory. And the laser, Febovic's low, but he's not dead. Nobody dies. Here comes the true barrage. Nobody's dying this game. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. Kabi around the backside. Trashy moving out of the way, but they've left the Nexus exposed. GG, Fnatic wins.
Kalista.
He's dead.
Okay, go Nash afterwards, okay? Go instant Nash. Good job, guys.
Flashing away from the fight. Freddy trying to stick it out, and Otoame is not going to go down just yet. Forgiven gets the pick off onto Betsy. They will once again shore up their grip at the top of EU. H2K with the victory.
H2K.